All right, everybody, welcome to today's council meeting of Tuesday, January the 20th. We are about to go in camera before we have our regular scheduled meeting this afternoon at 4. I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councilor Lococo, second by Councilor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? All right, that's unanimous. We're now going to go in camera, and afterward we'll resume an open session. Thank you. Blast off. Everybody, welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, January the 20th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting. We've been meeting most of the afternoon, and now we're going to continue on with our open session. And as is tradition here in the council chambers, we like to kick off with the singing of the national anthem. And tonight we've got a special treat. We've got something we've never done before. We've got a couple of sax players. And I'm going to read their little bio here, and then we're going to ask everyone to stand, if you can, for the national anthem. So tonight, we've got Rock Master Mateo and Sam Abma. And as I mentioned, both them from the Ian Meyer Music Program. We've got Ryan Racine here, too, as part of the program, I noticed. Sam and Rock are active members of the Ian Meyer Music Program. They both perform for numerous events at school and in the community. They're part of the school's concert band and jazz band, and today they're performing their own arranged version of O Canada, and this is the first time we've ever had saxophone players here, and when I was interviewing them earlier, they're two different saxes. One's got a little more deeper, grittier sound, and the other one's a little, I guess, a little more smooth sound to it, so together they're going to, today, play for the council and all the gallery the national anthem. So please, if you can, if you're able to stand, we welcome both Rock and Sam to the mic. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen. Right on. Start again when you're ready. Get comfortable.
It's always right before, huh?
It's all right. Measure twice, cut once. When you're ready. Rock and Sam, on behalf of all of us, we're grateful that you did this. Maybe you're a little nervous. It was their first time doing anything like this. I think they did fantastic, and the longer you went, the better you got. So on behalf of all of us, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
It was bilingual. It was great. Bilingual section.
That was excellent.
Does this open up the door to instruments? Can Serge do it? Or does it
You know what? It's funny you say that.
We can book them. We can book them.
Our head of economic development and tourism, Serge, plays a mean accordion. And yeah, he's been threatening us that he may come in here and do his rendition. So I'd also like to start off by acknowledging we've got some special guests in the room today. We've got our regional councilors and the chair of the region, Bob Gale, Mr. Bob Gale. We've got regional councilor Kim Crater and soon-to-be reappointed Regional Councilor Barbara Greenwood in the back row. Barbara, and I heard that we've also might have Joyce Morocco joining us tonight too as well. So we're going to have a full house tonight. Appreciate all the support and all the residents in the gallery for being here tonight. So welcome to everybody. By the way, that was the best part of the meeting. It's downhill from here, so hang on tight. Moving on, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from our December the 9th meeting, moved by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. We're now looking for any disclosures of pecuniary interest of council. Do we have any disclosures? Okay, I don't see any. So we'll move on to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, which is the, yes? I'm sorry. How did I miss that? My apology. Yep, my apologies. We did miss that. So we'll go to our clerk's department for the traditional land acknowledgement and Indigenous meeting opening. So please draw your attention to the screens. This is former Chief Stacy Laforne of the Mississaugas of the Credit sharing his testimony. Or not. We'll see what happens. We got all this new technology, all these new screens, all dressed up and nowhere to go. Yep, we painted the walls. I don't know if you noticed, fresh coat of paint. Our CAO came in on the weekend and did a good job. Pardon me? Yeah, just for the new chair. Yes. Yeah, something you're gonna be. We might have to get Serge's accordion out. How are we looking over there? Are we gonna be able to do it, or? In 5 seconds. Okay, good, excellent. Otherwise, Serge is warming up his accordion in the corner.
Ani Gima Chief R. Stacy Laforne, Mississaugas is a credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walk this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kimagwich Bumpy.
All right, thank you very much. Former Chief Stacy Laforne, we're grateful for the land that we share. So moving on to the mayor's reports and announcements. Starting off with some obituaries, we'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of City Crossing Guard Brian Smith, who we lost this week, and Alicia Subnick Kilgore, who lost her mother, Silveria, in Trinidad. And Alicia runs our libraries here in the city. And also sad obituary and offering sympathies to the family of Pramod Goyal, longtime active and engaged member of our community. So on a brighter note, we did celebrate some birthdays. We had Councillor Newestag, had her birthday yesterday, Councillor Newestag. And then tomorrow, we're celebrating Serge Felisetti's birthday. It'll be a day to crack out the accordion. It'll be a good night. Moving on to events and announcements. Big event here December the 15th at the Table Rock in the Niagara Parks Commission. The Premier joined us with a number of ministers, including Minister of Tourism, Minister of Transportation, Minister of Energy. We're grateful for the announcements of Destination Niagara, which is going to include a lot of things, including major investments in our airport in Niagara-on-the-Lake, which is owned by Niagara Falls, St. Catharines, and Niagara-on-the-Lake. And we are the biggest population in the country without regular daily scheduled flights. And we've got some exciting announcements coming there where we're going to have great opportunities when you could actually fly somewhere from our airport, which is 10 to 15 minutes away from here. So we're grateful for that. Also, he made acknowledgement and announcements around the idea of expansion of the Shaw in Niagara-on-the-Lake. investments in wineries, attractions, expansion of non-gaming attractions and gaming, 5-star restaurants and hotels. A lot of money is going to be geared toward Niagara Falls with a plan they've been working on for several years. So we're excited about the implementation. 2026 and on is going to be very exciting for Niagara Falls and for the rest of the region. So thank you to the Premier for being here, and as well, of course, Councillor Gale, who was at the time, he's the chair now of the region, he was the chair of the Parks Commission when we made that announcement. So he's just switching chairs. Also, we had our seniors art exhibit at Chapel Heights Retirement Home. I was joined that day by Councillor Newestag as we celebrated their art installation all through the hallways, and it was a beautiful job that they did there. We did the puck drop at the Niagara Riverhawks home opener in Chippewa, and there you can see we had a team visiting us from Europe. It was a pretty exciting day, and the fans were treated to some great hockey. On a chillier note, we had the Chippewa annual polar bear dip, and no, I did not go in the water. I was cold just with all my clothes on. I can't imagine going in the water, but these people are unbelievable. The water was 33 degrees, just above freezing. I don't know how they do it, but a lot of money raised for Canadian Tire Jumpstart, and we're grateful for all those crazy people who jump in the water. Yeah, health benefits, right. So let's all try it out. I was complaining it was too cold in the last committee room. I can't imagine being out there. I'd like to thank city councilors for representing the city. I can't be at all places at all times, so a lot of the time we call in council to represent me at different city events. So starting off with the New Year's levy at the Armory, Councillor Lococo. It was the same day as the polar bear dip. Unfortunately, they overlapped, so Councillor Lococo represented the city at that event, as well as the Ukrainian Parish 25th anniversary. I'd like to thank Councillor Patel for representing the city at the grand opening of Tabar Social Kitchen and certificate presentation to Jason Shawana. And also to Councillor Newestag, representing the city last week at the Niagara Falls Firefighters Association Retirement Dinner. Thank you to councillors. And we did have some business milestones and events, and we've got some pictures we'll show you on the screen. We had the grand opening of Sinning Cafe at our Niagara Falls Exchange. I was joined that day by Councillors Lococo and Patel as we enjoyed some treats, some sweets, some coffee. We had the grand opening of Young and Beautiful Salon and Spa. That's on Victoria Avenue. It used to be a bank at one time. It was a shoe store. It was many different, an accounting firm. And now it's Young and Beautiful. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag. We had the grand opening of M Nails and Spa on Portage Road near Five Corners. I was joined again by Councillors Newestag and Patel. And they've got pedicures, manicures, head massages, all these things for your feeling good and looking good. We also had the grand opening of Planet Fitness. That's on Lundy's Lane at the Canada One Factory Outlet. I was joined by Councillors Dabrowski, Patel, Lococo, Baldinelli, Newestag, and Strange. You'll be happy to know that they all worked out on a piece of equipment. I've got pictures to prove it. I know Regional Councillor Crater joined us that day too, and he was happy that day. He wasn't jumping to conclusions. He was actually working out. That's how he got his exercise that day. That's a joke, everybody. It just wasn't that funny. That's okay. We celebrated the 10-year anniversary of Four Seasons Nails at the Amore Plaza on Lundy's Lane. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag for that. We had our grand opening of Soul Yoga Niagara on Portage Road, and I was joined by Councillor Newestag and Patel. And that, in case you're wondering, that's me doing what's known as the crow pose and the nice thing about a picture, it makes it look like I'm holding it way longer than I really did. Like they had get out a piece of cardboard and let me spin around. Oh, there's Councillor Lococo or Morocco, joining us tonight for our council meeting. Yeah, that was a yoga move called the crow. Anyone that does yoga will understand it. And my favorite yoga move, by the way, is called Shavasana. It's at the end when you close your eyes and you relax, and that's when I go to sleep, typically. I was joined that day by Councillor Newestag and Patel. And lastly, we had the grand opening of Esan by Saka on Queen Street. And there it is. You can see it's a clothing store. They sell new and gently used clothing with 20% of the proceeds going back to the community. I was joined by Councillor Patel on Sunday afternoon as we had that grand opening. So our next council meeting will be next Tuesday for our operating budget meeting. So next Tuesday, January the 27th. So that concludes the mayor's announcements and reports. And just before we move on, I would like to also draw attention to the fact that Councillor Patel just changed into her Buffalo Bills jersey, and maybe she could stand up so we could have a good look at that, Councillor. So, Councillor, we had a bet a few weeks ago when the... You didn't think she clearly is a Buffalo fan, or she wouldn't be wearing her jersey. But we had a bet a few weeks ago when they played the Patriots, and it was a high-scoring game. And a few times it was looking good for the Patriots, but in the end it looked better for the Bills. And we made a bet. Loser had to wear the other team's jersey at the beginning of the council meeting. And true to her word, she kept to her word, and she's wearing the Bills. And as sad as I am to say they're out now, out of the playoffs, good luck to the Patriots, and congratulations to Councillor Patel for honoring your word. Is there any words you want to share with us here as you wear that jersey, which looks great on you, by the way?
Well, all I want to say is at least Patriots have won the AFC Championship.
Yeah, that's right, they are. Oh, boo, boo. All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Yeah, okay, let's get a picture. Okay, hold on, everybody. Let me get a picture of this. Just to prove that you 1, 2, 3. Got it. All right, thank you very much, Councillor Patel. How about a big hand for Councillor Patel? Sticking to her word. Even though it took everything in her to put that jersey on today, but she did it. So, first order of business, as we go to 7.1, civic recognition, I'd like to acknowledge some very talented individuals that I have here today. I'd like to call them up. Fiona and Angie Lee, if you would join me up here, and you just come around this side, ladies. There's a door opening. And do we have a microphone? Is it on? Okay. So let me tell you a little bit about these ladies here. So they're sisters. Which one's Angie? Angie. Okay, then that means you're Fiona. Okay, Angie and Fiona Lee. Do I get that right? Lee, okay. So today we're thrilled to recognize two international dance competition winners from Niagara Falls, sisters Angie and Fiona Lee. These two outstanding athletes have been training since a young age. Angie, 2.5 years old, and was competitively dancing since she was, for 2.5 years. What does this mean? Angie, help me understand this. 2.5 years old and competitively since she was 8. What does that mean? Pardon me? Is that what it means? Okay. All right. You know what? Maybe if I read this ahead of time, I'd know what it said. All right. So for a long time. And Fiona, from 3 years old, competitively dancing since the age of 11. Okay, it says 10 here, but okay, 11. Both have trained under the direction of Tracy Lampman at Danceations Dance Academy. Both Angie and Fiona are diverse dancers who train in ballet, jazz, tap, point ballet, contemporary, lyrical, open musical theater, and hip-hop. So when you saw me doing that move up there, were you thinking I was doing some hip-hop? Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. I thought so. Both sisters represented Canada at the official Team Canada dance team, and they competed in show dance with the International Dance Organization in November 2025 in Italy. Along with their teams, I'm pleased to share that Angie brought home a gold and a bronze medal, and Fiona brought home a bronze medal, all on the international stage representing Canada. What do you think of that, ladies and gentlemen? So, ladies, what an honor today on behalf of members of council to present you both with a champ's pennant and a small gift from the city of Niagara Falls, signifying our hometown pride and showing our congratulations for these beautiful showings. And I've got, as you can see here, one that's our champs. You wear that with show that with pride. You're very welcome. And this as well is for you. And I'm going to ask you to say something in a moment. You're very welcome. I can give this one to you, too. Thank you. And I want to say, just before I ask these girls maybe just to think about something you want to say, thank you to the parents, because having daughters, too, who did dance and sports, and my son, the parents, the grandparents, you got to drag them around. You got to sometimes encourage them to practice, rehearse, get ready, get your outfits ready, get to bed early so you're well rested. It's a big full-time job for parents, isn't it? And it's not even about dance. It's about becoming great citizens. And it teaches you discipline. It teaches you when you work hard, there are rewards for you. There's so many reasons that it's so important to get kids involved. Keeps them busy. I've been told, keep them busy, keep them out of trouble. So on behalf of the city, we're so proud of you two ladies. Is there anything you'd like to share with us about your experience with dancing and representing Niagara Falls on the world stage? I'll start on this side.
I would say it was a very amazing opportunity because it was my first time representing Canada on an IDEO world stage. And I got to meet a lot of people from a whole bunch of different countries. And I just felt like it was so amazing getting to share my passion for dance on stage.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Pretty much the same thing as what she said. It was like a once of a life opportunity, and I thought it was just so cool to experience it. And it's not something I've done before, so it was really cool. And I like meeting all the people from all over the world, and it was just nice to meet everyone.
Very good. Congratulations. Now, I don't know if you know Counselor Strange. He did Dancing with the Stars before. He's got a couple of moves, too, but we'll save that for another time. So maybe we can do a picture? Okay. And Mom, if you want to come closer, you can come right up to the front. Let's come closer a little bit so we can get a picture. Yeah. Oh, the trophy. Oh, yeah. Grab that trophy. Want me to hold that? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls, how about a big thank you to these beautiful ladies. Okay, next up on the agenda, we call up our regional chair, Mr. Bob Gale, to provide an update to council by way of introducing himself and his new appointment to council and to the public.
Here are we?
It's on.
Oh,
See the
thank
green
you.
lights on, yeah.
As if I have to introduce myself to this council and that. You all know me, you know what I'm like. This is the easiest when I'm going on my circuit. I'm in Wainfleet at 6 o'clock, so thank you for having me early on the agenda. As you know, on December 16th, you and I were there. You spoke about it with the Premier being down, about the projects at the parks. On December 18th, I was told that I was going to be appointed regional chair, and I was told to resign from the Niagara Parks as chair on it. So, and then it was hitting the ground running after that. I got to tell you one story. On December 24th, I went in the region to get ahead of the game with reports and things like this, and I was the only car in the parking lot. And when you walk through the region, they don't have light switches. When you go in there, you have to go like this to get the lights going. And then I found out security was watching me go through the whole building. So it's kind of lonely at the top. I sent pictures to Minister Flack, but I'm thankful of the Premier and the Minister to have faith in me to put me there. I know I've got a lot of things going. You read about budget and things like this, but you know you can always come to me if you know how to get a hold of me. You all do on this. But we have a few changes at council that I'm going to bring ahead. And one is, as a result of me being at the restaurant, the coffee shop across from the Highlight restaurant here on Queen Street, I was in there, I saw some kids doing books. I called them kids. They were probably 20, 25 years old, but everybody's young to me. And I thought I talked to one of them. They were going to UNF, the University of Niagara Falls. And I was thinking, that's why we did this. And kudos to you and this council for that. So then I did more research on it. And their first intake was in 2024. As you know, that's a university. You know all about this, but I want this to get out there because it's a good news story. And the reason I say this is because with the agendas at the Niagara Parks, when we have a light agenda, I'm going to have a good news story, be it an organization or a business or whatever, because everything's boring at the region. It's probably boring here other than the mayor, but regardless, it's nice to have the good news stories with some of the bad ones we've had. And so when I talk to these kids, it was, you can see that they're eating here, they're living here, they're getting personal services here. And then I found out that they have 3,000 students there now going to here at the Hatch building. And then I just walked here watching them all come out. So with all the good things with the GUS system where they have, I think it's 120,000 students throughout the world. And I just want to offer my congratulations to you all on this. They are coming to Regional Council to give a speech at the start and a presentation for 10 minutes. And I'll allow councillors to ask them. And these are the good things happening with us around. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any points here on it, because especially with the problems in Canada with the challenges with post-secondary education and getting students in, they've survived on this. I was at their first graduation of 18 people last summer, and it was fantastic to see this happening. So you know what you went through trying to get this university going, and I credit the Premier and everybody here, but I know all the councillors that came out to that, so good job on that. I'm sorry to harp on it, but it was such a good news story, and so I've invited other business. We'll do it with Brock University and Niagara College at the region as well, but the boon to downtown Niagara Falls, and as a result, GO Train. We had meetings with GO Train today, so I have a lot of things on my table to get involved in on this, but the first one is the budgeting at the region, because I understand you don't want us to give big increases that you have to fall onto as well on it, and I have challenges in front of me with the motion that was made a few weeks ago. But if you have any questions for me, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. Appreciate you being here, and just to add on with the university, you're exactly right. A lot of people don't really understand they're a private university, and some people don't make the distinction between a public and a private university. The only difference is that a private university doesn't get government funding. That's the only difference. They're accredited in the exact same way, and all the students are graduate and above. They're all master's programs and above. So it's not entry level, it's advanced, and they give incentives if you're a local. They give financial incentives if you want to go to school. And maybe it's too expensive to go to some other school. You have a great opportunity here. And I can tell you that Bob Gill, when he was the chair of the Parks Commission, was really fighting to have coverings at the GO train station so that the people in the snow and the rain can be protected when they're waiting to pick up their GO bus. And also we work together trying to get hourly, and that's part of Destination Niagara, getting hourly service, not just 3 a day, but every hour. So we're working collectively on that. And the nice thing is Bob understands Niagara Falls issues. He understands Thoroldstone Road coming to the downtown. He understands the importance of GO and the university. And the other thing about the university, people don't realize, they've got 3 medical schools in the Caribbean that create hundreds of doctors. They've got medical school in London, England. They've got engineering schools. They're very advanced with their education. So they're not new to education. I know that Councillor Peter Angelo wanted to make comment. Chair, if I
May I just add one thing first,
Yes.
if you don't mind,
Yeah.
Mayor, is the support from Councillors Morocco and Councillor Crater, I know is behind me, and I see Councillor Greenwood's here now. We're a great team here, including yourself on it, and it kind of saves us on some of the updates, because you know what's going on in the region more than anybody. We've all been around there for many years, but
Thank you.
I thank them for their support.
And thank you, the regional councillors, for being here tonight. Appreciate that. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and perhaps through you to Chair Gale, I just wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you.
We're very proud that we have a Niagara Falls representative that's been elevated to the chair position. It's been quite some time, and for anyone that's ever had a conversation with you, Bob, they know a few things that are very true. I mean, you're going to be truthful to them, you're going to be upfront, and unlike some other politicians, Your Worship, you're not going to get a sugar-coated answer, which I really appreciate, actually, when I talk to you, Bob.
I don't know if that was a slam or...
No, definitely not. No, definitely not. It's not going to be sugar-coated. Your Worship, I really believe that Bob is going to be a strong leader. Obviously, he has a lot of history in the Niagara region with running a successful business. He's always brought in that expertise and that business acumen over to politics. And one thing reigns true, Bob, you've always fought to lessen the burden on taxpayers. And we really appreciate that. And I really think that that's what the region needs right now. So congratulations to you, and I look forward to working with you.
I thank you for that, and thank you for having the A.N. Meyer members of the band here to present for you and I don't know if anybody else here went to A.N. Meyer. I don't think there's one of them.
I think we're the only two.
NFCBI, Wesleyan, Stanford, whatever, but it's just for you and me, Mayor.
And the clerk, too.
Oh, and the clerk. Okay, we're good.
So on behalf of all of us here, we want to say congratulations on Bob Gale being appointed to chair of the region. So thank you, Bob, very much. Thank you.
And if you ever need me, you know how to get a hold of me.
So we're going to now, if you're going to stick around just to watch the appointment. Do you have enough time for the appointment of Councillor Greenwood? We're about to make this. You had 5 minutes. Okay, it's not even 5. You're good. Okay, I'm going to go to our clerk now. Thank you very much to our performers. Thank you. I'm going to go now to our clerk for 7.3, the declarations of a vacant seat.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. There is a memo on tonight's agenda, and Regional Chair Gale pointed out some of the chronology in his opening comments there. But also at the meeting of January 8th at Regional Council, they did declare the seat that was previously held by Councillor Gale for the Regional Council for the City of Niagara Falls, and they declared that seat to be vacant. Also at that meeting, Regional Council requested that the City of Niagara Falls advise of its preferred appointee to fill that vacancy, and based on the history of what has taken place in Niagara Falls for filling of vacancies, appointing the runner-up I think is most appropriate. In this case, it's Barbara Greenwood. She was the runner-up from the 2022 municipal election, and the recommendation in the memo is that Council receive the memo for information and advise the Regional Municipality of Niagara that Barbara Greenwood be its appointee to fill the vacancy on Regional Council.
Okay, I've got motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Peter Angelo, that we move that this be received and that Barb Greenwood be our choice as the preferred appointee to fill the vacancy on Regional Council. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we call the vote. All those in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Congratulations, Barbara. Welcome back. And Mr. Chair, thank you for sticking around. I know you have to be in Waynfleet. And Jess, good to see you as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we move on to 7.4, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee. And we've got Marilyn Tian, DEI Advisory Committee Chair, to present. So if you'd like to join us at the podium, Marilyn, welcome. Yes.
First, maybe do the quick intro of the summit and also the
okay, sure. And the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, dear Mayor and councillors and also community leaders. As the chair of the DI Advisory Committee, I stand before you today to discuss an important initiative that embodies our commitment to fostering diversity, inclusion, and equity. Can I get a second? Oh, sorry. I can move? Oh, technology seems. How can I move? Sorry. Oh. Yeah, voila. Thank you. So yes, within our community, which is our 2026 DEI Summit and the DEI Awards. This is our third year of the DEI Summit. Scheduled for April 14th, as you can see on the slide, 2026 at the Exchange from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. So this year's summit themed one community and many perspectives. Actually, this is our 3 years in a row in the same theme. So we want to keep this as our normal tagline of that. Aims to unite a diverse audience, including corporate leaders, non-profit organizations, educational institutions, government officials, healthcare professionals, and residents of the City of Niagara Falls. We anticipate an engaging turnaround around 100 to 150 participants, all eager to contribute to meaningful discussions on DEI. So the summit will feature a variety of formats, including the keynote speaking. Actually, this year, the keynote speakers will be Lindsay Maza, and also our panel discussion will include representatives from the Pride community, the Black community, and disability advocacy organizations, and experts in DEI policy and sociology. And also we have roundtable discussion conversations and a Q&A session. And we will also showcase a multicultural vendors celebrating the rich tapestries of cultures that make up our community. So a pivotal aspect of this summit is 2026 awards, which recognize outstanding contributions to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We currently now accepting nominations in which 3 key areas. So the Workplace DI Award, the Community Impact DI Award, and the Youth Empowerment DI Award. So these awards honor individuals and organizations that demonstrate exceptional leadership and a commitment to DI principles. So last year, which is in 2025, we proudly recognized Divine Favor, which is here today, and Healthcare Staffing Inc. as the recipient of 2025 DEI Community Impact Award for their inclusive employment practices and significant contributions to our community. And this year, in 2026, we encourage you all to nominate deserving candidates who are making a difference in our community. So I invite each of you to join us at the summit, which is on April 14th, to engage in these important conversations and help us celebrate those who are leading the way in promoting diversity and inclusion. Together, we can create a more equitable and inclusive environment for all residents in the city of Niagara Falls. So for more information, of course, on the summit and nominations, you can go to the website. Actually, Niagara Falls has a beautiful new website. And thank you for your time and support in making our community a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from, yes, sure, clap, thank you. Any questions for Marilyn Tien? Does anyone have any questions? Okay, so maybe just a motion to receive the presentation. Councilor Lococo, Councilor Carriot to second. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And Marilyn, thank you very much for your involvement, your volunteerism with the DEI committee.
Thank you. And now I will invite you to present award to the...
Oh, yes. Okay. One of our councilors will do it if he's on the right there. Or you? Yeah, ours, Monte, yeah. So, did you get yours? Yes. Yes, okay. See, he knows to also make sure he does vertical that's for Instagram, we know that. So did you want to say anything about this work? Congratulations on behalf of the city, and Marilyn, what would you like to say in Mona about this special award?
I mean, again, for our DI, the committee, we have, I can use the words to other people to judge, but we did our best to making sure that, the awareness and also the engagement for the DI, the actions. We don't want to stay just the trend or the word. We really put the effort in making sure that everybody has the place to have their voice. And we appreciate businesses or individuals like media and so many others being really engaging. And thank you for the support from the city and also
you want to say anything else, Monica?
Congratulations. We kind of supported you contender, but you are the best contender. We're all very happy everybody was on board for that, and our community did great work. Marilyn being chair, they do amazing work, and thank you, Marilyn, for everything for our community.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'll read this certificate or this award. The Niagara Falls, Community DEI Award presented to Divine Favor Healthcare Staffing Inc. Lillian Long-Lagoff, CEO, founder, in recognition of Outstanding Community DEI Impact 2025. Congratulations. Oh, she said I have a little speech. I always get a little worried when they say a little speech.
So dear Mayor Jim, below council members, the DEI committee, distinguished guests, community leaders, friends, and family. I give thanks to God for His grace, guidance, and faithfulness. I'm deeply honored and grateful to receive the 2025 Community DEI Award from the city of Niagara Falls. This recognition means so much to me because it reflects the values of equity, inclusion, and community, values that guide both my life and the work I do. This award is not mine only. It belongs to the families we serve, the seniors we advocate for, the caregivers who give their heart every day, and the many partners and community members who believe that dignity and opportunity should be accessible to all. As an immigrant, a mother, and an entrepreneur, I have seen firsthand how powerful it is when people are supported, seen, and welcomed. When we invest in people, we strengthen families, and when families thrive, communities flourish. Thank you to the City of Niagara Falls, our mayor, our DEI committee, Mary Tan, our council members, our councillors, our community for your leadership, commitment to building inclusive communities. I receive this award with gratitude, humility, and a renewed commitment to continue serving and uplifting our community. Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the planning portion of our agenda. I now call on our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 2 apartment buildings, 6 stories in height, with a total of 106 dwelling units at the corner of Dorchester Road and Oldfield Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll now call on Nick DeBenedetti, our Planner 2, who's going to provide us with an explanation of the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments. Welcome.
Your Worship, my name's Nick DeBenedetti, Planner 2 at the City of Niagara Falls, and we're here to discuss an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. In regards to this report, basically this is an information report, not a recommendation report this evening. The applicant is 1456335 Canada Inc., Steve Merza. The proposal is to construct 2 new apartment buildings, 6-story in height, total of 106 dwelling units, and it's located at the end, as indicated on the map there, at the end of Dorchester and the corner of Oldfield Road. Sorry about that. So location. It is noted there, the subject lands in red. Again, there are surrounding properties that deal with Niagara Moving Storage, Niagara Gymnastics, there's AP Storage, Palfinger adjacent to the west, Casino Niagara Warehouse, and then there's Avid Growing Systems. And again, as you can see there is Oldfield Road there, and to the northeast there's residential development, there's a hydro corridor, and then just immediate to the north of that there's townhomes, there's apartment building, and then to the west we have a trail system that comes right up to the adjacent, which then it will end off and then will lead further down and it stops over there with the, basically where the 6 industrial lots are. To the east, there's an environmental protection area, so it is heavily treed, and again, the part that we're talking about is the vacant component in the front of the lot. Background information. The applicant proposed to construct 2 6-story apartment buildings containing a total of 106 dwelling units on the front portion of the site, with the rear portion being placed in an EPA area. There's a total of 151 parking spaces are proposed, primarily between the 2 buildings, as well as behind and along the east side. There's going to be a substantial landscape buffer proposed on the west side and to the rear of the lands where it's heavily treed. The applicant also proposes restoration work in the EPA area, subject to approvals from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and then final design matters will be completed when we're going through the site plan control process. And that just gives you an elevation drawing of what's being proposed, gives you the different views, the front view and then the side views. Official plan and amendment in regards to the property. The subject lands are designated residential in the city's official plan and are located within the built-up area and in the riverfront community plan. It was approved in council in 2018. The property is also identified within the QEW employment corridor. In addition, the lands are subject to the special policy area number 56, which applies additional site-specific policies beyond your standard OP. Now, even though the property is located within the riverfront community plan area, the particular site is governed by an older policy number 56 rather than the riverfront community plan that applies to the other parts, especially to the lands further south. Under the official plan part 2 policy 13.51-1, 56-1, the city cannot consider development applications on these lands until a secondary plan is completed and approved. Now, the applicant is requesting to exempt this subject lands from this policy, so the current application that will be presented when we complete our recommendation report will be developed. They're looking at proceeding without having the secondary plan. Zoning and zoning bylaw amendment. The subject lands are currently zoned GI in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The applicants are proposing to rezone the lands to a site-specific R5D zone in the front and an EPA area in the back. Now, the application is seeking some departures from the R5D zone. They're looking for a reduction in the front yard setback that off of Dorchester. They're looking for a reduction in the interior side yard on the northwest side. It would just actually be at the daylight triangle where we have our unopened road allowance. They're looking at adding 2 apartment dwellings where one's only permitted, the increasing the balcony projection, and the reduction of the landscape open area in regards to the percentage-wise. And again, this gives you the floor layout and the site plan layout. Again, they're having the 2 apartment buildings, parking in the rear. There's going to be enhanced buffering as noted along our unopened road allowance. And in this area where it's currently vacant, they're going to regenerate it with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority approval by infilling this land where the trees are not. Now, a public open house meeting was held with staff, 3 members of the public in attendance. To date, at the time, there was a 1 written submission from the public that was received as part of the open house. Circulation was also completed on August 8th, and all properties within the 120 meters subject to the lands were circulated to, and also there was a sign posted on the property. Now, the 3 key concerns that came out from the open house, it was adjacent to the landowner that is Palfinger. They had some concerns in regards to increased traffic, lighting, noise from the adjacent property, which would be theirs, and then limiting possibly the future expansion of their operations with the apartment building being located next door. And again, it was increased traffic concerns, lighting and noise, and the development of future expansion, limiting their capabilities. So in conclusion, we're basically stating here that council receives this for information purposes only regarding the application for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with the future vacant land at the corner of Dorchester and Oldfield Road. And again, just to summarize, I've been on the site numerous occasions, at least 5 or 6 different times. I just wanted to get a perspective of how's it out there, and you could see in this view, you could see how the residential neighborhood is actually close by. It's right at the corner there. Actually, if you're driven down Oldfield Road, the city's done an amazing job on that street. And then on this angle, you could see right in the top corner over, you could see over the tree canopy, you could see the Palfingers building. So this gives you a perspective of what they're looking at developing in the front component there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. De Benedetti? Yes, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. De Benedetti. A couple of questions. Since there's no recommendation, it's just for information, I'm wondering, why is it on the agenda? Is there a reason for certain timing with receiving an application or OLT concerns? Why do we have it before us today?
Okay, through you, Mayor. The reason why is that we wanted, in this situation, because there was concerns with the adjacent property owner, we felt in this situation it was good to bring it to council to at least give an information session of what's being proposed. If there was any questions tonight, because it still is a public meeting, it could be addressed. And then again, we also had the open house meeting, so this is just an additional meeting to inform our councilors.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, I noticed that Palfinger does have some concerns. In the report, it doesn't talk about class 2 or class 3 buffers. Is there any information that we should know about that now? And will the agent be presenting after our staff to encourage us to approve it? Where are we on that?
Mr. De Benedetti.
Okay, through you, Your Worship. Yes, there have been the technical studies that have been, I guess, completed. They were also, we asked those studies to be completed because they're trying to move forward without doing the secondary plant, which in this situation, because it's one lot on its own, so we indicated that we wanted to do all those studies ahead of time. In relation to the D6 guidelines, the agent and will speak about that a little bit further. There have been studies that have addressed any concerns about the compatibility of the industry in close proximity to the residential component. And also we've done a further peer review that we're summarizing, getting the information to make sure that what was done in the D6 guideline with the initial report is satisfactory.
Okay, thank you. Just an extension of that, will the agent be asking us to make a decision?
Through your worship. Again, this is an information session, so they're probably going to be here to discuss a little bit about their proposal. If you need any additional questions answered, what they're looking at doing, they're here to provide feedback.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mr. De Benedetti, and thank you for the presentation. So we don't normally see, and to Councilor Lococo's point, we don't normally have you come ahead of time to get our feel. So I think you're here because we're really discussing the compatibility. And there is great concern when we're putting residential in industrial sites. We have been working very hard. The jobs are very important to us. So having something that we're already questioning the compatibility is definitely of concern. So if that's what you're looking for from tonight, I will express that I have concerns. And we have Pelfinger, who's already made concerns about this. So I really hope that we do our homework first before we're put in a situation where, because we don't want to go against, in fact, that's what we want to see is residential growth. So we're always having this challenge here. Residential growth is so important, but we have a whole city where we can put good residential growth. And to do it and we jeopardize industry and jobs is concerning to me. It's we don't have industrial land everywhere, so I think we really have to stop and hear what our industries are saying. We know very much. I think there was a quote from Steve Cohen that went into the Independent on September 23rd that basically said after 115 years, they were forced to move to another municipality because residential growth encroached into his plant, and instead of them having to take a back seat, he and his company still had to answer to the Ministry of the Environment, which cost a lot of extra money. So if we're weighing the two, which is that I think what we're doing here, industry versus residential, the fact that residential can go anywhere and industry is so important, I think we have to really listen to the industries. And you start the presentation with basically it's not really a lot of residential area here. It's very kind of industrial. So I just wanted to pass my comments because that's why I think you're here asking for.
Through your worship. Again, we don't typically do an information session here, and we're here to make sure that all the comments will be addressed at the recommendation. Yes, D6 compatibility is very important. We're making sure that's why we're doing an additional peer review. But council also have to remember that this land is designated already residential. They're not coming here to do an official plan amendment to remove it. Council, it's already been passed as residential, and a key component, a good 60% of it is EPA area, and we do have a 20-meter road allowance as an additional buffer. And again, that's the reason why I went out there to the site. I've been there on numerous occasions, because again, I'm going to be writing out a report at the end, and I want to make sure what I'm writing makes sense. And you want to also be out there to see how the impact will be, not only Pelfinger, also we have the residential component to the northeast.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I know in the report you also said I think there are 3 things that would be unlikely to cause anything. I know it's zoned residential, but sometimes things don't always line up properly. And we've learned from experience what can actually happen. So was the other one near Salit, it got zoned residential, and that's what ended up happening to that industry. So when I see those 3 things, I think it said unlikely, unlikely, unlikely. If it was stated, it absolutely would not. I think it would be easier, but when things are unlikely, it still shows probability that there could be concerns against coming back to industry. So it's just my comment on this.
And again, to yourself, and that's the reason why we're doing the additional peer review. That's going to back up the D6 original study. The peer review is going to make sure that what they put in that initial report makes sense and are meeting the standards.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, so I think we're right there. And Mr. Clerk, what would you like us to do on this one, just to receive?
Well, since it is a public meeting, we do have a list of speakers, or one speaker actually that is registered, and then you could go to the gallery to see if there are any other speakers. And then, of course, the agents are in attendance as well if they have any presentation. Firstly, we could call on Les Neufeld from Pelfinger. He had pre-registered to speak.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon. My name is Les Neufeld, and I'm the Director of Operations at Pelfinger Inc. here in Niagara Falls. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and about this issue that's becoming more and more apparent to us, the residential encroachment of expanding industrial operations. So as some of you may know, we've been in the area for 30 plus years at that site, and we've grown steadily both in employment and production. Despite the geopolitical trade tensions, the demand for our products has grown substantially in the last year. So we are busy. We're the only Pelfinger plant in Canada, and investing heavily in modernizing our equipment, strengthening our supply chain, and creating sustainable long-term jobs. We currently employ 110 employees with full benefit packages, and employer match pensions, and are also in a full ramp-up state right now. We are currently running 2 full shifts of production, starting from 6 a.m. and we're ending at 10:30 p.m. with the possibility of a third shift or even a future expansion. And we're very proud to contribute to the economic health of this region. However, as the community has expanded, we're experiencing new challenges with residential moving closer and closer to our operational footprint. While growth on both sides is a positive sign for the region, it does create friction and when industrial and residential uses begin to overlap. So we're quite concerned. I want to highlight 3 key considerations. First, industrial facilities like ours operate under strict regulatory, environmental, and safety requirements. Our work involves truck traffic, shift-based operations, and at times higher noise levels or increased activity, especially as we continue to scale up. These operational characteristics are normal and fully compliant with all regulations, but can understandably feel disruptive to a community and our neighbors as they get closer and closer. The closer homes are built to the operations, the harder it becomes to maintain this balance without compromising either safety or efficiency. Second, the proximity to the new housing developments puts pressure on our ability to expand. Our business is currently planning upgrades, equipment additions, and workforce increases. Each of these requires space. Space for logistics, parking, inventory, and times construction. When residential properties border our boundaries, expansions that once were straightforward become constrained or, in some cases, not even possible. This limits not only our growth, but also our future job opportunities and economic contributions we bring to the region. Third, and most importantly, we believe strongly of being a responsible neighbor. We recognize that families want safe, quiet, and comfortable communities to live in. At the same time, industrial employers need predictable zoning and land use stability to continue operating efficiency. Neither objective is unreasonable. The challenge arises when these priorities collide and they become meshed. We're asking for the collaborative, forward-looking land use decisions that protect the long-term visibility and established industrial operations, while still supporting heavily community growth. This could mean preserving appropriate buffers, maintaining industrial zoning around existing facilities, or ensuring new residential developments are placed at a reasonable distance from high-activity industrial zones. Our business is committed to working with the municipal leaders, planners, and residents to find solutions that make sense for everyone. We're not opposed to development, far from it. We simply want to ensure that industrial employers who have been part of the backbone of this region can continue to operate safely, efficiently, and sustainability as the community grows around us. In closing, I want to emphasize that responsible planning isn't about choosing industry over residents or residents over industry. It's about recognizing that both are essential for a thriving region. With thoughtful zoning and cooperative dialogues, we can ensure that businesses like ours continue to provide stable employment and economic strength while residents enjoy neighborhoods that are well planned, safe, and separate from industrial impacts. Thank you guys for your time, and I look forward to continued dialogue with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Any questions of council for Mr. Neufeld? Councillor Carrio.
The question may not be directly for him, but I'd like to know specifically, and I'm sure council wants to know exactly what would happen if that building was put up there. what can they do to Palefinger? What happens to him? Does he then become more susceptible to not being able to make noise? Exactly what happens in that case? Is there anything that can help us or tell us? Or
So I'm going to go to, Mr. Felicetti, our Director of Business Development. Are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, what's happened, because this has happened in the community, is when you have residential encroachment, is any resident, if you're living nearby, can go to the Ministry of the Environment. And what happens is the onus on dealing with the noise, the mitigation of that noise, falls on the plant. And they have a certain time period to correct it. So it could cost them hundreds of thousands or $1 million to correct the issue, change the operation of the plant. And we're talking about a multinational plant, we just heard, out of Austria. That's the head office. North American head office is in Chicago. They have 6 or 7 plants in the U.S. This is the only Canadian plant. So with everything going on geopolitically and with tariffs, they're doing quite well. And if they start having these types of issues and they have to spend money like this, that's the challenge you have. And they have to make decisions. Do they stay? Do they spend the money? Or do they move on? So it's a real critical issue.
Does that help, Councillor?
it does, Your Worship. It helps a bit, but I mean, I'm wondering what rights they have. They're there first. What rights do they have so that they can, or what can we do so that we can mitigate any problems that could happen to him in case it happens? Because you know that in most of these planning matters, eventually it could get out of our hands. And it could happen without us voting for it. So what can we do to protect him, even in case there is something done, because it is residential? So what can we do as a community or as a council to help him maintain the ability to run his business?
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Felicetti. Did you want to just weigh in, and then is someone else you want to add to the conversation?
The challenge, I think I go back to when you have the conflict. I understand where if the decision goes to the OLT, then it's a challenge, and that could be one of the options eventually down the road. But when you allow that to happen, we saw that happen with Solid Steel. You get, again, people can go to the MOE, and it doesn't matter if the plant's been there a year or 50 years or 100 years. They go to the plant and say, you got to fix this. If you don't fix this within a period of time, you start coming under fees. They start charging penalties. So that's the challenge. It's zoned industrial. I know in the OP it's residential, but currently it's zoned industrial. And I know there's encroachment happening. So for them, they're doing quite well. And if you go through that plant, medium age is about 40 years old. So there's a lot of young people working at that plant, 110 to 140 people. So it's a challenge. I understand there's that conflict, but it all comes back down to the MOE and getting complaints when you have this conflict.
So I guess Councillor Kerr is asking, is there anything we can do to protect the jobs in the company?
Well, you can. It's only an information report. Eventually, you're going to have to make a decision. You can obviously make a decision that protects the plant, and then there could be some in this period of time before this comes back to council. We could look at other opportunities to kind of see what we can do with the plant.
Doesn't help. Yeah. No.
It doesn't help because, like I said, we might end up not being the people who make the decision on whether or not that the property gets built beside them, but our hands seem to be tied at what we can do to help them. So.
Okay. We'll keep the conversation. Councillor Newestag.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure who I address it to. I guess it to Ms. Dolch. But because it has not come to us and they haven't got the approval, and the fact that planning is already coming seeking our comments right now, would you not take our comments into concern that we are concerned for jobs first, and of course we want residential, but when we have that fear of losing jobs.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So, and the reason we're here tonight as an information is because we want to make sure we do our due diligence. Obviously, we're going to hear from you tonight, your concerns, and we'll take those away as well. But we wanted to make sure we did all our due diligence based on the concerns that were raised by Palefinger, and that's why we're doing the peer review. Our peer reviewer has questions, their consultant's answering, so we are looking into the details. It is designated residential, yes, and that's something we have to factor in. But we do need to make sure it's compatible with that industry, and that's what we're doing right now. And that's why we're not here tonight with the recommendation report, because as staff, we're not yet comfortable with that approach at this point in time. Once we do all our due diligence, we may return recommending approval, but for now, we're still doing our due diligence. We could recommend denial as well. So we'll be coming back to you, but we will take your comments. Obviously, we've heard from Powfinger, their concerns. We are aware of Mr. Felicetti's concerns about industry, and then yours as well. So we'll be contemplating all of it as we formulate our recommendation report for next month.
Just one last question. I'm not even sure how to ask that. But we have this business industry right here speaking very loud and clear to us about the problems, and yet we're still going through a process that we could end up. And I can't help but think I've learned a lot sitting around this council table in the last number of years. And one of the first things I learned was the bad planning decision with the quarry 20 years ago. And because of that decision, taking industry and putting into residential, knowing that there was a potential of a quarry, fast forward, we have a residential area. There was no easy solution for it, and we couldn't take the housing back out of it. So now we're at a point before we put the housing into it, and before we end up with a problem 20 years down the road where we're begging an industry, don't leave. Can we not, is there not a stronger forum that you can hear our voice as well as just a compatibility, like the fact that it's already come to us ahead of time, and I thank you for doing that, to hear our voice now. And I'm only one voice. I don't know how the other fellow councillors feel on this. Maybe they should speak as well. But
through the worship to the councillor. So because it's a planning matter, what we have to do is look at planning policy. And as planners, we have to evaluate that planning policy to determine the appropriate land use. In this case, in particular, in 2018, this site was redesignated from industrial to residential. That happened, so we have to factor in that the plans have planned this site for a residential use. The question we can only look to at this point, is it compatible? Is there issues of compatibility? Because it's zoned industrial is one matter, but the official plan is the one that dictates future land use. So in 2018, when it was designated residential, obviously we have to contemplate that and consider the policies that are in play and the decisions at the time that were made. So those are the restrictions we have, but we are looking to make sure that there isn't a compatibility problem. We are aware, obviously, in other situations where we've noted some concerns that have occurred after approval, so we want to make sure, and that's why we're pausing and looking into the details thoroughly on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about residential encroachment on industrial as well. I would have liked to have seen some policy in this report so I could form not a decision, but an opinion based on policy, and then I could form proper comments to give to our staff that they could take that. Without those D6 guidelines and buffers and number of feet that it can be close to, we're kind of just saying an opinion. We don't want residential encroachment on industrial, but we don't have any facts. How far is it? What are the D6 guidelines? Is there any way that we could have another report that can give that to us? Because just saying we don't want residential encroachment is one thing, but looking at hard informed facts and educated facts about why we don't agree with it might be a little bit more helpful. Can we get that information?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship, through to the councillor. So some of the information is in the report on the surrounding land uses and the information about D6. So, for example, Powfinger is noted as a Class 2 facility in the report, which requires that 70-meter separation distance. But we can provide further detail if you like through email to the council. We do have the land use compatibility study online, but we can kind of summarize what it says a little bit further, more in depth if you'd like, from what we have here.
Thank you, because it does say 70 meters, but I don't know the residential property to where Palfinger is, and then has Palfinger agreed that they are a Class 2? Because we've been having this discussion about Class 2 and Class 3, who decides they're Class 2 and Class 3. We've heard from Palfinger that they have 2 shifts of 6 a.m. to 10:30. I don't know if they consider themselves Class 3, and again, we brought this up in 2024 about who determines those classes. So I'd like a little bit more information. I know it says 70 meters, but in relation to what? So I'd like some more information.
So hopefully between planning and economic development, we'll find out, is it D2, is it D3, and is it from the property line, the building, right? We need to determine exactly that. Ms. Dolch, you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And what we do is we rely on the experts in the noise industry field. So those experts, and we have our own peer reviewer who's reviewing the studies that have been submitted by the applicant. They're the ones with the expertise in noise assessment, and they're the ones who determine the industry, the type of industry, the class of industry. And that's why we had it peer reviewed, to make sure that our consultant agreed as well with the findings of the study. I'm not an expert in noise compatibility, so I can only guide you as much as I read in the D6, but I'm not an expert. So we do have to rely on those experts in the field, and that's what we're doing now, is we're waiting to find out more information from them to make sure they're satisfied with what the study communicated to us.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Felicetti one more time as well.
Plans to expand to the perimeter, right to the border of their property, which takes them to 70 meters. But they're reconsidering that, if this goes forward. But their plan is to go right to the border of their plant, which puts them within that 70-meter guideline. So they're going to be in a very challenging position. So that'll come, I think, as Ms. Dolch said. We're looking at that analysis. I think we're just sharing some information with you so you're aware when it comes back what the plans of the plant is as well.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to these D6 guidelines, the classification, in February of 2024, we ran across the same thing. The applicant's consultant says it's a certain class, but the other industry said, no, we're another class. So we have to rely on a consultant, and it just happens to be the applicant's a consultant who has a reason to put that as a class. I do like that Ms. Dolch said that we are getting it peer reviewed to get another opinion outside of the applicant. Not that the applicant's consultant is wrong, but they are looking at it from a different perspective. So getting a peer review is very helpful. But any more information that we could get, I would like to look at that. And with this expansion, like Mr. Felicetti said, that is happening, I think that's really important as well. What is there now and what is their right to expand? Because sometimes when we're looking at what is now, doesn't affect it as it could later for expansion. So we have to take that into consideration as well.
Thank you. That's like my alarm clock in the morning. I'm reaching for a snooze button. I'm going to go to Councillor Patel, then back to Councillor Newestag.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for coming out and for your, for your letter of opposing the development and you explaining what is going on. For me, is this land was designated residential by, I guess, City Council, and what we are asking is, in the future, I'm giving this comment for the recommendation for when this development comes back to council. Sometimes there's a recommendation comes that we can put it on the title of the residential that there will be an industry right beside you, there'll be noise happening. So we're telling residents that, oh, you can buy this property, but you'll have to deal with the noise, you'll have to deal with the smell, you have to deal with lots of other things. And then what we're telling the industry leaders is, oh, we want you here, but when residents complain, you have to deal with those complaints. So when we have recommendation coming when they're colluded with two different opinions, I think industry leaders are the ones suffering, and we have example that happened with Sully Steel, that even though there is when there's in a title of the house, when they say you can't complain, the industry is right there. Everything doesn't go as smoothly as we want. So my suggestion is when the recommendation comes back, I really want to see something clear cut to see what we can do, not just, oh, we can just put it on the title, then, oh, they'll have to deal with it, but industry still has to deal with it. Because what I see is you need a thriving industry for thriving cities. We have to see what we want our cities to see in 10 and 30 years, what we want our kids to do in the future. Do we want them to stay in our city or not?
whether if it's residential, I'm not taking sides right now because we are not deciding or anything, but I just want clear report and make sure that, you know, developers not wrong either because this land is designated residential. So we'll just make sure that we get the clear direction when we make the decision that where staff stands on, not just the joint, combined, or colluded decision, recommendation.
And also, staff wanted to weigh in on this too. Councillor Patel? Yes, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And we are looking into that. So normally we do have some standard noise clauses that go into agreements. The difficulty in this case, as you heard from Mr. Felicetti, is that, you know, the MOE gets involved. So we are working to see if there's some, if we have some legal parameters where we can put some conditions in place if and when they do complain to the MOE, that they're aware of it and that the MOE will accept that condition. So we are looking into that to see if that's something we can put in place, but we just don't have that answer yet. Again, we will bring that back.
Okay. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The conditions, and maybe Mr. Felicetti can answer that. How likely is, like, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of the Environment, based on previous ones, can those conditions actually hold and that they can't touch industry? Or in your experience, how do you see that?
As Ms. Dolch indicated, that's the next conversation with the MOE, because as of this date, we haven't had much success, but we're getting ahead of it. I think that's why the information report's here. We're going to have those conversations and see if you have those mitigating measures in agreements and on title, because the plant was there ahead of the residents, if they'll take that. So we're going to have those conversations and hopefully have that answer for council when we come back.
Okay, and the second question through Mr. Mayor is, you mentioned that they're looking at an expansion, I'm not sure to who, and if they don't go through with that expansion, what is the cost in terms of the number of jobs that we will not see? How many, well, in other words, your expansion through Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Neufeld, how many jobs would we be looking at? The cost of this expansion and even our tax base, what would we be looking at?
Current planning that we're looking at would be probably around 20
jobs. Okay, and dollar value in terms of cost of this expansion?
It's a good question. I don't know the exact dollar figure.
Okay, I thank you. So I think this is a very serious situation just because of jobs. And just one final comment. If things could be normal because somebody has been there first and somebody who buys a property understands that they're there and they don't have a say, that's the best, that's the beauty of everything. But up until now, we've not seen that. And because we haven't seen it, that's why I think Mr. Neufeld's here and we are concerned for our jobs. So if that could happen, that would be an amazing change for the province and for industry. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Go back to Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One final question through you to Mr. Neufeld. What do you consider Palfinger to be classed at, 2 or 3?
Well, that's a good question. I think.
Sorry. How's that? I think it depends on if we would go the third shift. Because if we go the third shift, then we're running 24 hours a day. And I think even running the second shift now, I don't know when the noise studies were done, but we only just started this in the last 2 months. So I'm pretty sure this has an impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Mayor, thank you. I just have one simple question here. Thanks for your presentation, 30-plus years employees and everything, but I just want to know, the businesses that are currently located in Niagara Falls are part of your supply chain. Do we have any? And if you do, how large do you think those businesses are and the effects within the community?
Currently, we deal with, so we outsource all our maintenance locally. All our electricians, everything is done locally with local businesses. Our supply chain is relatively small in the area. We do have a couple external dealers right in Niagara Falls. But I would say in the future, we're trying to develop in the region, for the region, sourcing strategy. So this would bring in additional for the heavy steel components.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further questions of council, Mr. Clerk, thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld, appreciate you being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else that's registered to speak?
No other registered speakers. You could go to the gallery.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this topic? Yes, you can come forward if you'd like to come to the microphone and state your name and your address. And then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. And just to sort of clarify, I think there might have been some miscommunication. I had reached out to the clerks. I'm here on behalf of the Niagara Industrial Association. My name is Ken Schultens. My address is 8 Logan Street, St. Catharines, Ontario. And I'm sort of here to delegate on 2 topics, so that's where there might have been some confusion about the number of individuals delegated to speak on this. I'd like to speak to the fact of industry as a whole, rather than just Palfinger as a specific. Throughout history here in Niagara, we have seen residential encroachment across a number of municipalities that have negatively impacted our ability to employ individuals within the manufacturing sector. So right now, today, we're talking about Palfinger, but this could have easily been a discussion that we would have had 5 years ago about Salit Steel, 10 years ago about John Deere and Welland, or even more recently talking about the agricultural sector of other uses in which residential encroachment moves towards those established entities. And it's been pointed out here today that the residents then complain to the MOE, and then it's dependent upon the pre-existing user, whether that is a agricultural winery that is using bird bangers that residents find disturbing, whether it is a manufacturer that is establishing a third shift and is now operating 24/7 and has trucks coming throughout the day, operating forklifts, or whether it's a pre-existing steel manufacturer that was moving steel throughout the day and received complaints from residents. I think it's very dependent upon this council to determine what their priorities are in terms of whether it's residential development or protecting and securing jobs within your community. One of the things that the Niagara Industrial Association would like to highlight is that when you look at the sectors within your economy and the jobs that are created, the manufacturing sector has the highest positive impact in terms of median household income of any sector within your economy. So the manufacturing sector is really what drives that home ownership, the spend within your community. And as a lifelong Niagara resident who has worked within the city of St. Catharines, the Niagara region, the city of Thorold, one of the things that I'm very proud to say is when you look at those statistics, when you look at those commuter patterns, when you look at where people work and live, the Niagara region is still very much a economy of people get to live where they work. People predominantly either work in one municipality and commute to another municipality within the Niagara region. And that's because we have that manufacturing base that provides those jobs for those individuals that live in this economy. As you continue to, say, permit this type of encroachment, you're forcing individuals like Palfinger to make business decisions. They're a global company. They can locate and operate anywhere. And the more difficult you make it for them to do business, the more they have to question, is this a place that they want to do business? And it pains me to say this in the current, economic climate, but we are a stone's throw from the U.S. border. And it's a very easy decision to say, where is an easier place to do business? Is it easier to stay here and operate here in Southern Ontario in Niagara Falls? Or is it easier to move a few kilometers south across the border? And these are very much the decisions that are being posed to you as councillors today. I recognize the fact that this is only here for informational purposes, but I would like to just speak as a representative of the NAI, of the Niagara Industrial Association, and just reiterate the importance that manufacturing has here, not only in Niagara Falls, but the Niagara region, and the importance to our local economy. Thank you.
Any questions of council? Councillor Carrio.
I would think that the way things are today, I wouldn't want to be talking about anybody moving across the border. Because if he said he was going to move across the border and locate his business in that kook's country, I'd lose all respect for him.
So again,
that's just a rhetorical comment. You don't have to. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to address council on this topic? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, what's our next step on this one then?
representative or their agent.
Is there anybody here that would like to speak on behalf of the applicant, the residential applicant, wishes to come forward? Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having us tonight. My name's Chelsea Liotta, and I'm a planner at Upper Canada Consultants, representing the owner of the subject lands, 144-56335 Canada Inc. Here with me is William Hycoop, Planning Manager at Upper Canada Consultants. We are here tonight to provide a presentation for a combined official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application for the proposed development of unaddressed lands located at the corner of Dorchester Road and Oldfield Road. The subject lands are vacant and irregularly shaped with an area of about 2.63 hectares or 6.5 acres and approximately 122 meters of frontage on the south side of Dorchester Road. Of the total area, about 1.2 hectares or 3 acres of land are developable. Surrounding the site is a mix of land uses, including residential, industrial, and environmental. From a policy perspective, the subject lands are located within the Niagara Falls urban area and within the built-up area as per the Niagara official plan. They are designated as residential and environmental protection area in the city's official plan and zoned as general industrial. The proposed development includes 2 6-story residential apartment buildings consisting of 53 units each for a total of 106 dwelling units. There are 2 proposed driveway accesses, one between the two buildings on Dorchester Road and another forming the 4th leg of the existing Dorchester Road and Oldfield Road intersection. Surface parking is provided primarily at the rear of the site with 151 parking spaces, including 7 accessible spaces. As you will see, the entirety of the southern portion of the lands are excluded from the plan for environmental protection and enhancing restoration planting. As noted, the subject lands are designated as residential and environmental protection area. An official plan amendment has been submitted to refine the extent of the residential land use designation against the environmental protection area, increasing the environmental protection area. And the amendment also facilitates the proposed development by exempting the lands from Section 1356(1) of the official plan, as the subject lands are not contiguous with the secondary plan area. The proposed zoning will be amended from general industrial to residential apartment 5D density site-specific zoning. This amendment will implement the development proposal and align the zoning with the existing residential land use designation and proposed official plan schedule updates. The southern portion of the lands are to be amended from general industrial to environmental protection to provide restoration and long-term protection to the wetland and woodland features that were identified through the EIS. Along with the applications, a Stage 1 archaeological assessment with corresponding ministry clearance, planning justification report, environmental impact study, Phase 1 and 2 environmental impact assessments, tree protection plans, D6 compatibility mitigation studies, functional servicing report and stormwater management plan, traffic impact study, shadow study, and wetland water balance were prepared. At the city's request, a peer review of the D6 compatibility and mitigation study was undertaken, which identified the need for some additional information. SLR Consulting, who prepared the study, provided a response letter addressing all peer review comments and an additional response to city staff questions. The client has also agreed to work with the adjacent landowner to the west through site plan approval process to address any future screening and landscaping treatments to provide additional screening and buffer beyond the existing environmental and vegetated area separating the properties. As the subject lands are located at the terminus of Dorchester Road and Oldfield Road, the site occupies a prominent location with an important viewshed along Dorchester Road. Accordingly, architectural design and landscaping are key considerations. The proposed 6-story apartment buildings have been designed to enhance the quality and character of the streetscape, with the majority of parking located at the rear of the site to minimize visual impacts and highlight built form. The preliminary site plan demonstrates an appropriately scaled form of development that enhances the Dorchester Road viewshed while providing residential intensification and infill within the built-up area, supporting a compact urban built form and complete communities. The development is subject to subsequent site plan approval process following the approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. In summary, the development proposal seeks an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to implement the development of the subject lands for 2 apartment buildings yielding a total of 106 dwelling units. As the site is designated residential, it is envisioned for residential growth and represents a logical and prioritized location for future development. It is understood that concerns and comments have been received from the adjacent landowner. The appropriate land use compatibility studies have been completed and have confirmed that both the existing industry and proposed development can coexist.
And I just wanted to add a little bit. I've heard a lot of discussion here from council, and I'm very aware of the situation regarding residential encroachment. And when we started to undertake the study with SLR for the land use compatibility component, we took a very conservative approach when we did that study. The modeling and the report was done with an assumption that there would be a 24-hour operation there. So I understand that Palfinger has plans to expand and add a 3rd shift. That was certainly already covered off in the study and the results that we have. Currently, in terms of the amount of truck traffic, we understand that there's about 13 semi-tractor trailers that come per week. We modeled it with 2 per hour. So we've taken an approach that goes well beyond a baseline of this is what we have to do, so we're just meeting the threshold. We've taken that very conservative approach and have met all of the required noise and odor emissions thresholds that are identified in the D6 series guidelines and that are required under the Ministry of Environment. So we've gone through quite a comprehensive process. We feel that we've addressed all of the compatibility issues. The report does have recommendations for warning clauses, as the one councillor had mentioned, and those would be required to be implemented through the site plan control process. One of the other things beyond this, and I think is relevant to the conversation, is there's always a fairness component. There's always 2 sides to the coin, and there is an existing operation. Yes, we have to be mindful of it, but there's that fairness component where this is a property owner. He does have that land and does have a right to do something with it. So we are moving forward and proposing a development that's consistent with the city's vision as identified in the Riverfront Community Plan to have this as a residential property. Currently, Palfinger does not have an environmental compliance approval with the Ministry of Environment. Major industries who emit noise, odor, and those type of emissions are required to have that environmental compliance approval with the ministry. So if Palfinger does want to expand, they are going to have to go through the requisite process to get those approvals from the Ministry of Environment and to get an environmental compliance approval. Those environmental compliance approvals require them to meet the noise, odor, and other emissions at their property line. So our report and study recognizes that existing situation. It has confirmed that we were within the applicable noise thresholds. And now moving forward, they are going to, if they want to expand, have to ensure there's a reciprocal recognition that they have to meet those requirements at the property line. So we feel that we have come forward with a very reasonable proposal. We feel like we've done our due diligence and homework to ensure that we're meeting the required thresholds for noise attenuation, and certainly that this is something that should be able to proceed. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of that feedback information, and I understand that the peer review responses that we've received and gone back are currently under review with the city, and that's why we're here for the information report. But just wanted to provide a little bit additional information from our perspective on how we've approached this and what we've done to ensure that there's fairness on our side of the property line as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hycoop. Let me just see if there's any questions. I have Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the presenters, I just had one question. If we could go back a couple slides to the green map with the green hatching, please. There. It says proposed change to environmental protection area. There's green hatches, and then environmental protection area, there's green hatches, and I can't tell the difference. Can you tell me which one or which? And then I know on the slide before that, Mr. Di Benedetti said that you were going to replace trees in that one area. Can you explain those to me? I'm not quite sure I'm understanding.
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, yes, certainly. So here, this map represents the environmental designated area. However, it's better explained actually in this image. So that hatch you can see on the bottom of the drawing is actually an existing provincially significant wetland. So part and parcel to this process was delineating that wetland based on actual field studies, which we've completed an EIS for. In addition to the PSW feature, there is also a woodlot feature there that more or less mirrors and is a dashed line you can see on the plan that is very similar to the extent of the wetland. So that area surrounding the finger that you see coming out, extending towards the parking lot area, that would be restored and planted with significant plantings. But I think one of the things that I would additionally point out is you can see beyond the limits of the blue line, which is the subject property. You can see that existing provincially significant wetland extends around on the west side of the property. And so it actually is part and parcel to any further expansions Palfinger would have to have. They would have to reconcile that existing provincially significant wetland and understand whether or not they could even expand closer towards the subject lands in front of you here tonight.
Okay, I'm not sure still that I understand, other than you're removing some trees, but you're going to put some other trees. I just don't understand this, the two green. What am I looking at with this two green hatching? I'm not seeing two different colors of green.
Yeah, so the green is representing what would be the environmental protection area. So that underlying mapping outside of the subject area is the mapping based on desktop aerial imagery. We've actually gone and done the field survey, so that's why there's a little bit of a gap on either side of the blue line. But that is both the wetland and the woodlot boundary.
Okay, and just one final question. Maybe to Ms. Dolch, when this was rezoned to residential through Riverfront, was this intended to be the whole Riverfront along the Chippewa Parkway? Was that part of that whole redesignation, or is this something different?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, it was part of the Riverfront. So there's two different, this was in the 2018 approval. So yes, it was considered all the way to the south as well, but not the community plan. It was the one before that. So not the big proposal that was done on the Riverfront community with the commercial and the residential, but the one before that, they redesignated all those lands.
Okay. I think once we get more information, I can make a proper opinion on it, because I'm sort of, we're getting bits and pieces of information and still waiting for others. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So this is zoned residential.
Through Mr. Mayor, designated residential, zoned industrial. So What we're looking to do is bring forward a residential zoning that would be in line with that residential designation, which is the vision for this property.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. So it says the city cannot consider development applications on these lands until a secondary plan is completed and approved. Now, which secondary, is that Thundering Waters secondary plan, like riverfront secondary plan?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So there were certain lands as part of that amendment that were part of a secondary plan concept. These lands weren't included in that, so there are lands outside of that secondary plan that was done for the south area, the one where Riverfront's being developed right now. So these lands weren't included, but it does say in the policy, as Mr. Di Vendetti kind of illustrated, it does require a secondary plan. They're asking to be exempt from that secondary plan. So there was other areas to the north. I'm trying to where the hydro corridor, the hydro canal is. There's a piece to the north of that, a small piece that's included in the secondary plan, but everything north of that requires another secondary plan.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the distance between, and if we can have that when it comes back to council, the distance between the factory there and the subject lands and the factory to Oldfield and Ronnie Crescent. Would that be possible to bring that back? And has there been any complaints about what's going on in the factory now from different households around them?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we did get the letter from Palfinger indicating that they had complaints from the residential neighborhood to the north about their trucks arriving. So they've modified their shifts so that the trucks arrive at 8 a.m. And I think that was the letter we just received today.
Okay. Could we possibly get from Palfinger, if we can get the actual addresses or can we do that to find out who they're actually from, the exact?
Through Your Worship to the councillor, yes.
Just to make sure we know the distance in between and what's not. Okay. And then, because you were talking about the environmental protection area, so your opinion is that they won't be able to expand because of this environmental, because they'd have to cut down all those trees. Is that what you're saying?
Through Your Worship to the councillor, so right now it's mapped as a provincially significant wetland.
Wetland, okay.
So if it would be subject to a detailed EIS study. They could, through that process, refine the limits of that provincially significant wetland, but ultimately that would be a constraint that they would have to work through. Based on the fact that it has a significant tree canopy already, based on my experience, I would doubt it, but it would be subject to that study.
Okay. And the current owner,
Mr. Merza.
Mr. Merza, has he owned this land for a long time, or has it just been kind of like he's looking to develop and?
No, he's owned through Your Worship, he's owned the property for about 20 years.
Oh, 20 years, okay.
Yeah, he considered moving his industrial, or using the property for an industrial facility at one point in time, but it didn't really work for his business program. And as time moved on, the residential designation happened in 2018. They came to that realization several years later, and at that time approached us to begin working on the file.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Terry. Thank you, Worship. Very nice presentation. I'm sorry we're in this pickle. But you did a very good job explaining the problem that we're faced with. If those are paying close attention when you were talking about the environmental situation, that would make me very nervous if I was the owner and operator of the factory, considering this is going up. So you actually answered my questions much better than anyone else did, and tells us what's going to happen or could happen if you put that building up and he wants to expand this industry. It all depends on what happens with the Ministry of Environment. If they're going to make any changes so that every time someone drops a hammer on the floor, a person in the apartment next door can't call the ministry and have him stop doing whatever he's doing. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, I think we're in good shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, what's the next steps of this? Are we closing this?
Get the recommendation.
Yep. The recommendation of the report.
Okay, council, there's a recommendation in the report, in your council report, that we just receive for information the following. So looking for a motion to receive, Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Strange. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so unanimously, thank you to everybody that were here for this file. We're going to move on now to the next planning item. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to construct 7 two-story townhouse units on an existing vacant lot at 7956 Spring Blossom Drive and a small portion of the rear part of 7948 Spring Blossom Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the city council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Mr. De Benedetti, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Again, my name is Nick De Benedetti, Planner 2 at the City of Niagara Falls.
Yes.
We're here to discuss a zoning bylaw amendment application. Applicant NW Ontario Inc., Fasad Masood. Again, the proposal is they're proposing to rezone the subject lands that are highlighted in red and the back portion of 7948 Spring Blossom to a site-specific R4 zone to development of 7 townhomes. And again, this gives you an aerial, a larger version of the site. Again, we have commercial to the south. We have a residential single dwelling units to the north. We have this L-shaped property that is being discussed this evening. And then we have, just off of here, we do have some additional flag-shaped lots that were created at the time of the plan of subdivision. So again, there is a wide range of, again, the singles in this type of setting in this neighborhood. Again, for a more in-depth, all around there's location is residential. To the north, the subject lands are in blue. There's a Petro-Canada gas bar, the A1 hotel there, and again, additional residential single-family units. The official plan. Now, in this situation, the official plan does meet the residential density in regards to what's permitted in this area. It is designated residential and located in the built-up area. The proposal does comply with the range of the 20 to 40 units that are allowed for a townhome development in the built-up area. Again, they're proposing 7 units on the subject property, which in regards to density, it's 36 units per hectare. Now, in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment, it is zoned currently an R1E zone in part, and basically it was, they're looking at doing a rezoning application to a site-specific R4 zone to allow the development of the townhomes. There are some zoning departures. The minimum lot frontage is from 30 down to 15. There's a reduction of the rear yard depth from 7.5 to 6.2. There's a reduction of the interior side yard on the west lot line from 5 down to 2.5. A reduction of the parking standard of 1.4 to 1.25. The decorative wall and landscape on the front lot line, they're looking at removing that so that we could put a garbage pad. And also there will be landscaping around the garbage pad. There is a requirement about a projection in the required side yard on the northerly side. And there's a reduction of the privacy yard for each townhome dwelling from 7.5 to 6.2. Now, here's the actual site plan that's being proposed. Again, we do have the area. There is parking that's going to be located along as you come into the development, and then the townhomes are going to be located in the rear with additional parking towards the southeast corner. And again, with the landscaping and with a pathway over here, this is the area that we're doing the reduction of the 2.5 in this area only. And this gives you a proposed view of the elevations, what they're looking at developing. Again, a front and then a side view. You could see as on the side view, the windows are limited for habitability, so there's not too much privacy that they're going to be overlooking onto the side yards on the side of the buildings. Now, we had an open house meeting, and basically what came out of the open house meeting, there was comments and concerns regarding the proposal. And number one, there was a traffic increase on Spring Blossom Drive. That was a concern that was brought. Based on the estimated bi-directional trips, there's no traffic impact study is required. Spring Blossom traffic conditions are consistent with the local residential street, and the recent speed data shows operating speeds below the posted limit. There was a concern about decrease in property values with this proposal in general. Again, it was determined by market conditions at the time of sale that the applicant does not anticipate measurable impacts on nearby value of home. Now, staff did note a well-designed infill can enhance neighborhood desirability by revitalizing the area and adding newer and alternative housing options. There was a concern that it's not compatible with the neighborhood. Now, the official plan does support infill in the built-up, including townhouses where servicing exists. Now, the proposal meets the density, provides appropriate setbacks, and the site plan condo approvals will finalize the details in regards to lighting, screening, landscaping, to basically minimize impact on the neighbors. There was a concern about excessive lighting in the parking area. And again, a photometric plan will be required as part of the future vacant land condo review to demonstrate that there is no spillover from the light and that is controlled on the property itself. There was a concern about stormwater and drainage issues. Now, the city engineering has no concerns with the municipal infrastructure. Stormwater management and grading will again be secured through future planning approvals, and obviously drainage must be contained on site with no impacts on adjacent properties. There was a concern about construction disruption. Now, the owner and applicant must comply with the bylaws for noise, dust, construction activity, and staff will work with residents to address any issues that may arise. And then there was a concern about garbage. And again, there's a designated garbage and recycling will be required. It will be located, there's going to be a garbage pad. So basically, each resident will have to keep it inside, and then on the day of garbage, they bring it to the pad on the frontage. There will be some screening around that pad, and we're trying to do this so not to impact the neighborhood. Now, the OP justification, again, it conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies. It will contribute to the minimum or intensification targets of 50% residential units constructed in the built-up area. It is fully serviced, located near parks, transit, commercial amenities, suitable and efficient location for additional residential development can be integrated with the existing neighborhood. In regards to the zoning justification, the proposed development complies with the R4 zone with the height permissions and is situated in the rear part of the land, which helps reduce visibility and which is maintained on the established streetscape. The proposal contributes to the neighborhood's housing options by introducing a mix of unit types in a form that's consistent with surrounding residential character and existing pattern of similar scale development. So our recommendation is that council approve zoning bylaw amendment at 7956 Spring Blossom Drive and a small portion of the rear part of 7948 Spring Blossom Drive to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific R4 zone to prevent the development of 7 townhomes. And then the final point is that, again, I visited this site on multiple occasions. You could see on the one slide there on to the left, that's the view coming in. Again, the parking will be adjacent to where there is already a healthy screening with the property there to the right. Now, again, there would be some additional plantings as part of the future planning applications. And then when you walk around to the back, it is a little deceiving from an air photo, but it is actually pretty large site in the back. And again, I walked the site a couple of times to get a better understanding for myself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Any questions? We've got Councilor Lococo, then Patel, and then Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions and then I have comments for later. But my questions are, in that picture and then the site plan, how wide is, can we bring that back up?
Oh, sorry, Lori.
How wide on the left picture, how wide is that piece that is going to be a driveway, 2 cars going, plus cars parking, plus greenery on both sides? How wide is that?
So again, the approximate, through your worship, through yourself, Lori, again, the frontage is approximately 15 meters based on the site plan. It's 14. I'll bring up the site plan. Just give me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, geez, guys. Sorry, can you bring that up again? Apologize.
My concern about it is it wide enough to have traffic going both ways and parking a car and the greenery?
Yes, through your worship, there is the minimum requirements have the 6 meter wide driveway, so you do have two-way traffic, and then the length of the stall are 2.75. So if you take the 6 plus the 2.75 is the width, so the length of the stall is 6. So if you take the 6 for the width of the driveway and the 6 for the stall, that takes you to 12, and then that's where you have your approximately 1.5 meter on each side for the landscape buffer.
Okay, and with snow, if the buffer, if there's going to be snow, do we see any issues with two-way traffic?
Well, they're looking at bringing the snow down here to the bottom here. That's where they have a little bit of a snow area. So they'll probably push the snow back to the bottom here and at the lower corner, just above the number 2.
Just about number 2.
Yeah, there's a snow area over there.
Okay, and do we have concerns about the storage of the snow, that it could drain into the neighboring property?
Again, based on, through your worship, again, the studies did take that into consideration when they're looking at the FSR and the stormwater management. And again, it must be contained on site. So yeah, we don't want obviously the adjacent neighbor getting flooding issues.
Okay. I don't know if this is a scale thing, but the cars up on the driveway look to be shorter cars, and the cars at the bottom, they're longer. Is that specific for a reason? Do you really have longer vehicles down at the bottom, or is that just a scale issue?
It was, again, they're supposed to be the 6 meters in length, so it will be the 6 meters in length along both the rear and then along the side lot line.
Okay, thank you. Now, the garbage pad is up at the top there, that green part?
Yeah,
there?
so right there where my cursor is, there's going to be the garbage pad there. Now, we do have this also on other sites in the city. An example I brought up that I actually did a site plan was 6186 Dorchester. Similar situation, that they have the pad at the front. Actually, this is on Dorchester, so it's on a more busier street. And this is a 6 townhome unit, similar, that the residents have to bring it to the pad. Similar to what you would do on garbage day, that you would have to bring your garbage to the corner on your front, And then basically, it would be collected by not a private collector, it would be collected by the regional's garbage.
And there's no concern having the garbage pad right at the front where residents live on both sides walking by? There's no concerns about having garbage there?
Again, there's a pad there, but there's also going to be some landscaping features. Yeah, you're correct. It's not, you're going to get at least some screening. But again, we've had this in other situations where we do have a pad. And again, the one I brought up on Dorchester, there is a pad right there. And then you have the landscape around it. And it's right adjacent to their front access with the road coming down. Actually, a similar situation.
With the province changing infill requirements, we brought up infill guidelines. I brought up infill guidelines a while ago, and this to me is a perfect example. There's going to be a lot of disruption and inconvenience for the people around. Are we any closer to getting those infill guidelines to assist? I know that you said that you would work with the neighbors, but are we any closer to those infill guidelines to help protect and deal with issues before they become issues?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor, we are working on them, so they will be done sometimes this year. But with the secondary plans and the official plan right now, we're just a little overwhelmed at this point in time.
If we can have some discussions about some of the issues prior, that would be great. And I'll have some comments at the end. Those were just my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel, then Peter Angelo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. D. Benedetti. Thank you very much for the presentation. I got a question that are these townhouses applicable, will be able to put ADUs in their basement?
Through you, through your worship, through yourself. The R4, when it gets rezoned, will allow it by right to have the ADU, okay? Which ADUs are permitted in all residential zones in the city. So they're not doing nothing that is not permitted by right. So when the R4 comes into play, it will be up to each unit holder if they want to have an ADU. They're not obligated by law if they want to. It'll be their discretion. Similar to everybody on that street, they could put an ADU also. At least this one, it's going through a public process where the ones on the street, if they just meet the building code and the zoning compliance, you wouldn't even know if an ADU was your neighbor would even put an ADU.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in this case with ADU, it's just the additional parking issue will come with the ADU, right?
That's the reason why we have if it was just the 7 townhome units, they meet the requirement. They're putting more above and beyond. They're putting the additional parking for one spot for each ADU if they even need it. So they're looking proactive ahead of time. Again, it's not obligated that each unit holder will have an ADU. If they don't, you could have your best scenario to your worst scenario. Your best scenario is just be the 7 units, and then you would have at least your visitor parking on site, and you're not going to be on the street.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when you look at the compatibility, how do you look at compatibility for the neighborhood? Because all of the other houses are all detached home, and this neighborhood is about 25, 30 years old. So this new development going into neighborhood, how is that comparable to houses around it?
Through the chair. Again, when you look at our official plan policies, in the built-up area, they look at not only a one unit, you're looking at additional units to how to integrate that within an existing older neighborhood. And again, this is an infill opportunity, and we're mandated by the province to find situations like here, in this situation where services exist, where you're not putting additional strain on your services, where you have them close by. Again, on Magnolia Drive around the corner, there are some flag-shaped lots that were approved, and similar that they had the home in the back. So it's not really out of character. You do have some 4 units that do have this with the access and then the building in the back. But you are correct, the majority are detached units.
Right, you're right. I know the homes you're talking about are now flagship lots. And
Yes.
A couple of them are in the detached home, another ones are, I think, duplexes on both sides, you're right, I have seen that before.
Yes.
And when you say privacy screening, what kind of privacy screening between the parking lot and the house right beside it?
Well, going back, this is the reason why, I'll see if I can bring back that slide at the end. If you noticed over here, they already have some mature cedars right there. Okay, now again, that's on the adjacent property. What can be done is that they could, in that 1.5 meter landscape strip, we can put additional buffering there. Yes, over time, it will have to grow like this. Those trees have been there probably there at least 20 years. Okay, so if you were looking at a rat now, if they did put the parking there, at least there are some screening. Yes, it's on the adjacent property. However, if you ever did remove it, they would still look at, see what they could put on that 1.5 meter landscape strip.
And a couple more questions. One is, will that be a stop sign when they're coming out of the driveway? Because that is a street that's it has a little curve coming to it, another street coming. It's kind of a little awkward area where this driveway is coming out.
Traffic, city transportation did not bring that up. I mean, we could, bring that to the applicant to make sure, if you want to put a stop sign, that we could put that to let the applicant know that council was looking at.
Thank you. One last question. With the garbage being right in front of the property, do you worry about the smell from the garbage or maybe rodents around the garbage? Because there are houses on both sides.
Again, it's just a pad. So it's not that it's going to be a permanent, you're putting a garbage enclosure that's going to be there the whole week. Again, it would be up to each individual, similar to what you would do at home. At night or in the morning, you bring it to the front of your area, and then they pick it up. It's not going to be there for days on end as if it's like a garbage enclosure, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I guess just through you to Mr. De Benedetti, I wanted to talk first of all because I know you mentioned the flag lots on Magnolia. I remember when those were put in, and the council of the day as well as the planning department, and I don't know whether or not it was a formal decision, but took the approach that we didn't like flag lots and that we weren't going to do them anymore. And then I remember the next application that came down was on Dorchester Road across the street from St. Thomas More Church. And the gentleman there had a large piece of property and wanted to do flag lots. And the planning department did not recommend it for that specific reason. Me personally, I'm not really in favor of flag lots. And just by way of definition, Your Worship, because I don't know that everyone in the public understands what a flag lot is. A flag lot is when you build homes in behind homes. So I know we took that position way back then that we weren't going to entertain flag lots anymore. I know there's been a lot of provincial policy statements since then, and you could probably tell me better than anyone whether or not that's been updated. The other thing I wanted to mention is I know that Mr. De Benedetti talked about the condo development that's on Dorchester Road. If it's the one south of Lundy's Lane that I'm thinking of, that one has 100 feet of frontage on Dorchester Road. That's also a linear development where the condos go straight back. They're not actually in behind anyone's homes, whereas this one is. I just don't find this one to be compatible with the entire neighborhood, to be honest with you. And when I look at it, like when you look at page 2 of your presentation, if you want to pull it up here, it looks to me like there was 5 subdivision lots, and 4 of them lost their backyards and were joined with the one empty one. That's exactly what it looks like to me, because everyone else's lot size seems to be that exact same size. And it seems like all their backyards were chopped off and then added to this empty lot. So again, we're going to create a flag lot situation, Your Worship. I really don't like flag lots. Those are my comments right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you to the presentation. I'm wondering if we're setting a precedent here, because a lot of these developments come in, and I support infill and attainable housing, but we have these proposals come in, and we have residents come out to the gallery and have a number of different concerns, and we always talk about the OLT, and if we don't support staff's report and support provincial policy, then we're kind of at a dead end. But I'm all about consistent neighborhoods. I think we need to do a better job of planning our neighborhoods, and especially our older neighborhoods. I don't think it fits within the neighborhood, and I think we're setting a precedent once again. I know Mr. Di Benedetti mentioned a previous development that came through, but I could look across the city, whether it be in the north end or the south end, where you have a beautiful neighborhood. I can mention one like Moretta Estates on Giovina Drive. You have a gorgeous neighborhood, shaped in a U. All the houses are consistent. They're all single detached. And then council at the time, whether it be in the 2000s, approved a development at the beginning of the neighborhood for townhomes that does not fit with the neighborhood at all. So I guess I'll ask Mr. Di Benedetti, are we setting a precedent if we approve, if council approves this proposal? And I'd love to hear from others around the horseshoe, but I don't think I'll support it just out of the fact that it's not consistent with the neighborhood. It's a 30-year-old neighborhood. Spring Blossom's a beautiful neighborhood, beautiful roadway, and I think infilling this could be put somewhere else. We have a lot of dedicated lands within the city this could be placed, and yeah, I'd like to hear back, but yeah, I won't be supporting it when the time comes.
Thank you. Mr. Di Benedetti?
Through your worship, from my professional planning opinion, I don't think we are setting a precedent. Contrary to what the residents may, again, I look at our planning policies, I look at our official plan policies, I look at, you're trying to develop a lot that has been established since 2004. Yes, Councilor Peter Angelo made a good point that the back of those lots were chopped off, okay? They were actually at the time where they have the Petro-Canada, that was part of a rezoning application. So that whole property over there, was zone TC. And that was the reason why there was that severance over here to create that, basically where the Petro-Canada is now. And then this odd shape was done at the time. Again, I don't know what the reasoning was. I don't know if the owner wanted to construct it just as one house in the future, but it was approved in this lot configuration. So this is the reason why then we're here. It's been idle like that for 25, 30 years. And again, this is the problem that you are seeing, is that you have lots like this that are in neighborhoods that, yes, that you've seen it over time, seeing that nothing's going to be ever developed, okay? And you say, oh yeah, then let's leave it as a park. Then why doesn't the city buy and use it as a park, okay? From a professional planning perspective, if we're looking at on its merits, it does meet the guidelines in our official plan that it does allow for different types of housing type in the built-up area, and that's right in our official plan. So we're not doing anything that does not be supported by our policies. So by them introducing 7 units within an established neighborhood, again, they are using current infrastructure. There are services close by. You have amenity areas. You have the park. I guess the neighbors don't see it that way, but this is the reason why them are here tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, and just because the land sat idle doesn't mean we have to accept the proposal, but I tend to agree with the residents, and I'll wait to hear from everybody else, but that's what I have to say.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments of council? Yeah, Councilor Newestag?
And through you, I guess that it comes down to this word compatible. So what is compatible? It seems very subjective. So if it's compatible, that means that everything has to look identical, then this obviously is not going to be compatible. But then when you're asking about, we're forced to have this infill because the province is telling us to do that, then compatible would have a whole different definition. So I think it really comes down to what is this definition of compatibility. But through Mr. Mayor, you said that this exists in other parts of the city. So exactly like this, where there's an infill, there's other parts of the city where you've seen this, or that we have this?
I did an actual, through Mayor, actually on St. John back in 2023, just before Notre Dame. We did an infill. We had 5 singles.
Actually, I remember that.
Yes,
we
did, and that was an infill. Again, the neighbors didn't like that, but it was for 5 residential residential singles. with the hydro corridor in the back. That's one example. We've had pre-consultation that they're looking at doing some additional infill off of Hodson Avenue, actually not too far. Again, I guess where you're having these odd shaped lots, you're trying to reconfigure them to assemble it to do some type of development. And again, this is a situation that it is an odd shaped lot that, yes, your frontage is only 15 meters. However, the development's going to be towards the back. I guess the one thing when you look at if it's compatibility, I look at density. So what they are proposing does meet the density of that area. Okay, that's an important component. If they were putting more dense, then they would be here for an OPA amendment for density. The other is that what they're trying to develop, you saw the elevation drawings, it's similar to what's already the character of the neighborhood. They're not going high end, they're trying to mimic what's currently there anyways for build form. So, I mean, when you look at that type of terminology, that's how I look at it from a planning perspective.
And if not for this type of development, what else would go in there? Because the city's not buying it for a park. So what else, other than it sitting vacant, what else would go on a site like that?
Again, they came up with a concept plan and they came up with something, you're correct. Somebody would have to come back and see what you can try to develop, and it's not straightforward, because again, your frontage, I don't know how would you even develop anything. Again, someone would have to put some type of plan, and then we'll review it based on its merits.
And one last question. When Councillor Patel mentioned about the ADUs, I went back and looked at the design. It doesn't look like it's designed, because we've seen other townhouses where the design is specific for ADUs, and they almost have a separate entrance. I'm not seeing that. Am I missing it? And it really does look like it's going to be ADUs, or it's just single townhouse?
Again, they're looking at it as townhomes with the potential down the road of ADUs. Now, if the ADUs are going to be then present, then they would have to reconstruct it as you've indicated with the entrance, and they'd have to meet the building codes and everything. So they're just keeping things open for the park.
So the design we're seeing here isn't exactly what it's going to look like?
Well, from what they're showing, what's been presented, that's what, if they have to do ADUs, it may have to be redesigned, I'm not sure. But what's based on the townhome configuration, that's their design.
Okay, so what we're seeing is not what could actually happen?
Possibly, I don't know. I mean, the applicant, they could provide more details, but what's been presented to us, that's what they're looking at doing.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolce would like to weigh in as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to kind of go over a couple of things I've heard from the council floor. So I'm going to start with compatibility. So compatibility, you are correct, doesn't mean the same as. Compatibility is it industrial next to residential? There could be compatibility concerns. Residential, adjacent to residential, there is no compatibility concern. It is a residential use. Again, we do look at design and form and function, yes. Are there issues with garbage or traffic or anything like that? That's what we look at. But in terms of form, it is compatible. It's a residential use adjacent to a residential use. You know, the province does very clearly now support diversification of neighborhoods. Obviously, they've allowed ADU units to go in. They've allowed, you know, increasing density in neighborhoods. So they are looking to try to mix up the existing fabric that was created back in the 70s, which is your traditional urban sprawl with you know, large lot subdivisions. Those won't continue to last long term. In terms of flag lots, I just wanted to speak to that from Councillor Pietrangelo's standpoint. I do appreciate the flag lots. You know, way back when we all had that same position, flag lots were a bad idea. Now, as everybody's land's growing more expensive, housing affordability is becoming a problem. Flag lots have come back into the realm, and all over the world there's flag lots being created. Again, different designs, different concepts, and sometimes it's the design that doesn't fit, and that's something I can understand. but sometimes it does. It's nervousness about change, obviously. So obviously when we look at it, if there's concerns in terms of all those things, that's why we try to address all those concerns. But I don't want to say that this townhouse development isn't compatible and to an adjacent residential use. Sorry, I had a number of notes here. The other thing I did want to talk about, and I've talked about it before, is obviously efficient use of servicing. You know, as we grow as a city, we do want to make sure we're making the best use of our services, and this is one of the things we're looking at here. Again, if it's a design issue, we can definitely take that back and look at it, but it is compatible, on existing services, and is a piece of property. As Councillor Newesteg, what would we do with it? Other than residential, you could expand the commercial. That's about it, and I'm not sure that would be of interest to the residential neighborhood either.
Yep, and Mr. CAO?
Sorry, through the mayor, and I want either Ms. O'Toole or Ms. Dolch to correct me. The challenge with compatibility in existing neighborhoods, which Councillor Dabrowski brought up, is becoming more challenging with as of right entitlements by the province. You can be in very mature neighborhoods, and someone can put an ADU at three floors and be completely incompatible, and that doesn't even hit this council table. And so the concept of compatibility, it is becoming more to, is it residential or residential? Is it within the provincial guidelines? And I think when we have the opportunity to input on some design to make those compatibility issues less for the neighbors, that might be a better opportunity than some of these as of right opportunities that the owners could use, where it wouldn't even come to the council table and the neighbors wouldn't have any input into it. I don't know if I missed anything, but I'm looking at my two planners. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Baldinelli.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Pietrangelo and Dabrowski and the concerns about the flag lot. Looking at that parcel that's off of Spring Blossom Drive, I'm not sure that, you know, let's say that the property line was right straight across, equal to 6'4" and 7'2". You know, it'd be like having a tennis court right between the two. You know, if you were building a house there, you'd need a percentage of green space on there. Yet, if you put a driveway access through, there'd be probably no green space. Does that kind of look correct? And then you'd have all that heat from the sun, you know, and summers are getting a lot hotter. So I'm a total disagreement with that part of it. With respect to the comments that were provided by one of the neighbors that were with the recommendation, I'm looking at the several elementary schools are close by, including this, that, and the other thing, and West Lane, Cardinal Newman, 400 meters. And, you know, I use my wayfinder, and, you know, 400 meters to West Lane, it's 1.3 kilometers. I don't know if kids want to, you know, I know it's not that far, but it's still. Why would those distances be? Cardinal Newman, 400 meters, it's 850. Greendale Public Elementary, it says it's 650, it's a kilometer. And St. Michael's Secondary School, 2.1, it's actually 3.6. And then the Nature Park, which is 400 meters, is actually 800 meters. So I'm wondering why those values, I don't know if it's a cell, but why would it be so easy for me to find out that those values are incorrect, yet they're incorrect like that? Just a question.
I don't know who wants to tackle that one. Nick?
I did the measurements, as if you were, no, sorry. It all depends how you want to take it. I don't know how, if you measured it up the street and around, if you took a straight direct access, that's the values were being taken, and that's how we always take our values. Yeah, I mean, you if you start going around the street and doing, then of course you're going to be expanding the distances going up and around the corner. I guess our objective is at least tell you that the other schools are in proximity. Yes, you are correct, 400, 600 meters, but at least we're telling that there are schools nearby. It's not that you have to cross half the city to go to an elementary school or high school.
Any other questions or comments? And anything further to that, Councillor Baldinelli? Okay, so if there's no further questions or comments, thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal, the OLT, dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed bylaw amendment. So we'll go to our clerk. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody pre-registered? No, we do not. So is there anyone here in the gallery other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this application? Okay, so we've got a couple. If you want to one at a time, step forward. Yep, just to the podium here. And if you introduce yourself, your address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes. We just ask you try not to repeat what someone else has said. Welcome.
Mayor and Council, my name is Dan Cummings. I've talked to all the, or most of the councilors around the table tonight, or on the weekend, and I'm just flabbergasted. I'm sitting here listening.
And your address too, please. So your address as well.
Oh, sorry, 7971 Harvest Crescent. It's 3 houses away from the corner of Harvest and Spring Blossom. So I'm going to be affected by it. My wife's going to be affected by it. We've lived there for over 25 years. And this is a single family neighborhood. All the homes in the subdivision are single family. The flagship lots that are being talked about on Magnolia, it's one single home. It's not 7 townhomes being built on a lot. So I just don't understand how somebody can, and the city staff support something like this, where they're making conciliations for safety, for parking, because there's going to be, I don't know of a home on Harvest Crescent that has less than 2 cars. There's a lot more than 2 cars, and now we're making concessions from 1.4 to 1.25. Like, it doesn't make sense. And the garbage issue is like, who's going to police every one of these 7 townhomes garbage every 2 weeks? You get 2 bags, you get your recycling and your boxes, so everything's going to be out on the street. It's going to be a mess, and all the neighbors are going to have to clean up for it. People are going to be parking in front of driveways. There's going to be blind spots. We've got children in the neighborhood. Like, come on. There's other areas in the city where this can be built, not on a single residential lot. Yes, it's irregular, but it's not, like you've all said it, it's not compatible. Compatible to the residents means one single home, not 7. So I would hope that you would take these thoughts into consideration when you make your decision, because like, it's us that are going to be calling the bylaw department when there's garbage all over the place, when there's parking issues, when there's speeding issues. A good point was made about the stop sign. There's no traffic study done. There was more than 20 people at the public meeting, maybe 11 signed in, but there was more than 20 there, residents that spoke up about the issues. The issues tonight, nothing mentioned about safety. Safety was brought up at the public meeting. There was a child that was hit a number of years ago down on Spring Blossom. You're creating more blind spots. You've got a bus stop, not a bus stop, but a school bus stop right outside of the driveway that's being proposed for 7 townhomes. So you're getting children dropped off right there. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And everybody has their own ideas about compatibility. I'm just saying, it doesn't fit. I'm a resident 25 years. I don't want to see this. Our land values are going to go down. There's going to be maybe 2 residences per townhome. You've only got 15 parking spots. Like, come on, everybody knows that if they can't park in those 15 parking spots, they're going to be parking all over the road. So I just can't understand how we've come to this point where we have to come to council. This area was developed as a single-family residence, and now you want to put 7 homes on one single property. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we had someone else had their hand up. Yep, if you just want to come around here. Is there anyone else that also wants to, yep, you can all have say all we ask is try not to repeat what's already been said. The mic is yours. Your name and your address, please.
My name is Krasimir Rev. My address is 7989 Harvest Crescent. I'm just a neighbor, the gentleman before me. He covered pretty much mostly what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to add in the plan that was presented to us, they did not mention anything about visitors parking for the proposed townhouse units, and I'm wondering when those 7 townhouse units, when the holidays come and they all have guests, where would their visitors will park?
When we get the applicant up, we can ask that question. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the next person, come right up. Please, if you state your name and your address.
Hello, I'm Sherry Albers, and I live at 8020 Spring Blossom Drive. That's about 5 houses down from the lot, the proposed lot. My biggest concern is, what about emergency services to the west side of that area? There's just a walkway. Anybody has a delivery, just bring their garbage they have to walk 3 lots, more or less the length of 3 lots, and then up just to bring their garbage. 3 recycling bins, 2 garbage bags. What about all your deliveries? You have all your Skip the Dishes and Uber Eats and Amazon deliveries. They gotta walk all the way along there. There's not fire emergency services. How do they get to that property? How do they get to that end line? I just don't think it's available. Also, from my back lot, although it's it's going to compromise my my sight lines. It's going to block my morning sun when it comes up. Right now, I have a beautiful view of the sunrise, and otherwise, whatever they said has already been mentioned.
Thank you, and we'll try to get some answers to those questions. Thanks very much. We had someone else that wanted to come forward. Yep. You can just state your name and your address.
My name's Don Quate. I live at 8028 Spring Blossom. A majority of members of council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, have received an email from my wife with her concerns. Unfortunately, she was unable to make it here tonight. I don't want to beat a dead horse and reiterate everything that was talked about, but just the member of staff that was making comments about all the amendments and changes, just the rezoning, and it was like a page long of things that didn't fall into the rules, if you want to call it that. And then there was also a member of council who commented about the distances from schools and everywhere else. Staff mentioned that it's a straight line that they measure. Well, it's not since I was in high school did I jump yards to get to school. So it's just the facts that were given by staff and as well as the applicant do not fall true to facts as was laid out, the distances wise and everything. We also talked about the garbage at the street with the concrete pad, they call it, which is right on top of the sidewalk, which is used by many a kid in the neighborhood to get to the school bus, which we talked about, already stops at that corner, which is now a 3-point corner. There's only one stop sign in that area. So realistically, and everybody knows it here, the garbage is going to spill into the sidewalk, forcing children to walk into the street, which now increases the safety factors of our street. We talked about parking again, not to beat a dead horse. We know that parking is going to overflow into that area where the garbage is, where the school bus drops off, where there's a one corner stop, which is actually a blind stop, which is very unsafe. Many people run that stop sign. Anyways, that's not for this discussion. So just basically, I just coming forward to council, Mr. Mayor, that this proposal should be shot down. It makes zero sense, as my neighborhood already previously discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yep, come right forward. And again, if you can do the same, name and address. Yep, thank you.
Damian Imerino, 8036 Spring Blossom Drive. I only have a couple things to say. I've lived there for 25 years. I've been on that property more than he has. It does not suit what they want to put there. The front lot is 50 feet wide. That's my lot. You're never going to park those cars. The two neighbors beside them, they're not going to see anything. It's ridiculous what they want to do. That neighborhood's a great neighborhood. All single homes. Again, they talked about these other lots. There's single homes on all those lots that are by themselves on the side. So I disagree with this whole thing. There's a bus stop right there. I go by it every day. It's not a good spot for this. Not a good spot at all. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else? We've heard from everybody. Okay, thank you, everybody. And now, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, council members.
Welcome.
Your worship. My name is Bruno Galante. Patrick Galante is my son. So we're involved in the investment group. Patrick's a registered builder. So we were planning on bringing this project forward. So I apologize, there's some confusion, and I would just want to kind of maybe state a few things and make sure that everything is very clear here as far as what we're going to do. I'll just grab my list here, sorry. So first of all, we're local investors. The investors are two local doctors in the city, and we're local as well, 30-year residents, some of us older. And you know, we're committed to this. So I know that it's difficult for some change to happen, but we're committed to this. And we looked around the city, and we see many examples where you know, the Ontario government has been pushing and legislating that this kind of development must happen. It must happen. Otherwise, that land stays vacant, and somebody's got to build more roads, and taxes got to happen in order for it to go up. So that's why we looked at these type projects. We actually look like we're doing a good thing because we feel we're bringing a real nice infill community rather than something could be different or worse. So that's why we're doing this. The garbage will be at the back. It'll be privately done. There'll be no garbage on the front. We were given that allotment, let's say, by the region, but we're not going to take that. It'll be at the back. We had it on some drawings. I apologize. I think somewhere it was buried in the report that we could do that privately, and we would do that privately. I can guarantee you that right now. That garbage will not be on that street at all. The traffic study. I mean, we have to be fair to ourselves here. We pay professionals to look at the traffic and to say that this is not going to put anybody in harm's way. I mean, we can all say, well, we don't like Lundy's Lane, or we don't like this, or we don't like that. Then what do? Just stop the whole city here and nobody goes anywhere? These were professionals that did the traffic studies, your own people peer review them. You guys did it. We did this from the beginning. We did a pre-con a year ago, and we did this. And you know, we had no reservations about the traffic at all. So we proceeded with this process from that pre-con. You know, again, your planning department has looked over this multiple times, and they approve it. So, you know, we would like to see an approval for this based on that. Again, this is the process. We went to pre-con. We paid X amount of dollars. We spent $100,000 on studies, and we're here now at a point where there has to be some fairness to us. We passed all the rules. If, you know, we bring this somewhere to the next level, you know, we have to have some of that. I know it's a difficult position for everybody, but again, we situated that thing so that it is most appealing to what we would live in. And we have people in the investment group that have elderly parents that would possibly be living there. I may live there soon, I don't know. But I just say that that's going to be a very nice unit. It's not going to be some barrage or some problem in that case. And we would work with the neighbors wholeheartedly. We'll put beautiful evergreens all along both sides of that thing. No neighbor will see anything. So I can assure you that this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful little project. And again, I know that maybe people are used to some outside developer coming in, wham, bam, and out. This is not the case. These are local investors. These are people that are going to live in this community and continue to live in this community and work with you all maybe on the next project and bring some more affordable housing, right? Affordable housing. We all have probably children in our family that are looking for something for $500,000. Where's that come? So I thank you very much for your time, and I take any questions if that's allowed.
The one other question, if I could, Mr. Galante, is visitor parking was a question that was brought up by one of the guests here. Didn't know if you were able to address that.
Yeah, sorry. So the visitor parking. So when we looked at this project, we said it's a known fact, as the planner indicated, you can put an ADU anywhere. So we thought, we sell these, somebody buys them, we keep one, who knows? But if anybody wants to put an ADU, they can. Just from what I understand, without even asking for permission. So why not put the parking spots in there now? Put them in there now. So if anybody does bring an ADU, they've got that additional parking. Otherwise, from what I understand, it's 0.5. Well, where do you get 0.5 of a parking spot? You don't. So what you do is you say, I'm allowed to put an ADU, I do, and you tell that person that you might rent it to, and it could be your in-laws, who knows, hey, go park somewhere else. But there's no parking on site. And we put one more townhouse in. We don't want to do that. We put the minimum townhouse to allow all that parking, so the parking's there for the ADU. If it comes to fruition, maybe it doesn't.
Thank you for that. Questions of council? Councilor Newestag.
I just have one question. This garbage thing has been disturbing me since, oh, it's on, yeah. Has been disturbing me since I saw it, because it does not make sense that people, like Vince decides he's going to put 3 bags out. That means I can't put mine out in Vince. So the whole thing about the garbage was very disturbing. If this gets passed, is there rules that it will go in that there is no garbage going off to the street? Because I hear the residents, and that is a big concern.
Scout's honor. There will be a private garbage in the back, and we'll take care of it. Whichever way it fits or goes, we actually have the space for it. Sorry.
Sorry, and Ms. Dolch.
Sorry if I may, and if that is the case, there is some bylaw requirements in the actual bylaw where there's a reduction for the front yard to have that garbage pad there, so we'd have to remove that if that's.
So it could be totally removed, like we're not going to see anything like that?
Fine with us, yes.
Okay. And why, maybe a question, Ms. Dolch, but I'll wait until they're.
Question for?
Ms. Dolch, but I'll wait in case anybody else has questions for the developers.
Okay. Well, do we have any other questions for the proponents? Yep, Councillor Baldinelli.
Thanks for the presentation. I grew up, Bruno, very honest. I know you're very reputable. If that was 2 separate properties,
okay,
you have an entrance in the back. Let's say you had 2 separate properties, because that's basically the size of the properties, right? There's 3 attached, extra. And let's say you had 2 single-family homes there, and you put in an ADU. So you're saying by right they have 2 and 2, so it'd be a total of 6. So now, with this, we could have 14, right? Or 21.
I think 14 is the max it could ever have.
14, you're not allowed 2 ADUs per property?
No, well, they are if they have the space, and they're allowed if, but
well,
otherwise,
how about
no.
floors wise?
Sorry?
How about per floor?
Well,
is that allowed as well? You could have one in the basement, one on the top floor, you did in the middle?
Ms. Dolch, any clarity on the ADU?
Thank you. So you are allowed up to 3 units per property, 1 primary and then the 2 ADUs. They can either be inside or outside, depending on the situation.
Okay, yeah, so.
And I thank you for your guarantees, but once those 7 properties or units are sold, how can you make any guarantees to anybody?
Every house on the street could, if that was
I know
correct,
that.
everybody could do that. But I would guarantee you that will the building plans that we've submitted will be the building plans we built. How's that? The city council has it, so then once you do that, there's no way to turn it into an ADU unless you.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that you're forthright and you're saying, but I guarantee you, I know after you build and everything else like that, but once you, as investors, and you're building obviously like that, and we have a lot of concerned residents here, that once those units are sold and, the investment's done and you walk away, then we have the people who actually purchase the units, There's no guarantees at all at how they run, how messy it gets or anything like that.
I would say the guarantee is that if we build, and we commit to this, we
Yeah.
build what we submitted,
Yeah.
there is no way to turn those into 3 units. It's impossible.
I'm not saying 3 units. I'm saying once you leave and those units are sold, you could have ADUs in each basement of each one. That's how most of them are being built
Okay.
now, townhomes, right? As of right, I'm just saying. But I'm just trying to say that I know what you're guaranteeing, but when you leave, or when the investment is complete, all the units are sold, there's no more guarantees, correct?
So, sorry, an ADU would require a bathroom and a kitchen in each living space.
Yeah.
So once these are built, those are structural things. They would have to come through the city
Right.
before they can approve.
Well, when you
any-
build that, the basement part, you're not gonna have that?
The basement could have it, but to have that third one on top, so they could be a maximum of 14, but 21 would be out of the question.
I'm just saying as of right, they could.
No,
do
but they
something.
would have to apply
I'm not saying
for a
that's gonna
building
happen,
permit.
I'm just saying that the possibility's there, right? I'm just,
I'm sorry, maybe someone else will have to clarify that, but there can be no way for us, that I know of, even the space allowance and everything, that, we're not familiar with that. We don't know that. I guess I would stand for every other builder. I have no idea how to do that, so we wouldn't be doing that. We would not be building that. The ADU is like every other house in that neighborhood. It's at the discretion of the owner.
Right.
But if the owner wants to do it, they'll do it. If they don't, they don't. But as far as adding a third, I don't know how that works. I'm sorry, I don't. But definitely, it's just like any other townhouse or single-family home built with a basement. If somebody wants to turn that into an ADU, they will, and if they don't, they won't.
Thank you.
Sorry. So,
thank you.
And again, it's not our intention to decide that. It's like everyone else.
Any other questions of council? I don't know if Councilor Newsteg, if you wanted to ask your, Councilor Newsteg, I don't know if you wanted to ask your question of Ms. Dolch now, because it looks like no one has any questions.
Yeah, actually, I do. When is this ADU? So do you not have to have separate entrances or something to have 3? Like, can you just, like these townhouses that Tony's suggesting they could, or Councillor Boltonelli's suggesting, do they have to have like 3 different entrances to have, I don't know, I've never heard of how you would do 3 ADUs in a townhouse.
Through your worship to the counselor. Yeah, and again, I don't know if they will propose 3. I'm just saying what's permitted as of right. In terms of, yes, you do need separate entrances. Again, for example, on the townhouse, if there's rough-in plumbing downstairs, that's maybe where you'll introduce a kitchen and a bathroom. I don't know if you're planning to do rough-in plumbing down in the basement, but if there was a separate entrance to get to that basement, you could provide that. Again, don't know the detailed design that they're proposing in terms of the floor layout, but those are the things that you could do. Could you fit one in the backyard? That's another question, right? It doesn't look like it. It could be a small one, but we'd have to, it would be based on that. It looks pretty tight in the rear to provide that second ADU on that property.
One other question, this question I wanted to ask you. So we're hearing from the residents, but yet we've heard from city staff, and they've obviously have come here, put a lot of money into this investment. So we have guided them all the way along, suggesting that what they're doing is right. They've put in money. And you're telling us, city staff's telling us, the planning department, that this is all right. So if we decide to not vote for them and go against city staff, what does that mean? Like, in terms of, because I feel kind of responsible for city staff who's saying that everything they've done is right. So it's kind of confusing to me. So what happens if a council refuses this?
Through the worship to the counselor. So, like all applications, we give you our best planning advice we can give you based on the planning policies of the day and assessing the application that as we have done. In terms of if it is turned down by council, the applicant does have that ability to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. At that point, council will need to determine whether or not you want to hire a planner to defend that, because obviously planning staff is recommending with the applicant. Obviously, and our solicitor would attend that hearing.
So if they decide to go to OLT or the Land Tribunal, so we have to, we're fighting that, like the city goes against them?
Through your worship to the counselor. Yes, so it would be up to council in the end. You would have to make a determination. They would appeal it. You would have to make that determination whether you wanted to decide whether to send a planner, a lawyer, other
Which would
experts.
cost the city more money.
It would cost the city
Okay.
money for that.
Second question, given that they've followed all the requirements that you've said the province tells them they have to have, they go to OLT and they win, what does that look like? Like, what is the likelihood of them winning, I should say, because they followed the process?
Through the worship to the counselor. So again, I can't determine what the OLT will determine. I can only determine it from my planning lens and planning perspective. Obviously, we've assessed the application from a planning perspective. I do think it's compatible. I do think it's appropriate. We've assessed the traffic, all the other things. There is still some design elements that need to be dealt with through the site plan process that we will continue to work with the applicant on. But those are the things that, in my opinion, that's why we're recommending approval of the application. So obviously, we might not be on the stand, but again, their planner would be on the stand communicating that same thing to the OLT, and you would have to find a planner to say the opposite.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, one last question. Through your experience, what's the likelihood that they would win at OLT?
Through the worship to the counselor. So that's a difficult one for me, obviously, because I can't predict what the Ontario Land Tribunal will do. But I can tell you, past experience there, they do rely on planning policy. They do rely on provincial policy. They do take into consideration some of like residential concerns and things they've heard at the public meeting. But generally, it's based solely on planning policy and the planning policy of the day. The provincial policy statement, the region's plan, and our official plan would be what they would base the decision on.
Okay, and what would the residents be able to do at that point? Would they have to go and defend their position?
Through your worship to the counselor. So the residents could become participants if possible, but there is no third party appeals. They could ask the board to be a participant, so they could voice their concerns, but that's generally up to the board at that point.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions of council, I think we're good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Look for a motion. Yes? Okay, to deny the application? Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Dabrowski. Is there a seconder to that motion? Okay, Councillor Patel. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And listening to the builder, and he's a pretty known guy, and I feel bad. I just don't feel that, I feel that if I'm voting on a development, I want to picture myself living there, what I wanted there. I don't like when the flag lots is one thing, but going into a middle of a residential area. It reminds me of the Carlton Street that we didn't approve a few months ago, and safety and all that. I feel it's really kind of crammed in. I wouldn't want to be a neighbor on either side of this development with a 50-foot wide entrance and having that parking all along there. I feel that it's really cramped in, and it's something that if I was a neighbor, I wouldn't want it there. I feel bad for these guys, and I know the next steps will be probably difficult, or if we can find some way of mediating, but I can't approve it the way it is. I feel bad for the neighbors. If it was on a main street like Dorchester Road or something, it would be different. When you have a nice, Spring Blossom is a beautiful street, beautiful houses. I don't think it's going to do anything to elevate the pricing for housing there. I think if anything, it's going to diminish it. So I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Councillor Patel?
I want to say it's a great development. I want to thank Bruno for putting all that effort in there. But for me, when I look at this planning matters, I know planning stuff looks at the Planning Act. They look at the official plan. For me, I look at it's a community plan. Where do I want to see my community in 10 years? do I want that happening in my neighborhood? That's the way I look at most of the things, and for me, this is not the right fit for the area, and it's not comparable, and I agree with Councilor Strain, it will bring down the value of the properties, and he's in real estate, so I think he knows more than anybody else in this council, so yes, I do agree with him, and that's why I will not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further comments, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor of the denial? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that is denied. It does not pass. I want to thank the applicants. First of all, your quality residents here, Galantes, we appreciate you, and all the residents being here as well. You took time out of your busy schedules. Council heard you. We appreciate your time, and we hope you have a good night. Thank you very much. Feel free to stick around. There's a lot more exciting things on the agenda. All right, Mr. Clerk, 2 down, 18 to go. It's going to be a night. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 5-story, 45-unit apartment building at 3665 Macklem Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Mr. DeBenedetti, who's a planner too, for his third round. Good luck tonight, Mr. DeBenedetti, and explain. Pardon me? Number 2. So we'll ask him to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, everyone, your worship, members of council. Again, my name is Nick DeBenedetti, Planner 2, City of Niagara Falls. So we're here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, Vetus Development, Drew Jakar. The applicants are proposing to construct a 5-story, 45-unit apartment building at 3665 Macklin Street. And again, this gives you a more closer view of the situation. There's the actual bridge there, the Tim Hortons over here, the boathouse over there, and then there's the vacant parcel in this type of configuration. The official plan, the subject property is designated TC Tours Commercial and located in the satellite Chippewa district. The official plan amendment is being requested to increase the permitted height to 5 stories, which is 1 story more than is allowed in the OP and in the Chippewa satellite district. The zoning and zoning bylaw amendment. The subject property is already currently zoned R5C density. in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200 and site-specific 2013-32, and then varied by Committee of Adjustment Decision 2020-18. Now, the applicant is seeking relief for the departures in the R5C zone in regard to the reduced minimum lot area from 89 to 70 square meters, to increase the height that is required from 18.5 to 21.2, and then in the reduction to the parking standard to the 1.1 parking standard for each residential unit. Okay. Again, this actually is going currently through a site plan agreement process. But what has occurred is that the applicant wants to go another story higher to allow for additional units. The original design were larger units, but based on market conditions, they want to go with a little smaller units, then have the additional floor on the 5th floor. Now, just a little history. The Committee of Adjustment did approve an application, but it was just for an amenity area on the top, and which then they were permitted and received approval for the height based on the 4-story, but they were looking for, at that time, an amenity area. So this is the elevations that are being proposed. Again, this will be the 5-story. This area is exempt under the height requirements because this is going to be your elevator shaft. And this gives you a different perspective from another angle. Now, at the time, we did have residents come out in regards to the open house, and they had some concerns dealing with there were some traffic concerns noted on Keller Street. Transportation Services raised no concern as part of the ongoing site plan application and this proposal. There was no traffic study required as the traffic volumes didn't warrant it. Keller Street, in regards to speeding and traffic concerns, have been forwarded for review with the post-occupancy monitoring as needed. So in other words, if there is going to be a situation that after development, if they start using it, the city will be monitoring it on an ongoing basis, and that's what Transportation Services had indicated to us. Shadow impact in regards to the adjacent property to the rest. The gentleman came out at the open house meeting. He just wanted confirmation that that the proposal won't impact have any shadow on his proposal. He's looking at potentially redeveloping it in the future. That would be the property to the west. Typically, we don't ask for the studies. We would do for 10 stories or more. However, looking at our guidelines, the shadow impacts are expected to be minimal, because there are generous setbacks to the west and north, and they will be maintaining 6 hours of daylight during the April to September period. There's a question also from the same gentleman that there's a retaining wall and fencing that is proposed. Now, again, through the site plan process, our staff have reviewed it. Any older fence will be replaced. The fence type and retaining wall design has been reviewed through site plan control and has been deemed acceptable. The impact of snow storage on adjacent sites. Again, the site plan shows as there's designated storage area. Runoff is again required to be maintained on site, and through the current site plan process, they have not identified any issues. There was the one last question in regards, will the units be rental or condos? And will the units be sold at affordable rates? And again, the intention is to sell the units and will be required to submit a condominium application, which will include a mix of 1- and 2-story bedrooms. 18 out of the 45 units will fall within the city's attainable benchmark of the 567,800. The OP justification. Again, it does conform with our provincial, regional, and city policies in regards to the 50% in the built-up area. It is fully serviced, located near parks, public transit, commercial amenities, suitable and efficient location to additional residential development that can be integrated with the existing neighborhood. And again, for the ZBA justification, maintains privacy for adjacent property owners, providing adequate setbacks, reflects an area in transition, that the proposed height is consistent with the multi-unit building that is planned on the adjacent property next door. So finally, looking at the site, I took this at a nice day, obviously different than today. You can see that currently it is fenced in for the future development. They're looking at, again, developing this parcel. So our recommendation is that the council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted height allowed, and then to rezone the subject lands for the development of the 5-story, 45-unit apartment, subject to the regulations outlined in the report. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Sorry. Questions for Mr. De Benedetti, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a few questions. In one place it said that it's affordable housing, but then in another place it says it does not meet affordable 326-400. They're attainable. Are they not attainable units?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Through your worship. How we define attainability based on our recent evaluation that we done through our studies is that 18 units will be attainable based on that benchmark. If you're looking at affordability, the number that was included in the report, that's looking at the provincial guideline. That's if they're looking at, if trying to get DC exemption credits, then they would have to meet that benchmark.
Okay, thank you. A resident contacted me with these few questions. There was a concern that there's no soil assessment regarding the underground parking, that there haven't been boreholes in those studies. A couple of doors down, we've been calling it the hole, there's tons of water in there, and it shows that there's not proper drainage. So do we have any concerns about no soil assessment and drainage issues?
Through you, through your worship there. There was I guess you have to look at it like this. There was an actual record of site condition that was deposited through the ministry, and that based on the date that was noted in the report. So that satisfied that requirement. I know typically our building department looks for a geotechnical report at time of the building permit stage. So they will be looking at this also. Based on what's been evaluated up to now, there seem to be no, even our engineering, there are no issues in regards to what you have noted from the concerned resident.
Okay. Another place in the report, it talks about that it's fully serviced. We have heard the challenges in Chippewa with our wastewater treatment plant, overloading that. Are there any concerns? It says that it's fully serviced, but are there any concerns with our wastewater treatment plant and not getting that in Chippewa yet, putting all of these apartments in?
We can go to Mr. Nickel on that one.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, the applicant would be responsible to submit their functional servicing plan. Generally speaking, dry weather flows are not a problem. This is serviced through a north river trunk system that reaches the low lift station, which pumps to the high lift station. So we have no concerns with the flows additionally provided by this development.
Thank you. Through the mayor, maybe to Mr. Nickel, is this location any different than a development further in Chippewa? Is it because of the location that you're not concerned about it?
Through the mayor, if this was on the south side of the river, I wouldn't have concerns either based on the size and scale of the development. It's less of a concern, so if we're talking about scales of risk, simply because everything on the south side of the river has to go through a siphon. So there's one point of failure for that siphon, and it can become a bottleneck for the system south of the river. Given that it's on the north side of the river, that concern is lessened for me.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for Mr. De Benedetti? Okay, I think we're good for now. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody pre-registered? No, nobody. Is there anyone here who wishes to address council on this matter other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Zamima Khan, intern urban planner from Cortec, and I have Adam Moot, who's our senior planning advisor here from ADM Consultants. We are representing our client Dhruv Kumar Thakur today for 3665 Macklem Street. This is an OPA ZBA application. So this is a corner lot along Mechanic Street and Macklem Street. The lot area is 0.8 hectares with a frontage of 49 meters. The current OP designation is tourist commercial and the zoning designation is residential 5C density 979. Surrounding uses have single detached towards the left, and then you have the water treatment plant towards the north, a vacant land towards the south, and the river by the east. So the proposal is a 5-story apartment building which consists of 45 residential units. The amendment that we are seeking for today is in terms of the official plan, is a site-specific tourist commercial designation with respect to the additional story that we are seeking for. And the zoning bylaw amendment, we are requesting for a site-specific R5C with respect to lot area, building height, and parking. So these are the amendments that we are requesting for. And with respect to the lot area, by providing a reduced lot area, we are trying to achieve an efficient layout and have appropriate utilization of the land, given it's also an irregular lot shape. We are also trying to accommodate the parking provisions and any related infrastructure within the property without any overspill. And the additional units are accommodated with the increase of building height. And with respect to parking, 1.4 parking stalls per unit is required, and we are proposing 1.1 parking stalls per unit, which is 1 parking stall per each unit that we are having in the proposed development. And for the official plan amendment, the subject property is in the Chippewa Satellite District, which permits 4 stories, and we are requesting for an additional story to accommodate the units. So these are the comments. I'm sure Nick explained it better, but I'll just run through it quickly. These are the major concerns that we received from public feedback at the time of open house meeting. And with regards to traffic, being a corner lot, we have multiple access for this subject property, which will be Mechanic Street, Macklem Street, and then Portgate Road as well. And for density, we're just asking for 10 more units, and shadow impact, it is not required, and given we have sufficient setbacks also proposed for the development, there will be minimal impact of shadow to the adjacent properties. Other concerns like retaining wall, fencing, snow storage will be addressed as part of the site plan application that's ongoing. And then key highlights of this proposed development is 1, the mix of housing types that we are proposing. for the neighborhood, and then also how it matches with the character of the area, given there's also another 5-story apartment building that's coming by. And it is located in a highly accessible neighborhood with commercial, with amenities around, and then with public transit options also available within walking distances, and also schools that are located nearby. And in terms of provincial, region, and city policies, this proposed development contributes to attainable housing, meets the minimum intensification target, and provides a diverse housing supply, and maintains the privacy, matches the character of the neighborhood, and given it's in a highly accessible neighborhood, like I said before, it encourages use of public transit, maximizes the use of amenities that are already there on site, and it also uses existing services as part of the redevelopment, and encourages a walkable neighborhood which adds to the safety of the neighborhood. And that's it from us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of council for the applicant, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot one other question maybe the applicant can answer. There's no archaeological study. The resident was concerned about some of the archaeological items that they've been finding in Chippewa. Has there been any discussion about having it, and why is it not being implemented?
Yeah, who would answer that question? The archaeological study, is that Nick? Mr. De Benedetti? Back on the hot seat. Yeah.
I'm having a fun evening here, yes. In regards to the archaeological, again, this is a legacy. The site plan actually process started around 2018. And so the region also reviews it, and they determined that because it's not in their registry area, that an archaeological wasn't required.
Okay.
Thank you. The comments that were given to me, and I don't know, Kingsbridge Park, that they're finding items there, and it's just across the street. Why wouldn't we do the archaeological site? And being that we're not under the region anymore for planning approval, is that something that we can look at?
Well, the official plan, we still are. But Ms. Dolch, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Your Worship. So what we rely on is obviously the archaeological master plan that was done on the regional level on really where the areas are we're going to focus on to do those archaeological studies. What the region and ourselves also consider is what's in proximity, and in this case it was determined obviously at that time by the region, not by ourselves, that one wasn't required. So we just rely on those tools to guide us.
Thank you.
But if I may, we can put in stipulations on should things be uncovered, conditions.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not looking to add costs, though, to the development. Otherwise, we won't get any development done, but yes?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just following up on what Ms. Dolch said. So that site was previously used as a motel. It has been destroyed. So all that soil has been disturbed, and any works completed on it since then, even beforehand, would have triggered an investigation had any artifacts been found on site. That's a legal requirement. Now, if that's only applies if it's reported, but it was historically used, and nothing's been reported so far. So.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of council? Yes, Councilor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for a great presentation. This is already 4-story, was already approved, so you're just asking to add one more story, right? That's what it is?
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, if there's no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Carriel moved the recommendation. Councillor Strange seconded the move. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right, now we move on to the next one, 8.4, and I would ask our city clerk if he would be so kind as to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Okay, so something a little bit unique here. I think we are going to double up on these next two. Is that correct, Chris? Yeah, so we've got AM 2025-008 and AM 2025-009. So in the agenda, it's 8.4 and 8.5. They're going to be presented together as one application here. So a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 4-story apartment building with 31 units at 5523 through 5555 Fraser Street and 5578 George Street, as well as a 4-story apartment building with 18 units at 5584 Fraser Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19, 2025, and by posting a sign on the properties in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the OP amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're now going to call on our planner, Chris Room, who's a planner too. He's going to provide the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments. So welcome, Mr. Room.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council staff, and the residents.
Do it one more time. Someone's playing
How's
with it
that?
on the other end. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My papers must have hit there. Okay. Yeah, thank you for joining the public meeting tonight for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, which are files number 2025-008 and 009. Like our clerk had mentioned there, just a quick note before we begin, just in the interest of time, we're putting these presentations together as the applications have been submitted by the same applicant and they are in close proximity to one another. While council will be discussing these items together, they do require 2 separate motions because they are 2 separate applications. So just to note that. The proposals are requesting permission to for the construction of a 4-story 31-unit apartment building at 5523 and 5555 Fraser Street and 5578 George Street, and a 4-story 18-unit apartment at 5584 Fraser Street. The applications were deemed complete on June 12, 2025, and the delay in bringing them to council was at the request of the applicant to ensure that a thorough third-party review of the land use compatibility study was completed. The subject lands depicted here are surrounded by existing detached dwellings, mainly on Fraser and George Street there, and prestige industrial uses to the north of Fraser Street and the east side of the subject property as well. Additionally, there are some public open spaces in the form of a park in the cemetery to the south of Fraser Street, and you'll notice in the northwest, across from the Hydro Canal, is Oleo Energies Inc. So the subject lands are designated employment in the official plan and are zoned light industrial and a site-specific light industrial zone in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the lands to a residential designation to permit the proposed apartments on a local road and to permit an increased density of 161 units per hectare for the 5584 Fraser Street property. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to rezone the sites to a site-specific R5C and R5F zone to facilitate the apartments with relief from several zoning provisions. So here we can see the proposal for 5523 to 5555 Fraser Street and 5578 George, which is for the 31-unit apartment building. As I mentioned, zoning relief is being requested for minimum front yard depth, maximum lot coverage, minimum landscape open space, and minimum amenity space. And I'll note that all the parking requirements for this proposal have been met on site, and the proposal utilizes the 5578 George Street property as an exit only to reduce traffic flow on Fraser Street. Here we have the proposal for 5584 Fraser Street, which is the 18-unit apartment. The zoning relief requested for this proposal is for minimum lot frontage, front yard depth, rear yard depth, side yard width, maximum lot coverage, minimum landscaped open space, and landscaped open space strip, as well as parking. The parking, which is contained within the building at the ground floor level, which kind of is the reason for most of the zoning relief being requested. Public open house was held on July 17th, 2025, and notice was mailed on July 3rd to all properties within 120 meters of the subject lands. 10 members of the public attended the open house, and written correspondence has been received. Concerns include aging infrastructure, traffic flow, overflow parking, and vibrations from the nearby railway. Staff have the following responses here. The submitted functional servicing report confirms that the existing services can support the proposed development, and additionally, the city is proceeding with municipal works upgrades on Fraser Street and George Street, with George Street water main being fast-tracked just due to its condition. While a transportation impact study was not requested, as the proposal will generate less than 50 trips in the peak hours, the site has it has an exit onto George Street, as I previously mentioned, which will alleviate the number of vehicles using Fraser Street to merge onto Stanley Avenue. All the required parking is provided for in the 5523 to 5555 Fraser Street application, and then the George Street application is only requesting the reduction of 2 parking spaces. In the event that additional on-street parking is required, there is on-street parking on George Street, and there's parking on the north side of Fraser, which is just permit only. As for the rail noise, the main rail line and spur line are located over 400 meters and 200 meters respectively from the sites, which is outside the MPC 300 zone of influence. An abandoned spur line is noted south of the Fraser Street. It's noted south of Fraser Street and may still require mitigation by the line owner due to the existing residential nature. Due to the existing residential uses there, the proposed development does not introduce any new compatibility concerns with regards to that abandoned spur line. Staff recommend approval as the proposals represent appropriate intensification of urban land and provides for affordable housing. The development aligns with the PPS, the Niagara official plan, and the city official plan. Community concerns about traffic and infrastructure were considered, and supporting technical studies confirm that municipal servicing is adequate, traffic will be managed efficiently, and the land use compatibility study confirms that there are no adverse impacts and no restrictions on nearby employment uses expanding or on the site itself. And the requested zoning relief is minor and offset by the high quality design, and a 3-year sunset clause helps to ensure that housing is delivered in a timely manner. Staff recommends that Council approve the official plans and the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications to redesignate the lands from employment lands to residential, with sites special policy area to permit the apartment dwellings on a local road, and rezone the lands to a site-specific R5C and R5F zone to permit the construction of a 4-story apartment building containing 31 dwelling units and a 4-story apartment building containing 18 dwelling units. And additionally, staff recommend that Council authorize the amending bylaws to include the sunset clause, to require the execution of the site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaws coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension at the discretion of the general manager of planning, building, and development. And that concludes my presentation for this.
Thank you, Mr. Room. Questions of council? I've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Lococo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Room, for a great presentation. I have a question about D6 guideline.
Yep.
There is industry around there, and does it meet the D6 guideline? I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, it's a great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the land use compatibility study did assess it against the D6 guidelines as well. What we have to consider when thinking about D6 guidelines is the classification of each use around it. So there's a number of Class 1 facilities, there's a number of Class 2 facilities. They each have differing setbacks. The biggest one being Oleo in the northwest corner is classified as a Class 2 in accordance with the land use compatibility study and the peer review as well. Just speaking specifically about that one, it does surpass the zone of influence, so it's outside of those buffers. But all the other industry in the area has been assessed as well and meet the requirements under the D6 guidelines.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you said the 50 trips during the peak hour. Those streets are two very small streets, and those are dead-end streets. So there's no other way to go, but there's 2 exit and entrance points, right? George Street and Fraser Street. And if you say there will be exit at the George Street, how would that handle? That's a very small street. And area, for example, Niagara Battery and Tire is very, very busy all the time. There is a project share plaza there, that's very busy. I know that 3 weeks ago I was there to see someone at the project share. I actually had to park at one of the grooming place because I couldn't find parking anywhere. So the parking is already an issue there, and getting out, it takes about 5 or 6 minutes sometimes if you're making a left. So how can you confidently say that the 50 trips will not be a problem with the traffic?
Right, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good question. I had the same experience when I was doing my site visit as well. Our transportation staff are confident. They did review the application and they made the call not to require the transportation impact study. It's pretty standard to not require it for a development of this magnitude. What I can say is that during our, sort of due to the urban design, like having the exit go onto George Street there does alleviate a lot of pressure from Fraser, so you do have multiple turning options. And not to mention, in the future, we don't have a timeline for this, but the extension of Thoroldstone Road through to the roundabout there on Victoria will alleviate some of the pressure coming down Stanley Avenue as well. So you do have that. Obviously, it's in the future. It's not going to be a part of this application right now, but in the long run, it will alleviate some of the pressure on Stanley.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you said the proposed development on Fraser Street does not meet the parking requirement. So what would happen with the additional parking? Where would that go?
Yeah, so it's, just to be clear, the two developments, it's the 18-unit development is shy of the parking requirement by 2 units, or 2 parking stalls, whereas the other one does meet it. So in the event that overflow parking is required, we do have street parking on George Street, and then there is parking by permit only on the north side of Fraser Street. So there are street parking alternatives, but it's only a reduction of 2 parking spaces.
Well, to be honest, in my experience, George Street never had the parking on George Street, as you probably know the same thing. So parking will be biggest issue. So that's my question. I'll leave the rest for the later time because I'll let somebody else ask the questions.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is around the D6 guidelines. Again, back in February of 2024, we figured out about Class 2 and Class 3, depending on the consultants. I was just forwarded an email from a consultant for Oleo, and they can speak to it when they speak. But Trinity Consultants have classified them as Class 3, and it lists a whole bunch of reasons why. So this is where I'm having a challenge. I don't want to pick on this application specifically, but this is what we keep on finding. The class depends on what the consultant says, and then we look at the classification. So I'm having a difficulty with that with the class because it can be a completely different amount of feet from the residential development to the industry. And then when I was doing some research, I found Premier Ferdy-Tech across the street. What was it before that?
Unit Rig?
Unit Rig. That was classified as a Class 3. So had they been in business at this time, we would have had a Class 3 right across the street. They're not, so anyway, but they were considered Class 3. So I do have this letter here that does classify them as 3. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I wanted to talk to the planner, Mr. Roon. If we have one consultant that says Class 2, one consultant that has Class 3, where do we go with that?
Yeah, it's, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a great question because I did note that as well when those comments came in. What I will say is that, and as Ms. Dolch alluded to later, we do rely on those, on our professionals to give us that information to make the technical classification. And I will also let the applicant expand on this because they did bring their qualified professional with them. So they identified it as a Class 2 facility, Oleo, speaking about Oleo specifically, and it was brought up during the peer review process by the independent consultant. They asked for more justification as to why. Again, I'll let them expand on more the technical side of it, but they did come to a mutual agreement that it can be considered a Class 2 facility. I think it comes down to the emissions output, but what was also noted in their land use compatibility study is that original Class 2 classification did come from another assessment that was done years prior. So not only do we have, the applicant's land use compatibility consultant and our peer reviewer agreeing it's a Class 2 facility, but we also have other technical documents from the past that have also identified as a Class 2. So That's what we are going on. That's the information that we have available to us. I'm not sure, the Class 3 designation that was provided in the comments. I don't know where the information came from, but more than welcome to have an open dialogue about it for sure. But that's just how we got the Class 2
Okay,
distinction.
thank you. I'll just go over some brief. The facility is permitted to operate 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. 40 additional tanks, and I know that there was expansion from years ago when you had that Class 2. There's been a huge expansion. The other thing I wanted to comment in the report, it said that for the rail spur that it's abandoned. It's not abandoned. They will be using it. And the comment that really confused me was that if Oleo is going to use their spur, they've been given permission from CN. If they're going to use it, that they would have to mitigate for this residential development. The industrial is there. They have over 60 jobs there. They are Class 3. All of their paperwork with the Minister of Environment, their consultant says Class 3. If we look at Class 3, then it's within that. So I really think we have to flush that out. We have to flush out that rail, because that rail goes right behind the Fraser Street when there's the development there as well. So those are two things that I really want to look at. And the last thing that I wanted to look at was, it said that we were accelerating, there's deterioration in the water, the sewers, for the sewer separation. We're accelerating that. Can this development proceed without the city accelerating that, that sewer?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I would say yes. What we would be looking at doing is limiting their pre and post contributions. So if there's any stormwater flow that's leaving the site now to a combined sewer, it would have to be managed and dealt with through controls on site. So you wouldn't be able to discharge temporarily to the combined sewer and is going there today. We are actively working on, we have already approved the first phase of the sewer separation budget. We're hoping to pick up a larger area, and so it's very likely that in the next 1 to 2 years they'll be under construction for sewer work as well.
Okay, thank you. It's such a small area, and I know that our resources are very limited. Could we use those resources somewhere else, I'm afraid? And I don't like picking on projects, but are we moving that project acceleration time for this specific project when we could be using the resources somewhere else?
Through the mayor, the fact that it's an already initiated project is important to note. It means that there's importance in moving the project. There was enough rationale to get the project to start design. We have severe deterioration of our water and our sewer network out there. Our water main is, I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks this winter again in George Street. So we know that's a main driver in this project. Doing the sewer separation also has a net benefit to us, and it allows us to open up some other development lands in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And one final comment. In the report, it talks about no anticipated land use conflicts. To me, that's not a statement that I can trust when I hear that there is an industrial there, that the rail spur is there, that they have expanded, that they continue to want to expand. So I think we really need to flesh that out before we can make a decision.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions of council? Okay, Councillor Patel, second time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Room. This is a site-specific rezoning application. Do you not see this becoming a trend in the future? Everywhere there's an industrial land or employment land, it comes as a site-specific rezoning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the term site-specific is really just given when you have to give, zoning requirements, special zoning requirements. But in terms of it being a trend, I don't really know that I can comment on that at this time, just because the applications itself, they have to be deemed independently on their own merit. So we have to kind of view it, through a little bit of a microscope here. And what we have is an area that is predominantly residential, whether or not the designation say it's an industrial or employment or whatever it might be. Those are the area, the context of the area is set by the existing residential nature of it, right? So what we're trying to say, the thesis of this report is that infilling these two properties with similar uses doesn't add more compatibility issues. It simply is a drop in the bucket of what already exists in this area. It doesn't make things anything worse, doesn't make it any better. It just is simply status quo. In an alternative scenario, it's not like the applications are pushing that residential boundary closer to any sort of residential or industrial use. It's just simply an infill of two underutilized lots. And to take it a step further with these lots specifically, because we're looking at them through a microscope, if we leave them as employment, we have to think what is the highest and best use of these parcels. And two small employment parcels that are restrained by residential context doesn't really leave you with many options for meaningful employment uses. So we kind of have to look at it through the lens of what is the best possible scenario for this property, and our opinion is that it would be residential infill.
Thank you. I'm not picking at this particular development or the developer, but it is surrounded by most of the employment lands, employment usage. That's why there are so many questions and there's so many confusion, because it's just that is it going to push out the employment land? Are people going to get frustrated? It just there are so many questions. That's the only reason I'm asking you sort of questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions of Mr. Room at this time? Oh, Councilor Newstead.
Thank you. Actually, I just want to expand on the point that Councillor Lococo made. So, and I'm not sure, I guess that would be addressed to you. So if we're looking at a compatibility study, but yet we're seeing or hearing incompatibility to a compatibility study, and to her point that we have to flesh it out, who's going to flesh that out? Like, we aren't experts in this area. So to make a decision, but we're being told two different things, where do we go from here, and how do you?
Yeah, it's a great question. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Yeah. It puts you guys in a hard spot for sure. You're hearing one thing when you're also hearing, a separate, opinion as well. So, I can't really do much more than to say that, the opinion evidence that we rely on has been peer reviewed, one time, and that information has come from additional studies that have also been peer reviewed. So we have a depth of knowledge to go on. I really can't make more of a statement on which piece of information you should go with over the other, but my professional opinion is the one that has been peer reviewed multiple times and has already kind of gone through the ringer is probably a bit more reliable. Not to say that their opinion isn't important, but I just don't know where the information has come from. We haven't had a chance to review it, why they put forward the Class 3 designation versus our independent assessment of it. So one side versus the other.
You, Mr. Acting Mayor, this is very confusing then, because if we are to base a decision on this information, would they not have gone, like if he can produce this letter now, would this peer review not have scoped it all out? Like, I'm questioning credibility of this person, because this is very confusing for us.
Of our peer review, or of the?
No, of the people who are saying who did the compatibility study.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, again, I can only really go off of the information that I've been provided through our consultant and the applicant's consultant as well. I'm not really too sure how much more to elaborate on the.
Right.
Yeah.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just forwarded that email to Ms. Dolch and to all of council if they want to see it from the
Thanks.
consultant.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Room at this time? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Room. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that wishes to speak?
Yeah, we do have a few. I'll start with the resident, Kyle Corcoran.
Okay. Mr. Corcoran, Ms. Corcoran? Okay. Okay, is Kyle here? Sorry? Oh. Okay, just looking for Kyle right now. Don't know, would he be online maybe? Not showing up online? Okay, let's go to the next speaker and maybe he'll show up.
All right, next we have Ken Squildens.
Okay, welcome, Mrs. Coltons.
All right, thank you. I just want, so again, I'm here on behalf of the Niagara Industrial Association. Just like to, reassert my concerns about the impact that, higher density residential encroachment has on the viability of employment lands, but also employment areas. Under the Niagara region's previous official plan, they identified this area as an employment area, which means that it was identified by the Niagara region and by the city of Niagara Falls as being critical to industry in this area. That also includes Oleo, but also current brownfield sites directly across the street, like 4300 Stanley Avenue. So from our perspective, our concern is that the more that you permit higher density residential development within areas like this, the more that you are stigmatizing this area for employment related uses and could actually negatively impact the ability to attract investment to the city in this area, because any new use coming into sites like 4300 Stanley Avenue are going to be restricted by the surrounding residential uses and will be further impacted by their ability to invest, develop, and grow, which, again, as the Niagara Industrial Association, we're here to sort of ensure that council is, again, aware that the decisions made at this horseshoe have direct impacts, not only on the employers currently here, but also your ability to attract future industrial investment to the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of council? No? Okay, thank you. Anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Do you have anyone else, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, so just before we go to the gallery, we do have some representatives from Oleo. There was a number of them that, if you want to come forward, we had Mark, Roman, and Danielle.
Okay, good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, members of council, staff, and all present. My name is Roman Hersishan. I'm Vice President with lobar laryngitis of Oleo Energies. Unfortunately, Mark Mihalkov, our president, couldn't be here tonight. He was briefly hospitalized, but he's convalescing at home in good care. So I'm here today on behalf of Oleo Energies to express our opposition to the proposed plan amendment and zoning amendment, to voice our concerns and ask council to refute this application. I'd like to remind council that 2 years ago, council voted to keep this area designated as industrial, but now the application has been carved out to make certain parcels residential. One thing I want to mention is off the bat, the entire area that is represented by the application is not primarily residential. There's actually quite a bit of business there, and I'm sure some of the gallery may come forward to speak about that. Why do we oppose this? Oleo Energies is a manufacturer of transformer oils, lubricants, specialty chemicals, of which some are dangerous goods. We work for large brands, typically multinational companies, looking for quality service and a competitive price. In order to provide these services, we hold several ISO standards. We're ISO 9001 certified, 21469 certified, 14001 certified. We are regularly inspected by provincial and federal agencies. So our plant has been in operations on this site since 1954, initially as Lubrizol and Oleo Energy since 2010. We employ 2 shifts with over 60 skilled staff, including blenders, laboratory technicians, welders, millwrights, electricians, IT staff, pipe fitters, heavy equipment operators, truck drivers, and many admin staff as well. We also use and support local vendors and auxiliary services such as, with materials and services that support our business. Our economic success is based on flexibility and scalability. Rail access plays a huge role in lowering logistic costs. This is painfully clear as Oleo competes with U.S. manufacturers whose products have been entering Canada in a much greater pace than before. U.S. manufacturers operate with overall lower costs, so any undue events that we must face only lowers our gross margins as our prices cannot increase. If we want to be competitive, we have no choice but to absorb these costs. This places pressure on our business, a lot of pressure. So the proximity of the proposed land conversion from industrial to residential jeopardizes our existence to operate unencumbered, and it is not compatible with our industrial operation. Let me first address the existing residences that are legally non-conforming with the designated employment lands. These are single-family homes, 1.5 stories, not four-story complexes with increased density. Line of sight itself will be an issue. As soon as industrial activities are viewed, they are perceived negatively. Case in point, 911 has been called and the fire department dispatched to Oleo because someone saw steam from a rail to truck transport activity. That's just one example. In terms of noise, the higher the complex, the easier it will be for noise to travel. The applicant's consultants will tell you that they have mitigated against this with triple glazed glass and other materials, but in reality, people will still complain, and this will end up being Oleo's problem, involving the MOE, engineers, consultants, lawyers, and adding costs and pressures to their business. Solid Steel, which was referenced before, has been a very publicized case and serves as a perfect example of how residential development encroached on protected industrial land. Residential use is not compatible with industrial use and will only lead to burden employers with avoidable issues that destroy business economic viability. Oleo submitted a letter to the city's planning department, which I trust you've all read, so I won't reread the letter. But the applicant's consultant posted a public rebuttal in our letter, which I need to correct because they were inaccurate. In fact, the city planning office has made inaccurate assumptions, which I'll address in a moment. Issue number one, the classification with D6 guidelines. We're 27 acres. We manufacture transformers, transformer oils, petrochemicals, a lot of specialty chemicals. We have 116 tanks, the bulk of which are outside, 100,000 liters to 1.5 million liters. Every outdoor tank has pumps, motors, venting, 6,700 feet of rail, heavy equipment, and throughput of nearly 30 million liters. It's argued that we're not class 3. It's sort of silly to hear that. Danny, if you mind, I have a colleague that emailed you and actually forwarded. We had printed copies because it was a rebuttal to Friday's posting by the applicant. So our environmental consultants, Trinity, have been working with us for over 10 years. They know us intimately. So in terms of the planning office, nobody approached us. Nobody came to us with questions. Not a foot was set on our property by any third-party consultant to discuss our operation or to understand it. That is very important. I mean, for someone from afar to look at a Google shot and say, yeah, that's a class 2, it's silly. I mean, we're a full-blown industrial site. So that's one thing I want to bring up very quickly. The other thing is the rail. The rail spur that goes from our property to Stanley Street is not abandoned. We have an active CN siding agreement. This rail spur was purchased years ago in plans to increase our capacity and flexibility. It's an active siding agreement which CN has unfettered access to travel. We're not ready to launch yet, but very soon we will be. That is why, as well as a sidebar, we just purchased 40 stainless steel tanks, which are physically on our property today. They're done in Q4. That's going to take our total tank capacity to 156 tanks and increase our throughput to roughly 50 million liters. Rail is crucial for our business to survive. It lowers our bulk throughput costs for inbound raw materials and outbound products. Rail parking is a real consideration. It's not like moving a truck. Rail cars come in, we've got to shunt them. I've got to park them. That's why that spur plays a huge role in our future success. I know my time is limited, so I want to just quickly go through some of these things. So the comment by the applicant's consultants in regards to the Trinity, our rebuttal to their comments that they had claimed that if ECA submission to the Ministry of Environment was deemed proper, then we would have been classified as a Class 2 site. Ministry of Environment, ECA, has nothing to do with land development issues. D6 guidelines are for land development. They have no bearing on our ECA or Ministry of Environment. It's a land development issue. That's where the Class 3 guidelines, the D6 guidelines speak to. So that's number one. The other point I want to bring up too is, well, we talked about the CN map. As well, the 3.4, the provincial policy statement and Niagara Regional official plan and the official plan for City of Niagara Falls have policies promoting and protecting rail usage throughout the region and the city. The applicant is looking to change employment lands to residential. Provincial policies to avoid residential encroachment into industrial lands because they ultimately lead to land use conflicts that impact employers, restricting operations, increasing costs, and curtailing further investments. Canadian manufacturers face intense competition as it is, and by approving this application, it will only lead to additional operating pressures, added costs, and threatening business. The city should continue to prioritize and protect industrial employment lands and refuse the application to convert employment lands to non-industrial use. I also want to remind you of, actually, the member from the Niagara Industrial Association was here, so I want to bring that up. So I think it speaks volumes that they're here to back industry. It's very important in this city. So should this application be approved, the city must be prepared to accept responsibility for any future complaints and investigations. I know I'm over my time, so I apologize for that, but I appreciate your time and express concerns that I ask you again to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your presentation. Please tell Mark that we are thinking about him. Hopefully he feels better soon.
I shall.
I have a question. How many employees are at O'Leary's?
We currently have over 60 employees running 2 shifts, Monday to Friday. And obviously, as any business, we're planning to expand, and that's why we brought in the tanks. And from that point on, we'll be adding additional employees and probably additional shifts.
So you said additional shift means 7 to 3 and 3 to 11, right?
No, yeah, exactly. So we operate right now from 6 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. That's when the shift ends.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when you load the product into trains or whatever the containers are, what time do you usually move the product? Is it nighttime? Morning?
Well, typically mornings, afternoons, but it can be in the evenings as well. It's all about the production schedule. But CN, they come whenever they want. Their switch typically is on Wednesdays. They can arrive mid-afternoon, evenings. They've done it at nighttime as well, or weekends. As we grow, we'll be increasing, requesting CN to increase switching because it's just a function of production. Bring in raw materials, process, and then obviously remove for outbound.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you said some resident called 911 because there's like steam coming out of one of those, I'm not sure, one of the tanks. So how many complaints do you get usually?
Well, I mean, we try to address them very quickly. We've had complaints of air emissions, for example, but to be quite honest, most of those are geared towards the water treatment plant on Stanley there, right? We try to be very good, I guess, stewards of our property and of our business. So that's why we have our own consultants. And like I said, we're regulated by all levels of government. Dangerous goods, and not only for safety, but even for security. MOE, Ministry of Labor, everybody. TSSA, I mean, and we, like I mentioned as well, hold all the ISO standards, which 14001 is an environmental standard as well. So we want to be very good stewards. We've never, since operation commenced, we've never laid off anybody. So we're very serious when we hire people. We don't hire temporary workers. We offer good paying, skilled jobs. And we try to treat, we've got co-op programs with universities. We have apprentices, millwrights, electricians. We try to foster and develop a really good base, a real good culture. So we look at this application is threatening because it threatens our ability to have unfettered access to our property and to operate. As soon as residents come in, it's just human nature. There's always going to be a complaint. You put in a 4-story building, line of sight over industrial property, there's steam. We have to steam rail cars. We steam tanker trucks. You have to move products. Some of it is viscous. So as soon as you see that, or you hear rail car mover, which we shunt with our own rail car mover, banging rail cars, making noise, someone's going to call. It's just human nature. And then what happens, we've got to deal with it. So we'll get a request from Ministry of Environment, they'll make a visit, they'll want to inspect, and so forth. Salvage steel, going back to them. Powellfinger is a little bit different in terms of their zoning and designated lands, but a similar issue. I mean, you've got businesses that have been around for a long, long time, trying to build in this economy, trying to build with, all the pressures that we have out of the U.S., and we have to face this. So we voiced our displeasure at the public meetings. I don't think it was, our comments were not maybe tabulated fully, but we look at this as if it's carved out and this is approved, it's going to be a domino effect. I think, Councillor, you had mentioned that maybe there'll be a next one, and next one, and next one, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Thank you. Just one more question. So your product, your product, does it just go to Canadian City? Do you just sell it to Canada, or does it go to U.S.?
No, without getting into specifics, our products exported everywhere. Canada, into Europe, we've moved product into China. And remember, we work for large companies, so we don't sell to the street. We provide quality and service to large brands, and they demand quality, service, and price. And a lot of our customers are Canadian. Some of them are global. And we're situated, our modalities are fantastic in terms of rail and access to, the border. Reciprocally, we have a lot of products coming out of the U.S. into Canada competing with us from other toll blenders, and that's a concern.
Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously residential is very important, housing is very important for our community, but jobs equally, if not more, actually probably more important. We can always put residential anywhere, but jobs are very important. But should this application go through, is there something that we can do to mitigate so that no calls would be made? I know with the quarry, there was different mitigating suggestions that would help in this situation. Are there ways that we can have both together with mitigating factors?
Councillor, through the mayor, that's a very good question. Years ago, there was a development south of our property. I think it was called Sleek Development. And same issue, it was zoned differently and became residential. So we had obviously objected to that. And what happened was the final verdict, there was a 30-foot berm built plus an 8-foot fence to mitigate line of sight and noise. That, I don't see how that could be, I guess, replicated on the Fraser Street spur because we own that piece. Like I said, it's an active CN agreement, and I don't see how that could be. To put the onus on us now to say, well, you've got an industrial spur, but if you want to use it, you're going to have to mitigate. That makes no sense to me.
I'm not suggesting on you, I'm suggesting on
exactly, but I think the applicants were trying to put the cart in front of the horse. I mean, it's industrial lands. We have the right to use that spur, and that's exactly our intention to do so. How to mitigate? If the applicant had to mitigate, I couldn't speak to that. The setback, by the way, the Class 3 classification is very important because that dictates all the setback rules. One of them being from the spur line would be at least 15 meters. If that's the case, then the proposed development, which abuts the rail spur, it would fall apart. But 1/3 of it would disappear. So having the city planning office state that that's an abandoned spur is a misnomer. It's incorrect. It's inaccurate. It's not, and it needs to be protected. So I hope I answered your question, but in reality, I don't see how it can be mitigated.
I do have one final question. There are housing already there. So
correct.
The natural thing is, well, if there's housing there already, adding more, what's the big deal? So you're saying it's strictly because of the height level, because the noise would still be there. Have you had complaints from them, and what would be the difference? How do we say it's okay for them, but if we add more, it's not okay for them?
Through the mayor, councillor, very good question again. Density is an issue as well. You're adding all these, I think, 50 plus units, and multiply 2 or 3 people per unit. I mean, huge density, number one. Height, line of sight, noise travels. I mean, right now, if you're at a higher level, you're going to have visual pollution, noise pollution, maybe even some air emissions. So I think it's a problem. The existing or non-conforming uses of an industrial area, they're there, and that historically, I don't know how that developed, but they're not conforming. So to add to that and take away from industrial lands is, I think, the issue, and I don't think it should be approved.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Roman. When we were speaking, and I was speaking with Mark as well, the conversation kept going around the classes. And you told me it was a class 3. You wrote me an email that was a class 3, and I said, we need some sort of proof. I can't just go by you telling me that it's a class 3, and that's why this letter came out. From a consultant, not just from you or from somebody at Oleo, from a consultant. And I Googled the consultant, and they seem to be very well respected and know what they're doing. So I guess my question is, if the classes are going to determine the distance between residential and the industrial, where are we going to go with this? I've forwarded it to Ms. Dolch. Where are we going to go with this? We have 2 different consultants saying 2 different classes, which are 2 different. Where do we go with this?
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Ms. Dolch can answer that, or Mr. Falsetti, which class is it?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. And as Mr. Room said, we can only rely on the information we had at the time when we brought forward the report to you. Obviously, this is new information. Should council wish, we can take it back and have the consultants review it, but we do have the developer's consultant as well as our peer review indicating it's a class 2 at this point. So that's the advice we can give you at this point. I have looked briefly at the brief letter that was provided. Again, D6 study analysis is quite in depth. It's not just a couple pages, it is quite in depth. So obviously, if council wishes for us to go back and have further discussions, we can, but I would expect that the consultant would have to do a lot more work to demonstrate. Again, there's certain parameters around that, but there's a lot to the D6 guideline that has to be considered more so than what's been done.
Thank you. I think this is where my frustration comes. It was stated that we didn't go to them to ask them. They did provide a letter on the agenda, but when Mark called and I was asking about the classification, that's where we started digging into this. So to Mr. Felicetti, from our business development and our planning, do we not have a process that we should reach out to these industrial businesses to do all of this? Because this is at the last minute. I got this email at 2 minutes to 4 and I didn't check it. I forgot about it. And then when you were coming up, I just actually opened it. So that's why I brought it up. I was focusing on so many different things today. I forgot that it was coming, and it came at a couple minutes to 4. Do we not have a better process? Because I don't like this last minute thing, and it's not even fulsome for what you would need it to be. And they just did this today because I said, can you have some proof? I can't just use an email that you're telling me it's class 3. We need a better process here, and I don't want to accept or deny an application with incorrect information. And if we defer this, are there any issues that we didn't deal with it in a proper time frame?
So our CAO would like to weigh in on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. If it's council's decision to, and I know there are some concerns that we'd want to take away, we would, if you want to defer it, we would request a 2-cycle deferral so that we can take some of this information and take a review. As far as the process concerns, that is something we can also take away. That would be separate from the application, but that would be an internal process review that we'd have to take a look at. There is a risk, though, on a non-decision on that basis, but, I think we're striving to try to get the best information to council moving forward. I don't know if I missed anything, Ms. Dolch?
Just one other thing I just wanted to mention. We can look at process, but the process is dictated by those noise consultants that do the work, and it's based on the parameters the things they have to look at. For us to dictate that process, I'm not an expert. We can have a noise consultant, but again, they have their own parameters. We can try to get some clear direction, but really it's laid out in the D6 guidelines. And again, in terms of the last minute, it's unfortunate that this just came in. I can't help that. All I can help is that, we've done our due diligence. We did our analysis, the consultants did their analysis, and we did our own peer review on that documentation based on concerns we had. So we did do our appropriate due diligence and process, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering about, yes, there's appropriate and that we've done our due diligence, but I think involving an industry that is so important to our community earlier in the stage, because I said to them, without any proof, how can I say it's class 2 or class 3 when a consultant is saying it's class 2? I really think we need to involve them earlier in the process, that they can give all of the information, and then the consultants can look at it, the peer review can look at it, our staff can look at it, because we didn't have this until then, until today. So it's very unfortunate, and I don't want to make a decision without the proper information, and I don't want to put it in jeopardy that it's for a non-decision either. So maybe once the applicant comes up, maybe we can have some discussions at that point to see if we could. I don't know. I just don't like making a decision without the proper information.
We're not at the point for deferral anyway yet?
Right, no, I was just
Yeah.
talking about it, yes.
So, okay, I will go back to Roman if you wanted to, you wanted to add something?
Very quickly, I just wanted to state the reason why it was last minute was a rebuttal to. I'm sorry. Thank you. Reason why it was last minute was a rebuttal to applicants' response to the letter we had submitted before this council on Friday. So we scrambled quickly today to put that together. The other thing I wanted to say is, again, nobody from any consulting group, other than our own consultants that know us intimately, approached us, came to our property, asked questions, emailed, phone calls, nothing. So to make it a judgment about our business, and I'm sure you've all driven down Throws Stone, and looked at the tanks and the operation. It's I think it's a little bit misleading. Last comment, provincial policy. So even if we ignore class for a second, provincial policy 2.8.2, subsection 3, subsection B states that employment land should not be removed and need to be protected. So just on that merits of that statement alone, that policy, I think, is something for you to consider. Thank you for your time. If there are no further questions?
Any further questions for Roman? Did you want to, you have a question, Councilor?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
we
you,
got
Mr.
another question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Roman. Yeah, thank you, and you can see your passion and for the industry, and I can understand both sides, and obviously we'd love to both of you to work together. Just looking at some of the land use compatibility relationships to Oleo, like there's a motel right across the street from you guys, and that's got to be 50, 100 meters. There's one on Cynics, which has been there for a long time, 157-meter townhouse complex. And then the one that really got me was the one on Portage, just along the Paisley-January Trail. It's 57 meters, and that was just recently put up. How did this stuff happen to get so close to you? And the two ones that they're doing are 178, 191, which are quite a bit further than the three that I mentioned. Like someone that's 57 meters away, and it looks like there's like over 40 townhouses there. What was that okay to do then, or what happened there?
Through Mayor, Councillor, good question. That's a great example of our concern about encroachment. The more of that, I think, as it occurs, it will squeeze industry, it will squeeze us. The Portage example is a little bit different than the Fraser Street example. We've got that rail spur with, as I mentioned, it's an active CN siding agreement with CN, and we intend on using that rail spur. So the proximity of the developments to our rail spur is immediate. I believe what you're referring to goes, it's not 40 meters.
No, it's 57.
Yeah,
it's St. Antoine.
It's further down, right?
Yeah.
So
well, it's not further down. It's 57 meters.
Well, I mean, it's west of our property. I don't have it. There's a car dealership.
It's just south of your property.
Well, that's the one that's a good example. That's the one that they had mitigating barriers put up, 30 feet berm, and,
Okay.
and also an 8-foot fence. So maybe it wasn't clear earlier. So we did oppose that building, that development, and they had to put up a berm and a fence. So when you look at our property, you've got 38 feet in the back shielding us from that development. So I think.
So there's a 30 meter.
30
berm? Okay.
Again, the exact height is from memory, so
Yeah.
please don't hold that
No,
against
that's
me.
okay.
But
No.
The point is, there were mitigating factors there that the developer agreed to because they understood our position. They decreased their development size and they put up a berm with a fence. That will not happen here. Again, I guess there's some, miracle engineering.
30 feet?
Plus
30
plus.
feet berm.
Yeah, 30 feet, yeah.
Okay.
Plus an 8-foot fence on top, right? So those are the kind of mitigating measures that they had to do in order to proceed with their development, right? Those are the kind of measures that we requested to protect our use of the property and continue with the business.
And you guys do have a nice, the Paisley Jamboree Trail just goes by your place, does it not?
Lower down, yeah, by the
lower
canal,
down?
by the canal, yeah.
Okay. And then over to the subject's land, you have to go over the hydro canal, right?
Correct, that's our property, there's an easement for OPG to use that, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and the two are 178 meters and 191. I'm just looking at the motel, and I don't know how that happened and how long the motel's there, but I think it's a really older motel.
Motel's been there well before us, I can't speak to when it was built.
So the motel was there before you guys?
No, Oleo came on board 2010.
Oh, okay.
The site was 1954, Lubrizol built the
Lubrizol
site.
was there.
So when the motel was before 2010.
Okay.
So I can't speak to that.
Okay.
The history of that.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, appreciate it.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, we're good, Roman. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else lined up? Is there any, yes, okay, yep, please come forward. If you could just state your name and your address, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Linda Pope. I'm here with my husband, Stephen Lucas, and we're at 5626 George Street, right at the end, right against the canal. And we're 2 properties away from the Sam Visca Electric. There's a neighbor in between us. Originally, I think this project was going to be condos, which we're happy about because we're thinking, what's the demographic for condos? Probably a lot of retired people. They're not working anymore. They're going to have 1 car, not 2. So traffic and parking wouldn't be such an issue. Now it's rental housing. So Sam Visca has tenants. He has apartments above his business, which is 2 houses away from us. And they're lovely tenants. No problem at all. We've never had any crime or noise complaint. We've never had any complaints. But they have nowhere to live. They walk up the stairs and they're in their apartment. So if a baby's crying and somebody needs a break or one wants to have a friend over or whatever, what happens is they invite people who come in a car and they sit in the car in front of our house in parked in Niagara Battery Tire with lights on, smoking, talking, standing outside. And when they're right at the end of my driveway, I go out and I'm like, do you guys need some help? Are you lost or whatever? No, we're just visiting. So that makes me think they're trying to have a residential life. And that's just, I don't know what Sam has there, 3 or 4 apartments above his business. Now we're going to have 31 apartments? Is there going to be 31 cars on our street, like trying to visit and have friends over? These are not old retired people buying a condo. This is rental housing, and probably there's going to be 2 people to afford that rent. So either 2 cars leaving down George Street to go on to Stanley, which is very busy. We have Thoroldstone on one side, and we have Bridge Street on the other side, and the lights aren't timed. So we need a different kind of traffic study, not just less than 50 trips per day. Because when somebody has car trouble, we're right across the street from Niagara Battery and Tire, right on George Street. Their car's dead when they're trying to start it going to work in the morning. So it's CAA flatbed trucks coming between 6 and 9 a.m. And then when they go to leave, they either have a flat tire or a dead battery. So you are taking your life into your hands, trying to exit onto Stanley between those hours. So there might not be 50 cars, but you're sitting there for 20 minutes, either taking your life in your hands and praying you don't get behind the tow truck because he can't zip into traffic. You have to wait till he has a break, and there's not too many breaks. So we need a different kind of traffic study, maybe one, if you don't want to put a light on George and Stanley or a stop sign, maybe you could time Bridge Street and Thoroldstone lights so that we have a break that we can get in there. When I mentioned this to Chris, the planner at the city, he said, oh, well, Thoroldstone Extension's going to open up and that'll relieve some. But I haven't seen anybody working on that for quite a long time, so I'm not sure when the plan is to have that done. And secondly, the water main, you mentioned that that's going to be addressed, but I was told that in 2019 because it's patch after patch, year after year. And they said, oh, in 2019, one of the workers patching it said, oh, you're on the list. You're getting a new water line soon. But, I mean, when that was... This is 2026, 2019, 7 years ago. So I'm not sure, will it come in before this building gets built or not? So I just think the traffic, the parking, and the water are my main issues. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do we have an answer on that water main, Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The construction money for the water main was approved in 2026 capital budget, and we intend on building it this year.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anyone else here to speak? Yep, if you want to come forward to the microphone, please. And if you can state your name and address as well, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
My name's Catherine Searle. I live at 5548 Fraser Street, right across from where they're going to build this 31 unit with 43 parking. No. And then an 18 unit down the street. We have enough problems with Fraser Street parking. My husband and I went to the council, got parking on the north side because there was no room on our street. There's, 15 houses there now, 2 businesses, and they're going to add 48, 49 units. I have a hard time getting off Fraser Street onto Stanley too. And because they have all these people, like you say, they're going to have 2 cars, you're adding more. We can't take it. On Fraser Street, when it snows, like we've got, the plow goes down the north side, comes back up the north side. I got to dig out my driveway at least 5 feet into the street to get out. They never, unless I'm standing there going, please, over. I've done that to get them to clean out in front of my house so I don't have to dig into the street. Now, we have a lot of people living on our street that have cars. They have to park on the road. Where's these other units going to go? They're going to go on our street or George. They ain't going to have the room. And then you're talking about the sewers. When you dug up Stanley, we were infested with rats. You start fooling around with the sewers again on Fraser, we're going to get rats again. Right? You talk about the water. I've lived there over 40 years. They've never touched the water or the sewers in those years. The only thing they've ever done was pave our street in this 40 years. The water line is old. I was told the sewer and water line were put in there before they kept records of this Fraser Street. That's my husband calling. Shut up. All right. The street is old. And the north side is the lower side of the street. I know from experience that the north side, the basements flood. Okay? Now you're gonna put more people in there, that'll flood. Okay? They didn't think of that either. Now, there's no parking. Now, you're talking about their garbage. They're gonna put that in a bin. Is that gonna be put out in the street too? Or is that going to be picked up, delivered individually, people? They never stated that. But this is, I've been there, I've seen a lot of changes. We have the dental place at the end, and I'm not sure what the next business is. It comes and goes. And we just don't have the space to get out on Fraser Street. When I come home, I'm in that little bit of area that's not even really a full turning lane. And I've been missed by inches on the back of my car. My husband was rear-ended trying to get into our street. It's a very dangerous thing. Now you're going to add some 40, 50 cars. Sure, they can go out in George, but George Street is just as bad. It's not feasible. You can't do this. And Sam Vista's been a good neighbor. We've never had any real problems with them. And they were going to build a small unit in the one existing 80 feet lot. That's what his wife told me. Shut up. But now they're telling me a 31 unit with 43 parking and an 18 down the end. No, sorry. Can't do it. It won't happen.
So thank you. Let me just see if we can get it. I'm sure the applicant, when he comes up, will talk about the garbage and things like that. I just wondered if Mr. Nicola had any thoughts about or comments on the sewer and the snowplow. Why we're not plowing the whole street.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, there is no turnaround area for us, so we can only go in one direction, which is in, and then we have to back up, and I don't even know how we turn around to get it back out. Very carefully, I imagine.
I think he puts it a bit into the dental place. It used to be a Legion. He cleans out their driveway for them.
So it's a challenge.
Getting worse.
Hey, 40 years, I know what's going on.
We know it's a challenge, and so I mean, we can talk to our staff about the side of the street that's being done. Generally, you'd plow the north side because the blade and the wing are on that right side of the plow. If you're driving in, it would push it to that.
And when they're coming up, it's taking it all into my side, plus what's already on the street.
So that's something I can take.
I went to Wayne Thompson about this, and he said he talked to them. Now, they still go up the north side.
I can tell you Fraser Street has a water main from 1991, so it's better. It's in much better shape than the water main on George Street, so we don't need to touch that. The sewers are combined. There's no storm sewer on either George or Fraser. It's a small stub of road, so if we can get the water to drain to Stanley, it can drain away. But the sewers today catch some of the rainwater, and they're considered combined. So that's why when I mentioned...
Yeah, the house next, down from me, has a drain sewer. It's plugged up with dirt and stuff.
So the applicant will be required to only discharge the volume of sewage that is currently draining off the property, so not make a bad situation worse. And we have plans, as I mentioned, to proceed with the sewer separation in the short-term timeline, subject to funding.
Yeah, it's all old stuff there. Like I said, they told me there's been a house on my lot before they kept records of Niagara Falls. And I've been there 40 years plus, and nobody's ever touched the sewers or the water.
Just the road.
We got the gas meter moved outside the house. That's about it. The road made nice, and it's still a dead-end street. We had the hydro. You want to drop a couple people off in the river there, or the water line.
Well, this is getting out of control, this meeting. All right, we need order in this. So, well, listen, thank you for coming, and I'm sure we're going to get answers to the garbage once the applicant's up here as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Don't forget to call your husband back.
Nah.
All right, do we have anyone else here other than, yes, please come forward.
Good evening. Scott Selvig, 5594 Fraser Street. I own the commercial property next to the 18 unit going in. My concern is the parking, no green space. Where are people gonna, if there's kids, where are they gonna play? And that's the big concerns for me. I sent a letter to council, so.
Any questions of council? No. Okay, thank you
right.
very much. Appreciate your comments. Is there anybody else here that wishes to address council? Okay, I think there's nobody left, so that's good. Everybody's spoken. All right, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. It's been a long evening. I'm afraid it's going to get a bit longer, given what we've just heard. Before I get to my formal presentation and the PowerPoint, just want to address some of the comments that came out of that discussion. So Councillor Lococo is concerned about process. Let's keep in mind that my client has been waiting 8 months for this public meeting. There was an open house. Olio is an experienced operator. They went through this process with the Sleek Developments application in 2017. They appealed it to the OLT. So they know what the issue is, Class 2 versus Class 3. On that issue, it's almost like debating whether it was a catch or an interception between the Bills and Denver Broncos.
Too soon.
What you have before you is our consultant's report, which, as your planning director indicated, it's probably that thick, full study. It went to your independent peer review consultant, RWDI. They reviewed it. They had questions, asked questions, got answers, came back and said, we agree it's Class 2. You have historical assessments. I suspect in relation to the Sleek Developments project in 2017, I'm sure there were studies submitted confirming it was Class 2. Our firm represented Sleek Developments. We represented them on the appeal at the OLT. So I have some knowledge. I can tell you if it was Class 3, there's no way in hell the OLT would have approved that settlement at 57 meters. I don't care how high of a berm or how high of a fence you put in. Secondly, those mitigating factors were not for Olio specifically. CN had issues. When you're next to an active rail line, they want crash walls, they want protection. So to suggest that was Olio's mitigation, no, that was more CN's mitigation to have the development proceed. So I just want to address those comments. Our consultant is here. He can address the issue of Class 2 versus Class 3. A little frustrating. Olio's been involved in this process. They went to the open house. They know the game. A little frustrating that at 4 o'clock today, they come in with a 2-page letter that purports to be a report. I'm hearing suggestions that that is equivalent to a full-blown D6 study that we've submitted, equivalent to an independent report by your consultant agreeing with our consultant. Unfair to do that on the night of a public meeting. I think it was done to delay the application. That's my personal opinion. So keep in mind, Class 2 versus Class 3. You have a 2-page letter submitted tonight. You have a report this thick from our consultant. You have a peer review report from your consultant agreeing with us. You have historical assessments all saying Class 2. Just want to address that point first. Secondly, everyone keeps forgetting that there's 25 to 26 houses, I believe, in Fraser, George Street area, some of which have been there for 100 years. They are closer to Olio than our client's property. So You're going to hear this statement in my PowerPoint. Whether or not you approve this application, it doesn't help or hurt Oleo. They already hurt themselves by locating so close to existing residential that is closer than where we are. That's my submission, and that's the law. Their approvals require them to deal with receptors. The closest receptors are not us. There's much closer receptors in all directions. Cynics, next door to us, Portage, I'll get to that as well. Okay, so I'm appearing on behalf of Sam and Rita Visca. They are the developers. The consulting team has prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. Before I get to the PowerPoint, just want you to keep the following facts top of mind. We have prepared and submitted every expert report requested by your staff. And in the case of land use compatibility, our report was peer-reviewed by the city's consultant. All expert reports support our applications and the proposed developments. I had stated this because it was true when I wrote this morning. No expert report has been brought forward by Oleo supporting denial of our applications. Apparently there's a 2-page letter that purports to be an expert report that we've never seen, and your planning director just saw 10 minutes ago. Your planning staff has carefully reviewed our application and all the expert reports and recommends approval of the applications. Denial of the applications will put you in the position that you have no evidence to support your decision when the matter is appealed to the OLT. You will, or sorry, I should say the taxpayers of the city will, incur substantial costs to hire a lawyer and to try and find experts to support your denial. Finally, and most importantly, this approval in no way impacts Oleo's continued operations and future operations in these circumstances for reasons I will get to. So I assume I control the PowerPoint, and I have no clue what the heck I'm doing with it. May need some help here. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. So slide 2. Slide 2 summarizes the redevelopment proposal, which your planning staff has already detailed this evening. I'm not going to spend any time on it. Look at the aerial photo. Look at all the houses. So this purports to be designated employment. Some of those houses have been there for over 100 years. They're not going anywhere. So basically, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Your planning documents say this is a duck. It doesn't look like one, it doesn't quack like one. It's not a duck. This is a residential area, simply put. The takeaway from this is we're going to remove 4 single-family dwellings / lots and 3 commercial lots, and we're going to redevelop it into 49 residential units, rentals, in an area that is and has been, I would submit, for 100 years, predominantly residential, notwithstanding its current OP designation and zoning. Moving on to slide 3. So this basically lists all the studies that we've prepared and support the application. I'm not going to read them all, but there's 9 studies, one of which has been peer-reviewed by your consultant. It's a lot of money, and we've done everything you've asked us to do. And we're here tonight to present our case based on everything you've asked us to do. Most importantly, we've discussed it already. The conclusion is this is a class 2 industry, not a class 3 industry. I'm not going to go through the evidence in support of that, but it's overwhelming that this is a class 2 industry based on what you've heard and what you've seen. Class 2 results in a separation distance of up to 70 meters. Remember that number, 70 meters. Sleek Developments was 57 meters. Do you think it was considered class 3? I don't think so. It was considered Class 2 because it was so close to 70 meters, and a berm was being put up, a fence was being put up, primarily for CN. You will see in the slides that follow that the subject properties are over 200 meters from any holding tanks on the Oleo property, and over 160 meters property line to property line. This is well more than the 70 meters maximum protection Oleo is entitled to by law as a Class 2 industry. And I put emphasis on entitled by law. Slide 4. So this shows the economic benefits of the development to the city. 49 total rental residential units. All units are 1 and 2 bedroom. 15% of the units will be affordable. The expected development charges are over $1.7 million. Annual property taxes in perpetuity over $120,000 per year. Construction value just under $21 million. Once these buildings are built, there will be 8 to 10 full-time jobs to manage and maintain these buildings. Our client's been operating for 35 years as Visca Electric. They currently employ over 77 employees. We're talking about electricians primarily, high-paying jobs. And they're looking to hire another 16 employees this year, which will take them to over 90. Please keep this in mind when you are considering the number of full-time employees employed by Oleo, which I learned tonight is 60, versus those employed by the Visca family. Okay, response to some of the public comments. I'm not going to go in too much detail, but traffic flow and parking. There were no traffic impact studies required due to low trip generation. You've heard about the secondary access point on George Street to reduce wait times. There's close proximity to transit stops. There's adequate parking on site. And once again, these will be rental accommodations with affordable housing component. Density, all of the applicable policies, provincial, regional cities. City policies are looking for intensification in compact form. We meet those policies. Increased density does not compromise other site functions such as parking, landscaped open space, etc. Parking is entirely self-contained within the building at 5584 Fraser, while parking is well screened within the interior surface of the other property. The proposed 4-story heights, very important, height was made an issue. The proposed 4-story heights are permitted as of right within the existing prestige industrial zone. Next slide. So here's where we start looking at what's on the ground. So we're looking at the relationship to Oleo. As previously stated, it's been confirmed it's a Class 2 industry. Once again, Class 2 means you get a minimum required separation distance of no more than 70 meters. Our client's properties are 175 meters and 160 meters away, more than double the required minimum separation distance of up to 70 meters. Look at the labels on this aerial map. Look at all the residential labels. Look at the properties that are closer to Oleo than our client's property, designated residential. Once again, they pre-exist the Lubrizol's opening up their plant in the 50s. These houses have been there for 100 years. So I don't want to hear an argument that we're encroaching on them. They encroached on the residential when they put their plant there in 1957. They knew what was across the canal, and they chose to put a plant there. Laws may have been different back then, but the reality is there's 25 houses there that aren't going anywhere. Okay, here's where we start looking at specific dimensions. So the dimensions in yellow show Oleo's proximity to existing residential units, all of which are less than the distance from Oleo spur lines to our proposed building A and B. So you'll see we're 178 meters and 191 meters And you'll see dimensions of 57 meters on the portage site, 173 meters to the closest house across the canal, 136 meters to another house just across the canal, and 157 meters to other development just to the north. Again, the most glaring example is the townhouse development at 4552 Portage Road, which has 113 townhouse units behind St. Antoine School. This was approved in 2017. It was appealed by Olio and approved by the OLT. As you will see, once again, the distance from this development to Olio's active spur line is only 57 meters. By comparison, the active spur line to our client's property is 178 meters and 191 meters, more than 3 times greater than the separation to the 113 townhouse units on Portage. This also shows distances from the spur line on Olio's property to other residential developments on George Street, Cynics, and Fraser Street, which I've already gone through. They're all much closer in distance than the subject properties. Why is this relevant? If Olio alleges that the approval of this development restricts their ability to expand or reactivate an inactive spur line, then respectively that argument is disingenuous. Olio is already restricted given the existence of intervening residential properties that pre-exist their operation that are closer to Olio than our client's properties. Therefore, the approval of these developments puts Olio in no worse or better position than they are already in. Next slide. This is where we detail our response to Olio's written comments. Comment 1, approval would jeopardize long-term operational and economic viability of Olio. Our response, that's false. The long-standing residential uses which are closer to in proximity to Olio already limit their operations. Comment 2, Olio's planners state they are Class 3. Our consultant, city's peer reviewer, historical reports that you have all confirm it's Class 2. Comment 3, Olio's position is that 5584 Fraser Street abuts the spur corridor and requires a 30-meter setback. Our position again is that there are long-standing residential uses that abut that spur line. Therefore, this constraint already exists. The separation of our property from that spur line is no less than the separation to pre-existing houses that have been there for 100 years. And again, 30-meter setback is a guideline for main train lines, not spur lines. So false to state that there's a 30-meter setback required. This is not a main train line. Continuation of responses to Olio's comments. You heard Mr. Roman state that planning authorities shall designate, protect, and plan for all employment areas. This does not apply here. It's irrelevant. The subject properties may be employment lands, but are not within a designated employment area. And I'm sure your planning director can explain the distinction for you. Comment 2, planning authorities shall not remove lands from employment areas unless certain criteria is met. Once again, this is irrelevant. The property is not an employment area. Number 3, undue hardship to Olio if future residents complain about adverse impact from Olio. We've checked. Ministry of the Environment has no history of any prior complaints. I would suggest Olio should be careful suggesting that their operation may cause adverse impact, as that contravenes Section 14 of the Environmental Protection Act. By law, Olio must demonstrate compliance to air quality standards at their property line. As well, sound from Olio must comply with sound level limits at the closest existing dwellings, which once again are closer than the subject properties. Adverse impacts are not anticipated, given that there is no history of any from the existing residential units closer than the subject properties. I want to address the issue of height and the allegation that this will cause some issues. Yes, I expect there will be some conditions, site plan dealing with building materials, et cetera, but look at what's between Oleo and this property. It's a hydro canal with mature trees on our side. I suspect on Oleo's side as well. I haven't been on that side. But anyone walking that trail will see how tall those trees are. I suspect they're more than 30 feet. Okay, last comment. Why should lands adjacent to Oleo be allowed to convert to residential use? Again, there are intervening residential uses that pre-exist Oleo that already constrain Oleo. Any approval you give does not result in any new constraints or undue hardship for Oleo that does not already exist. So I'm not going to go in detail on this, but basically we are supporting planning staff's recommendation for the reasons noted. Again, there's been extensive public engagement, 2 open houses, January 23rd, 2025 and July 17, 2025. So if we want to talk about process, there was ample opportunity for Oleo to put their best foot forward and not wait till an hour before the public meeting, which they chose to do. We haven't seen their 2-page letter, but I'm asking you to make a decision tonight based on what you have seen, what has been reviewed by your independent peer reviewer, and what is also supported by historical assessments involving this operation. That's what I'm asking you to do. That is the best evidence, not the Oleos coming in an hour before the meeting and giving you a 2-page letter without any justification. So in conclusion, Oleo is asking that you deny the application without providing any detailed expert reports or studies. Again, I wrote this morning. Wasn't expecting a 2-page letter. That contradict the 9 studies brought forward by our client and the city's peer review study on land use compatibility. Notwithstanding that, they're suggesting they're a Class 3 and they're entitled to as much as 300 meters of protection. Does that number sound familiar, 300 meters? Let's call it a 300-meter arc. Does the word arc sound familiar to you? I have no problem saying this on the record. SciTech has been doing the same thing for the past 25 plus years, resulting in the sterilization of thousands of acres of land as a result of a 2-kilometer arc without any scientific evidence. I'm asking that you don't make the same mistake here. This area of the city is predominantly residential. On paper, it may be employment lands, but it has not been used as such predominantly over the past 100 years. Most of the residents in the neighborhood pre-exist the operation of Lubrizol, now Oleo. Lubrizol chose to situate their plant at this location. They should have known there's houses across the canal. They should have known down the road this may constrain their ability to expand their operations. Now, if someone is going to suggest that a developer is going to come in and buy these 25 residential properties, including one that you already rezoned residential. There is one property there that's already been redesignated and rezoned residential. If someone's going to suggest someone's going to come in and buy 25 houses, including one that's already rezoned residential, rezone it back to employment, and make this whole area for employment land uses, respectfully, you're dreaming in Technicolor. It's not going to happen. Walk the area. It is a residential area that is never going to convert back to, well, it's never been, it's never going to be industrial. You are not losing employment lands. You never had employment lands in this area other than on a piece of paper where you designated in employment lands. Again, there's no impact to Oleo because they are already constrained and restricted by the existing residential dwellings. That's a fact. The end result will be 49 residential units rather than 4 dwellings and 3 commercial lots. That is a win for the city and its taxpayers. A loss would be if council ignores its staff's recommendation, ignores the science put forward by my client, which unfortunately this council has done in the past with SciTech, until recently when my client had to give you the science to dispute what SciTech was selling you for the last 25 years. This matter would be forced onto the OLT where, and I invite your city solicitor to chime in if she wishes, where the city has no case and unnecessarily incurs great expense to oppose the development of 49 units in a neighborhood that is clearly residential. Those are my submissions. We do have our consultant virtual on the issue of Class 2 and Class 3. If you wish, we can put them on the line. Otherwise, I'm available to answer any other questions you may have. Thanks.
Why don't we start with questions from council? Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Vaca? No? Okay, we don't have any. And your consultant is just in regard to contrary opinion on the one we received from Oleo.
Yes,
Yep.
he's available, and if you want to hear from him as to how he arrived at that opinion, how your peer reviewer confirmed his opinion, he's available if you wish to hear that.
Well, it's up to council. I mean, I'd be more interested in our staff maybe dealing with that side of things and coming to us with a recommendation. Pardon me? Yep, I thought it was done well. So no questions for Mr. Vaca of council? Okay, all right then, all right. So if there are no questions, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna two steps here. I'm gonna close the public meeting, but staff have requested 10 minutes to circle and come back to council. So we're gonna take, they just need to regroup with some of the information that's been shared today, and then they're gonna advise us on what direction they recommend. So we're just gonna take a 10-minute recess, please, so it's a good bathroom break for anybody. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We just had a recess for staff to circle and discuss some of the information that was presented tonight. We did close the meeting, so there's no more debate and there's no more discussion on the topic. What we're going to do now, we're going to ask staff to give us a recommendation based on their discussion and their caucus, and then I'll be looking for a motion. And there can be discussion on the motion, and then we're going to call a vote. And then we'll do the same thing for 8.5. Even though they're two separate matters, they're presented by the same groups. So I'm just going to keep talking until I get a signal from our staff that they are finished. Of course, all right, looks like they are. So we're going to turn to our planning staff. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Dolch, and if you could lead us forward, we're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. We did obviously hear the information here tonight. We regrouped to have some discussions on the information we heard and the concerns of council that were raised. But we do want to state that our recommendation does stand. So we're not going to make any changes to our recommendation.
Okay. So, yes, Councillor. Okay, motion by Councillor Carrios, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Discussion to the motion. Okay, seeing none, we'll call. Oh, you have discussion on the motion. Okay, Councillor Newesteg, did you want to speak to it too? And Councillor Coco? Oh, no, everybody. We went from nobody to everybody. Okay, so Councillor. Give one? 2 to 3 or none?
We would disappoint him.
You know what, just before, yeah, do I have to remove the other motion to do a motion to extend beyond 10?
We can deal with it under.
You think there'll be enough time? Have you heard them talk? I don't think,
You hit the gavel at 5 minutes? Have you heard them talk?
okay, all right, so.
That was insulting.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
shot each, though.
Yeah, okay, yep. Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Newesteg, and then Lococo, and then Patel.
Okay. So this matter, much like the one at the very beginning, there are two things that are competing, but yet they shouldn't be competing because we have residential that is good for our city, we need, and we have employment, which we need for our city. But because of this Ministry of the Environment, that seems to be the crux of the whole issue, that we're worried about the Ministry of the Environment, and that's why we're into these opposing things, because all they need is one complaint from a resident to go there, and it costs these the industry massive amounts of money. So something in this, I'd like to ask that if we make this motion and approve it, that anybody who purchases or rents a thing, they have to go under the understanding. But further to that, I think we should be going to the province. The Premier said he wants to protect jobs. And this whole thing is all about the basically somebody complained to the Minister of the Environment. So if they have to be more selective on there, so if it's something very hazardous to somebody's health, yes, but because somebody doesn't want to hear the noise of a train clacking, and they understood, they bought in or renting in a place where that is a possibility, then they don't have a right to complain, and it's not going to cost industry all kinds of money, therefore we're not going to be losing jobs. So I think that's the crux of this issue, and we shouldn't be in this point where we've got these two opposing entities, because both of them are good for the city. We saw the amount of money that this proposal will bring to our city in terms of development as well as taxes, but yet we also have the Oleo with their 60 members staff. So I think that's the crux of it. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo, and then Patel, and then Carrio.
Are you joining us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is where it gets very frustrating and confusing for me when we have competing interests and we have old designations and new designations and legal conforming use. We have residential in an area that's considered employment on paper. We have employment right beside it. I am concerned about encroachment of residential to the industrial. Unfortunately, we just got that letter today. I would hope, and I go back to process, that if industrial have the opportunity to comment earlier, that it can be part of the regular process, that would be great. And I know that Oleo was just responding to the presentation that was on the agenda, and that was just posted Friday, so that's why they were scrambling to try to get a response to that, and it took a while to get the Trinity letter. So, you know, I hope that in the future we can move towards a better process that we do include people, not just rely on them to come to the open house, but that our business economic development officers connect with them, and knowing that there's always this issue with Class 2 and Class 3. We had one in February on Garner Road and Lundy's Lane. We had one earlier tonight. Here's a third one. We're always going to have this. We do rely on consultants, but I think there should be not just the applicant's consultant, but another, the industry's consultant, and then our planning staff can look at both of them and go from there. I do value everything that the applicant said, and I value that they want to put the money into our community like this, but I still do want to protect our employment, so I'm not going to support the proposal on the agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, before I say anything here, I do appreciate the applicants putting money into this development, and there's nothing against the application or the applicants. For me, when we do the site-specific approval, we chip away the implement protection one property at a time. What it does is creates uncertainty around the other implements around that area. This is not just about Oleo or DC Skyline. There's lots of other businesses just adjacent to this property. And when we do this, it has a long-term effect. We want us to thrive and be a thriving city for generations to come. And when we do this, we are changing our perspective, and we are telling people that we are the council, do not protect the employment land. We just worry, we just care about the housing. You need job to get house. You don't need a house to get a job. And that deters other future investments. So for me, this is all about protecting environment, employment lands and jobs, and creating thriving communities. So I will not be supporting this application as it stands right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carrio, and then...
Your Worship, if I thought that this application was going to hurt our industry any more than the existing homes that are there, I would not be supporting it, as I'm sure my fellow councillors wouldn't either. I really don't believe that it's going to be any different than what they have now. And I think we still need to go back to the Ministry of the Environment and make sure that they do something to help our industry that's here, and take into consideration that they're here, the houses are here, there should be some bending as so not to happen what happened with the Meyer salad.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
I take that Mr. Carrio's, Councillor Carrio's statements I support. But for me, you know, I've heard both arguments in support or not support of, and you know, they all made sense, of course. But mitigation for the actual residents, you know, what I heard was parking and traffic, and I think that our GM can work on that and mitigate those areas that they're concerned about, and help improve the area and move forward. So I'll be supporting.
And snow plowing.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, Dabrowski, and Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, definitely supporting this development, and because of those ranges that I saw and that Mr. Vaca showed, especially the 57 meters away where a development was appealed by them and got overturned. So if we did go against this, it would probably cost us $100,000 to try to find a planner to be able to fight it. And I'm not willing to lose $100,000 worth of tax money. And there's so many other residents that are much closer than these two properties. So I will support it, and I think it's going to add a little bit of value to the residents that are there. The only other thing, and we could do a separate motion or direction to staff, because we had one of the residents, and there was a comment by one of the gentlemen that I know about the traffic and possibly putting some kind of light or something on Fraser and Stanley, and I don't know if that's even possible, but could we maybe send something to the region and maybe some kind of traffic mitigation, and maybe that could be just direction to staff? That's okay.
Okay. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, first I'd like to acknowledge the residents that were here that spoke out. They're not speaking hypothetically. They came here, they're speaking in real world experiences. They're talking about traffic, concerns if this were to be approved, about construction trucks coming in and out for, it could be years. We had concerns about the snowplow. When we look at new neighborhoods coming into the city, we build the roads and the infrastructure before the neighborhood and the homes get built. I think with a dead-end street, with all the concerns that we have from residents, the traffic concerns, the snowplow concerns, the list goes on and on. For me, it's not just about Oleo. Of course, it's about protecting industry, but it's about ensuring that we protect our residents. The residents brought up a lot of valid concerns tonight. I take those very seriously. I'm sure others do around the table. But for those reasons alone, I don't think the area is ready for it. I really don't. I don't think we're ready for industry or residential, either development, to come into that area. We're talking about two streets, two dead-end streets that roll out into a very busy Stanley Avenue. Even with the Thorold Stone expansion, once we get through to it, through the region, that might make things even worse, not better. So just for those reasons alone, I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. And I've got Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Personally, I think it comes down to property rights. When you have a person or a property owner that comes into City Hall and asks what the requirements are in terms of going through the process and is told that the distance separation is 70 meters and he provides 170 to 190 meters, it cannot be called encroachment, and there isn't any of us here that should call it encroachment, because it's not. It comes down to the fact that he has a right as well, as long as he's providing that separation distance, and he's obviously providing it, so I will support the application.
Okay, thank you. Well, everyone has had a say. We have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo, that we support the application. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Hold your hands up high, please, for those in favor. For and opposed? And I'm going to support the application. The application passes. Okay. And now I'm going to look for a motion to extend beyond 10. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Clerk. What's that? Yeah, no, I know that, but are we don't have to do another introduction? We just go right to it?
Yeah, you did the public meeting already for it.
Okay. Motion, so what do we go right to the motion? How do we do this?
Yeah, so we had a presentation for 8.4 and 8.5. We've received a vote on the recommendations for 8.4. We should get a vote, a mover and a seconder on the recommendations for 8.5.
Is that the bigger one or the smaller one?
Smaller.
You making the motion? Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Peter Angelo. Any discussion? This is 8.5 now, two recommendations approving the 4-story apartment building, 18 units. It's the same group, just a separate application. So does everyone understand what we're voting on? Okay, it's been moved, seconded. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so this one, for the same reason, I'm going to support, and that one's going to be approved as well. 5-4, both of them are approved. Okay, 8.6. So I'll ask our clerk, Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Okay, our last planning public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a vacation rental unit at 4902 Hunter Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on December 19th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Okay, I'm going to now reach out to Mr. Room, a plan or two, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment file number AM 2025-027 for the property at 4902 Hunter Street. The proposal is to amend the zoning bylaw to add 2 vacation rental units as a permitted use and to address existing zoning deficiencies. The application was submitted on October 24th, 2025 and was deemed complete on November 6th, 2025. We're out of juice here, I think. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this slide depicts the location of these subject lands and shows the surrounding uses, which primarily consist of detached dwellings, some of which have been converted to VRUs already. And then there are commercial uses on Victoria, and then the south of the subject lands is Clifton Hill. Subject lands are currently designated tourist commercial and are within the Clifton Hill sub-district in accordance with the city's official plan. Vacation rental units are permitted use within this designation. The lands are also zoned as deferred tourist commercial in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property to a site-specific DTC zone to permit the 2 VRUs and to address the existing zoning deficiencies. So here is the proposed site plan. It's important to note that the proposal will not facilitate any new development, and the special provisions are being requested to address the existing zoning deficiencies on site. These provisions include a reduced side yard width, landscaped areas, and side yard setback for an accessory structure, in addition to permitting the 2 vacation rental units. Public open house was held on December 10th, 2025. The meeting was attended by the applicant, their planning consultant, and planning staff. No members of the public attended the open house, and no written correspondence has been received for the application. The application is supported because it implements the official plan's tourist commercial policy direction by permitting 2 VRUs as an appropriate small-scale accommodation use. It relies on an existing dwelling with no new construction or expanded built form, maintaining the established built form, setbacks, and residential streetscape, and limiting impacts related to massing, overlook, and shadowing. And lastly, the location is walkable to the Clifton Hill tourism area and functions as a transition between tourism uses and the nearby residential uses. For those reasons, staff recommend that council approve the minor zoning bylaw amendment to permit the use of the lands as 2 vacation rental units, subject to the regulations outlined in the recommendation report. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Room? Councilor Coco?
I was going to move the report.
Okay.
Once you're finished.
I have to close the public meeting. So is there any questions for Mr. Room? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone here well, let me read first. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant. So if you have anything you want to add.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I know it's been a long night, so I'm just here if you have any questions.
Any questions? We're good. Good one. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councilor Lococo makes the motion, second by Councilor Dabrowski. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, we're going on to reports. 9.1, 2026 interim tax levy. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo to approve, second by Councilor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved unanimously. 9.2, update on motion stakeholder meeting on Lundy's Lane. Oh. Okay, that's so 9.2, moved by Councilor Patel, second by Councilor Pietrangelo. Okay, and you want to speak to it as well? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. Appreciate the report. Just in talking to the BIA, they're very appreciative that this has come back. They just don't want to see the commercial aspect of Lundy's Lane deteriorated by conversion. So they're very pleased that we're putting in an ICBL or an interim control bylaw to restrict the motel conversions. There's a couple things that they would still like to meet with staff about and are hoping to get in our new official plan. One of them would be the fact that how do they ensure that applications or past applications that were approved are actually going to move forward. And the one example that they gave me was the one that was on Beaver Dams and Lundy's Lane, where we approved the motel conversion, but we also approved a brand new like building or motel to be built in the front. Now, the back has been converted, but the front has not been constructed yet. So, you know, if there's a way that they could put some type of securities into approvals to ensure that applicants are going to follow through on their full application, they would appreciate that. They want to eliminate something that they refer to as dark zones. They have different properties that when you walk by, you know, they might have 200 feet to frontage and they're entirely dark. They don't have any lights on them. And when you have a couple of them together, it makes for kind of like an unwanted passage when you're walking down there at nighttime. So there's just some things that that they would like to see that can get into our new official plan, and they want to set up some future meetings. So I was hoping to add that as another recommendation onto the 5 that are here. The last thing I'll mention is the fact that they're a bit unique in the sense that Lundy's Lane is a regional road, and I think all of our other BIAs operate on city roads, whether it's the Main Street BIA or Victoria or Clifton Hill or even Fallsview. I think they're all on city roads. So they literally have an extra layer of government. So when they want to approve their streetscape master plan or something like that, they have to come to the city, then they have to go to the region. It's really time consuming. Well, one of the suggestions I had for them is maybe we can request that the region, I guess, just hand the city authority to do beautification, streetscape guidelines, things of that nature, and that they still retain the right for infrastructure, whether it be the water or, you know, the road or what have you, along Lundy's Lane. You know, perhaps that will help them, especially in terms of the timelines for approval. So they're very pleased. I'd just like to add that they have some future meetings with planning staff, and if I could add that as a 6th recommendation, Your Worship, I would appreciate it.
Does the mover, who did the mover, again, who moved it again? So do you accept that? Okay. So we've got that. We'll go back to the mover, then we'll go to Councilor Coco.
I just want to thank our staff for facilitating this meeting. They did a wonderful job. It was very well organized. We had a really good feedback. Everybody who was there, they were very engaged, and staff was very engaged with all the attendees, so it was such a great meeting. I have one question for Ms. Dolge. With the site plan requirement and the urban design guideline, what happens to the couple of the motels that we approved? Is it retroactive? Like, does that impact them?
Thank you. As through the mayor to the councillor. So once we change our site plan guidelines, obviously if they haven't submitted a site plan application yet, they would be required to follow the new rules. Should they submit in the next little bit before we modify, then no, they would be retroactive and they wouldn't have to adhere to those new policies.
But if we do the interim control guideline, it would not they would not fall under that, right? Because it's a previous application.
That's correct. That's correct.
Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the motion. I think it was a great process to go through. One of the things I brought up is that a lot of times we look at silos of things and we don't look at other things. So this was a really good opportunity to do that. I do have some concerns and some things to consider, think about. I have a couple questions. The urban design guidelines that the BIA put forward are 2017. A resident contacted me and said 2017 urban design guidelines are quite old. We've progressed in a lot of things in urban design. Sometimes you put something in, you don't want that anymore and it changes. Is there any opportunity to update those urban design guidelines and not just rely on 2017s? Would you even want to update them? I don't know.
Let's go to Ms. Dolch. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So as you know, in our 2026 capital, we did have urban design guidelines in the budget. So we are working on them, but we want to make sure we have something in the interim, because until those are in place and updated, we wanted to make sure, should we get applications, obviously we will have maybe have the interim control bylaw if you pass the recommendations, but if we didn't, we want to make sure we have some protections in place.
Great, thank you. A lot of times when we are trying to limit uses in a certain area, we do that, but then we say, well, where in the city could this be? So I guess my question is, if we are going to be limiting motel conversions or controlling more, where else in the city could this be done? Like I know we were looking at single room occupancy years ago, and that was one of the competing things too. Back in, 2020, the single room occupancy, because we were concerned about affordable housing, we were looking at single room occupancy. Now we're concerned about motel conversions and what it's going to do for that gateway of Lundy's Lane, and we need to be. But now we had two conflicting priorities, so I guess my question is, when and if the single room occupancy is going to come back, is that going to be postponed until after this? Is that also going to be postponed for the, like, where are these other motels in the city that we could do that? Where are we on all of that?
Stolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have Danielle Foley here as well, so if she wants to add anything, I will ask her to step up to the podium, but I'll start first. In terms of where motel conversions can happen, it doesn't mean that there won't be future motel conversions on Lundy's Lane. That's not what we're saying here. That's just right now we want to pause with the interim control bylaw and put some urban design policies in place, start to do things to make sure that as they do convert, because it will happen, that we have appropriate protections to make sure that they're appropriately planned, designed, there's amenity space, there's all these things to make it look attractive and improve the look of Lundy's Lane. So that's what we're looking at doing. It's not to say it won't happen. Obviously, we do have to plan for a multitude of housing options across the city, but we do want to make sure, because there's such a large concentration of motels, that it's inappropriately along Lundy's Lane at this point.
Okay. One more question and then just a couple of comments. In the report, it says the report was written as it relates to the motion, and I connected with Ms. Dolch and she connected with Kaylin, and I asked, were there any other thoughts that staff had, because that sort of jumped out at me saying, oh, in relation to the motion, and I thought, well, maybe they have other thoughts. Ms. Dolch, could you just expand on what Kaylin said?
Yeah, thank you through the worship to the counselor. So again, we followed the motion. We looked at the motion and we provided our planning opinion based on that motion. Our thoughts about intensification along Lundy's Lane are reflected, and the motion was very well written to kind of reflect the planning regime that we live in. So there wasn't anything additional we needed to add. We do know that the intensification is something key for us, and we want to make this our east-west corridor, and generally that motion kind of supported that, just more the designs and things like that.
Okay, the other thing that Kaylin did say was just why Lundy's Lane was appropriate for the growth of affordable housing. That was the other piece. So just a couple comments. We do have an opportunity in Niagara Falls because of all of these motels, so I'm really glad that we're working towards that, revitalizing Lundy's Lane, people's investments, that's great. I mentioned the SRO, that's really important, and the urban guidelines. Those are all my comments and questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Baldinelli and then Councillor Strange.
Thank you, through your mayor. Just had some questions. They're very, very happy, especially with bylaw control and cleaning up the areas, and this is a step forward in helping to do that as well. But there were also questions about the taxes. How are the taxes affected when you convert? Is it commercial versus residential, and how does that support the LLBIA in that area when you have conversions? Is it still, providing to the pot, or are we? I don't know. Those are the questions we have to say.
Is that for
if
a
you're doing that,
treasurer
you're
or
taking
for a
away
CAO?
commercial versus.
The treasurer's not making eye contact with me, so she's not.
She's busy working on other items. Each item would have to be looked at separately. So commercial has a higher tax base. So residential gets taxed at a 1 rate, commercial at 1.3. But if you add more density and more units on the residential side, it might make up that difference. So you would have to look at each of those on a case-by-case basis. If it was the exact same value, so if a hotel was valued at $1 million, and the residences that were there were valued at $1 million combined, you would receive less taxes for that. But if you increase the property value to more than $1.3 million, then you would gain on the residential tax implication.
How about the contributions, though, to the BIA? How does that work then? Does it affect the contribution?
It does affect the contributions to the BIA because the BIA would be assessed on the commercial basis, not on the residential.
So those dark zones remain dark then, and there's no support from these conversions?
That's
basically?
correct. Yep.
And we can't do anything about that?
No, because they're not businesses, so it'd have to be attached to the business taxes. So.
But are we requiring these businesses or conversions to have at least the main floor as commercial?
Not the whole main floor. I think we've gone to 50% frontage, so that amount would be still taxable. But I was focused more on the residential conversion. That wouldn't be there.
So there'll be something for them.
There'd be something there. Okay. I would also say too that you have to remember, if you have more residential concentration, some of those commercial businesses might actually increase in value because they do better because they have built-in clients. So if their values increase, then you get increased taxes on that side too.
Councilor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Aaron. Just for the recommendation number 4, is there a minimum or a maximum, or I guess it'd be a maximum of how many interim control bylaws we can have?
I will, if I screw up, I'll make sure that Ms. O'Toole or adult. It's a maximum of 2 years, so it's the timeline that is restricted.
So you can have a lot. You can have many just for 2 years, one interim control bylaw, but you can have as many as you want.
Yeah, like you. Okay. Yeah, they all have to be substantiated on a planning basis. Like you just can't throw it. There's specific rules that say when you can do an interim control bylaw. For a maximum of 2 years. You could set up for a year and then extend it another 6 months and extend another 6 months, but it can't go for more than 2 years.
Okay, so this one's going to be in place until the new official plan, which we think August? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Roughly August, early fall.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I try to push them a little quicker. So you left them off the hook because I would have said summertime, but you already put the cat out of the bag.
Anyone? Yeah, Councilor Carrier.
Just a quick one. I asked the same question. When will we get that off? And then my other question would be, if someone wanted to demolish something that's on their property, could they still come and get a demolition permit, even though there's an interim control bylaw? Could they get it if they wanted to just demolish a?
Through the worship to the councillor, yes. A demolition permit wouldn't be stopped. It would just be the conversion of the motel that would be stopped.
Okay. So we're ready to call the vote with the addition of number 6. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Ruby, Harry, 9.3. There's recommendation report for Niagara Falls CIP. There are 9 recommendations. Looking for a mover. Moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Carrier. Any discussion? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've looked at this and I'm having some trouble with this rotating geographic locations. So one year we would focus on one area, then we move to another area. I don't see that being positive or effective. We used to have individual, like downtown, Drummondville, we used to have individual ones, which if we're rotating it, pretty much that's what we were doing before. It's specific areas. Again, I would rather see, and I think it would be more effective, that if somebody wants to improve something, that they could do it whenever. So I don't really like the rotating geographic. And then, is there public engagement? There was public engagement, and they had concerns about the geographic rotation as well. Are we still using that criteria that we used to? You get so many points for this criteria. Is that still being used in this program?
Maybe I can't. Danielle's going to respond to this one.
Thank you for your worship to the councillor. For the criteria, are you referencing like the overall program grant amounts?
The TIG, I think, more in the tax implementation.
For the employment one with
Yeah.
the top-up, yeah, so we've moved away from the complex scoring matrix, and we've just gone to a baseline top-up criteria. So that would be an increased number of full-time employees, the construction value, yeah, that.
Okay, so you do still have some criteria, it's just not in scoring, okay? It did talk about green building practices, but it says that we don't have them, but they could go through the OP. Why don't we have something about green improvement? Like, why did we move away from that?
Thank you for your worship. Sorry, it's been a long day, as I'm sure you're all aware. So it was part of the climate change adaptation plan as a recommendation to have green building standards. So it's something that would be forthcoming. However, with some recent bills from the province, they've actually removed the ability to enforce those green building standards, which has made it a bit difficult. So we've added some enabling policy into the CIP that if the city still wanted to go that way, we could look at having a future incentive for it. But since at this time we don't have them in place, we can't enforce them.
Okay. On page 49 of the report, I know we changed it from 50 employees to 25, but on page 49 it says 50 employees. Am I reading it wrong? Or was that just their recommendation?
I believe page 45 would have been one of the appendices.
Yes. Not the electronic number, the number on the document. Because I know we changed it from, Councillor Newistig brought that up, that 50 was a lot, and we did change it in one place, but then it says 50.
Okay, I can take that back and confirm the
Okay.
amounts. I know in the appendices for the specific program, the numbers were updated, so I know we had a number of versions that we tried to make sure were all consolidated, so we'll go back and
Okay,
double
thank you.
check that, yeah.
It talks about heritage buildings, that they're eligible for a matching grant. Could you explain that through the mayor?
Yeah, so thank you for the question through your mayor. With the matching grant, we've added a top-up. So if it is a building designated under the Heritage Act, there are some extra funds available. So separate from the Heritage Grant through the Heritage Committee at the city, it's a top-up through the Streetscape Improvement Grant.
Thank you. And one final question, could they also go through the Heritage Committee? Because a lot of times the project might cost, say, 50,000, but they only get 10 through the Heritage Committee. Could they not stack or combine the different grants?
They could. We do require that they disclose in the application what other sources of funding they have. So we would bring that forward through the recommendation report and assess whether both grants could be utilized.
Okay, and one final question. It talks about that there's no appeals. So I know at different times we've had residents come to council when staff rejected the application. So there's no appeals. Can it still come to council if it's rejected at the staff level?
So I believe the no appeals was referencing the adoption of the plan itself under the Planning Act with the no third-party appeals.
Not the application.
Yeah, so the applications themselves, it is always up to the discretion of council. So if an applicant wishes it to go forward to council, we would bring that forward with a staff recommendation.
Because the way it reads, it says reconsider subject to staff recommendation. That's why I thought it was appeal in conjunction with that.
Was it, sorry, did you have the?
Page 61.
Page 61. I have my appendices printed without the report page numbers, unfortunately.
Oh.
Did you have the number on the CIP by chance, the page number there?
Oh, maybe it was the ones on the side, just a second. Page 61.
Bless you. Wow, good one.
I'll just put appeal in the search, sorry. The reason why I bring it up is because that it has come to council before. It's okay, I can't find it right now. But I had page 61, but it said reconsideration subject to staff recommendations, no appeals. Okay, thank you.
Okay, was there any other hand? Yeah, Councillor Newstag?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just going off of what Councillor Lococo said, this rotating geographical CIP, and I would agree with her, it does not really make sense unless you had a whole area concentrated and everyone was trying to do the same thing, then that would make sense. But having them rotate, I think we would lose people. For someone to have to wait 4 years, and I know that they can come back and appeal to us, that's more complicated, so I'd rather leave it completely open. And secondly, if there was a concentration, because it's $200,000 based on up to a 40,000, you're only getting 5 properties a year anyway, so that's not, I don't think it's going to make that big of an impact geographically, so I'd rather it just be opened, as Councillor Lococo would ask for. Secondly, I know that, and I applaud you for the every 5 years come back and review it, but because this is brand new to us, is it possible for us to have an update after the first year just to make sure we're on the right path? Something doesn't make sense if we can tweak it rather than waiting the 5 years so that we can really do that. And the last one, I have one question. So if somebody had been part of the old CIP and did something 15 years ago, are they eligible to come back now and start a new plan, or because they've had CIP monies in the past that they're would be they wouldn't qualify?
Yeah, so thank you, through your worship. Thank you for those questions. I'll start from the top. So with the rotating streetscape implementation, we were recommending it so that we could concentrate a limited budget amount in a specific area to really drive investment, and then we'd have the increased grant amounts so that you could really see an improvement in that area, which would be associated with some further marketing and economic development outreach for that area, just because there isn't a substantial budget amount available for all the areas across the city. Trying to target it each year would allow that. Obviously, implementation is entirely up to council, so that is staff's recommendation. But if it would like to be reconsidered, we could definitely do that. On the second item, we will be doing annual reporting, so we'll bring back an annual report to council each year on inquiries. There's a number of KPIs listed in the CIP that we'd report on, and then the plan has to be reviewed every 5 years, which would be that. And then lastly, I lost my,
if you had a grant in the past.
Right. So for the streetscape, any prior grant under that, if you're doing a further improvement under the new programs, you'd be eligible. So past grants wouldn't render you ineligible. If you've had a TIG and there's a new redevelopment on the property, you would be eligible under the new programs. It just wouldn't apply retroactively to a development that's already had a grant or been completed already.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Our CA would like to add to this?
Yeah, my planner always focuses on the planning part. There's another reason for the rotation too, is that if you get 50 applications, my staff have to review 50 across the city when they're only going to hand out a few. So it's very inefficient then to review 50 to reject 45 of them. So that's another way. There's other ways to concentrate it because of the budget size, but it doesn't make sense to review 50 when you're only going to forecast a few. And that's why I think the planning department also said the concentration adds to that impact that you're wanting. Because otherwise you're giving a bunch of people false hope that the budget's not there. So there was some rationale to that rotation. It might not seem fair, but it's also got to be fair to the taxpayers. Otherwise, these incentive programs take up a lot of staff time, and it becomes inefficient for the money that you're handing out.
Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I found it. So it says approval of the application is at the absolute discretion of City Council or its delegate and subject to the availability of funds. Staff will complete the required circulation, consider comments, and provide a recommendation for the application that considers the submitted materials, nature of comments, and financial implications. Where the approval of the incentive is delegated to staff, the same considerations will be incorporated into the recommendation. Applications may be denied by City Council if the development does not meet Council's strategic priorities goals of the CIP, notwithstanding any approval of the Planning Act application by any other approval authority, including but not limited to the Ontario Land Tribunal and the Minister of Municipal Affairs. A decision by Council or its delegate is final and not subject to any appeals. Where an application is denied, the applicant may request written clarification from the city and may submit a revised application addressing any identified deficiencies. Reconsideration is subject to staff recommendation eligibility criteria achieved and available funding.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Dolch grabbed the sheet for me, which thank you. So that would be after it's already brought to council and after council's decision on the matter. If the applicant still wanted to appeal that further, there would likely be changes needed to be made to the application. And then at that point, staff's re-recommendation would be based on a further report.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, are we ready to call the vote now? I'm so confused. I forget. There's nine, yeah, we're not, so no, it's 9.3. We moved it, we seconded it, we discussed it. Let's vote on it. All those in favor? Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, consent, thank you, Danielle. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the consent agenda, seconded by Councillor Strange. Any discussions to that? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved. And we approve the downtown BIA destination marketing from their own CIP, the water main on Portage to Orlando, and the housing and growth monitoring report. Now we're in communications comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve and support 11.1 through 11.8, which includes a whole bunch of flag raising requests. And I will point out, we are going through a flag raising policy change. I don't know how some of these got on here ahead of time, but they're there. So, well, why don't you do that first? Which one?
Thanks, Your Worship. 11.8, memo from the Planning Department about the Willoughby Township Hall roof replacement. I'm pretty sure I read it right. Like, we're not replacing the roof. This is just a recommendation from the Municipal Heritage Committee that the roof be changed from being asphalt shingles to cedar wood shake. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then second question would be, why do these have to come to council? I mean, do we have delegated authority, and am I the only one that thinks this way? Or, I mean, we can trust our director of, or our general manager, sorry, of planning, you know, to approve these, especially if the Municipal Heritage Committee has already approved it. I'm fine with our general manager approving it so that you don't have to write a report to council about it. So I don't know how you feel about delegated authority for this. I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, if council chooses to delegate that authority, I'm happy to take that authority.
Yeah, I think if it's a decision, Your Worship, that's made by the Municipal Heritage Committee, I'm fine with that. I don't need to verify their decision.
As long as we support them. I mean, there's been some things we did not agree with from the Municipal Heritage Committee, like some designations, so I wouldn't want to give that up too quick. Like some forced designations against the property owners. Yeah. Maybe we should get a report to figure out if we should do reports. Maybe that's where we'll figure that one out. On the same topic?
Yeah, same topic. I sit on the Heritage Committee, and under the, if it's designated, they have to get permission to change something, they have to come to the Heritage Committee. So I can see delegating that it doesn't have to come to council. But like you said, if it's something about designating a specific property, that's completely different. This is just approving a change of an owner on a designated property already.
So maybe if we got the wording around that,
I'll put that motion forward.
Okay.
We're gonna bring back.
Okay, thank you.
Good, so that'll be part of the efficiency changes from staff. Were there any other items that you wanted to discuss, Councillor Pietrangelo?
No, I'll move the motion to approve the rest.
Oh.
All of them.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. Excuse me, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. So Crime Stopper, flag raising, Serbian statehood, Bell Let's Talk, preventative health care awareness, Indigenous Survivors Day, parental alienation, Kosovo, and Sodom Road, Willoughby Road replacement, which we just discussed. That's what we just approved. Now we're at 12, communications comments to the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive for information, 12.1 through 12.11. Okay, is there any first? Okay, we got some discussion points first. Okay. Yep, okay. Councillor Cario, you wanted to 12.9, let's do that one first. Okay, 12.9, Integrity Commissioner matter, yes? Okay.
Is that the one that there was a bit of discussion on whether or not the complainant had paid? And he paid, but he paid for one, and he got 8.
Is that the
Is
one?
that the one, Bill? 9, 8 or 9, was he the mayor too? Was it the? was
Yeah,
it-
I can speak to that. So 12.9, this was a complaint submitted by Mr. Burdette.
Yeah.
Mr. Burdette is
Yeah.
online. He does have a delegation request to speak to this item. Yes, originally it was thought that Mr. Burdette did not pay the $500 filing fee. He had submitted in his correspondence attached to the agenda that he did in fact pay that. I think part of the confusion around that at the time when I checked to see if he had paid is the fact that he submitted his complaint to the Integrity Commissioner, but he paid the filing fee here with the city. And at the time, the clerk's office and the finance cashiers were located at the Wayne Thompson building. So I do admit error there, that there was an oversight in him paying that. But as you can see, not only in the initial report from the Integrity Commissioner, but also in the addendum that it has included after finding out that the fee was paid, it still would have been dismissed. And part of, as Councillor Carrio explained there, it was improperly filed based on the fact that he was submitting a complaint against all of council, where the Code of Conduct only allows against one member of council. And there were other reasons in there as well as to why it would have been dismissed. There was direction from this council to come back with a report on some of the Code of Conduct wording. And I've had some discussions with our Integrity Commissioner. I'm going to follow up with him on, we have another meeting scheduled as well. And one of the recommendations that I'll come back with this council with is when filing a Code of Conduct complaint, the code does allow for it to be done through the clerk's office or through the Integrity Commissioner, but we'll put some specific wording in there that the filing fee should also accompany the Code of Conduct complaint. So if the complaint is filed with the Integrity Commissioner, that's where the fee should be paid. If the complaint is filed with the clerk's office, that's where the fee should be paid. So we'll hopefully avoid any of that confusion in the future, but just thought I'd clarify that. And as I stated, the Integrity Commissioner stands firm that this complaint would have been denied regardless of the oversight and the filing fee.
But still, what about the fact that he only paid for one? Can we send him a bill for $3,500 for the other 7?
That would be up to this council, but as the Integrity Commissioner pointed out, it was not filed properly based on the fact that you can only complain against one councillor, not all of council.
So actually it'd be 8?
8. Yeah, but were you included as well?
Because there's 9 of us all together.
9. So we sent him a $4,000 bill. He still owes, and he lost. So what does he get back? He lost. So he would have got back nothing.
I don't plan on sending any type of refund for this.
Okay, but then he wouldn't have got a refund for any of them if he would have submitted 9 times $4,500, 5 per complaint. He would have got none of that back. So in my mind, he still owes us $4,000.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'd be curious, what's an opinion? Is that 9 complaints? Is that what that is? I don't know, against 9 members. What's our legal interpretation of that? Is that 1 complaint, or is that 9 complaints? Yeah. So what's the will of council? No, but the question is that 1 complaint, or is that 9 complaints? So should it have been 4,500? Yeah. Yeah, so that's a great idea.
Add it to
If council passes a motion to bill for that, staff will just issue the bill.
then I'd move that he gets billed for the remainder of the complaints.
Okay, motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Any discussion of that motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, 1 opposed.
And the other question would be, when we get the clerk is working on the report coming back to us, are we also going to address the anonymous complaint one? Is that in your discussion? We got a letter from Rocky about that there's a minor change we could make so that there could be no more anonymous complaints?
Yes, I can tell you that right now that the Integrity Commissioner has already agreed to that change and
Okay.
feels that it would be consistent with other code of conducts throughout the province, that the Integrity Commissioner be given more leeway as to whether or not our complainant should remain anonymous, and it was based mostly just on safety reasons. So in a case like this, it would likely have not remained anonymous.
And then the other one was about an increase in the fee. We talked about an increase in the fee, and depending on when this comes back, should we be making the increase in the fee?
So when will we get that back?
That should be back for the next meeting of council.
Okay, great. Now, he's got a request here to speak. So, what's that? Yeah. Is he activated? Is he there? Okay, Mr. Burnett, Mr. Burnett?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine. Floor is yours. You got 5 minutes.
Good evening, members of council. Please allow me first to apologize for this interruption. I do, like many of you, appreciate the comforts of everyday routine, the security of the familiar, the tranquility of repetition. I enjoy them as much as anyone. Everything I have raised tonight is set out in the detail in the written correspondence before you. What you are seeing here are the high-level concerns. Behind them is a much broader record, a myriad of dates, communications, receipts, and procedural steps, most of which is not before council, but would properly be examined in an independent review. I'm not going to repeat that material here. Instead, I want to spend the next few minutes explaining why this matters and why independent oversight is not an accusation, but a responsibility for institutions as much as for individuals. In the spirit of reflection, where important events of the past are remembered, and not because a decision was made, but because a process failed us, I thought we might take a moment to pause our daily business and have a short conversation. There are, of course, those who would prefer that this conversation not occur. I suspect even now there are reasons being weighed, procedures being considered, and justifications being quietly assembled for why silence would be more convenient. Why? Because while procedure can be used in place of conversation, words still retain their power. Words offer the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, the articulation of truth. And the truth is this: something is not working as it should. Where once systems existed to protect fairness, accountability, and public confidence, they can, if left unchecked, become systems that protect themselves instead. Where once residents had a clear path to raise concerns, they may find that path narrowed by technicalities, lost records, or unanswered questions. How did this happen? Who is responsible? There are certainly decisions and processes that deserve scrutiny, and those should be examined openly. But if we are honest, responsibility does not rest only with individuals. It rests with institutions and with our willingness to question them when something feels wrong. I understand why people hesitate. Who wouldn't? Conflict is uncomfortable. Oversight takes time, and uncertainty tempts us to choose closure over clarity. But in moments like this, comfort can become the enemy of trust. There are moments in public life when good conscience requires more than compliance, when simply following procedure is not enough. In those moments, responsibility means being willing to ensure that what is being done is not merely orderly, but right. Order, efficiency, and finality are valuable things, but when they are purchased at the cost of transparency, the price is too high. And when residents are told to rely on a process that cannot reliably account for its own steps, confidence erodes quietly, not loudly. Tonight, I am not asking you to undo a decision. I am not asking you to assign blame, and I am not asking you to take sides. I am asking you to do something far simpler and far more responsible, to allow independent oversight to confirm whether the system functioned as intended or whether it requires correction. Because fairness, accountability, and trust are not just words written into policies, they are perspectives, and they only exist when institutions are willing to examine themselves. So if you have seen nothing, if the failure of process remains unknown to you, then I would suggest you allow my request to pass unmarked. But if you see what I see, if you realize what I realize, then you realize that the responsible course is not silence, but verification. That is how trust is preserved. That is how institutions earn legitimacy.
Our 5 minutes is up, Mr.
That
Burdette.
is how governance is strengthened, and that is what leadership looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we want to even engage any further. I think the Integrity Commissioner has done a great job of summarizing, and I think things are working exactly as they are, as they should. The process has not failed us, and I think the system is working. And I think our Integrity Commissioner is the one that's been our third-party investigator of the complaints, and I think he's independent, and I think he's been consistent, and he's done a very good job. So we're going to move along, and I'm looking, did you have a specific one you want to speak to, Councillor Lococo? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 12.11.
Pardon me?
12.11, I would like to pull.
Okay, Town of Lincoln.
Yes, it's regarding human trafficking prevention, and I'm not going to put this motion forward. What I'd like to do is see if we can have Brock, the Niagara Regional Police, and TOWS come here and give a presentation for awareness to teach people what to look for. It's very prevalent from Toronto to Niagara Falls. It's in our hotels. It is in our community, so I think it would be a good educational piece for us.
Okay, so you're asking to invite who? Why?
Niagara Regional Police, Brock.
Why Brock University?
Because they were part of this.
Okay.
It's their initiative with TOWS.
Okay.
Or we can just invite the police. It's just a suggestion about inviting somebody here to give us a presentation on awareness and what we can do.
Okay, well, do you want to make that motion then?
Fine, I'll make the motion to invite Niagara Regional Police and/or Brock and TOWS to come and give us a presentation regarding the human trafficking.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Strange? Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And then now, do we have a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we move the remainder of the consent agenda. Is that consented? Not consented, communications, I'm sorry. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Something funny, Councillor Pietrangelo? Just real quickly,
Just that noise that I heard in
the water pouring? Yeah, was very loud. It was very loud. That was correspondence we received from Niagara Region. That was resolution from the town of Smiths Falls, resolution from the municipality of St. Charles, resolution from the city of Thorold. That was a resolution from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, resolution from South Huron Council, another one from the city of Thorold, one from the city of Welland, and of course, the Integrity Commissioner complaints. Two of them both dismissed. And lastly, we did a motion to invite the NRP here, along with TOWS and Brock, to talk about human trafficking. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. Earlier this afternoon, Council met in camera for an education session on a community improvement plan, as well as a couple other matters that were disclosed within the delegation to go in camera, and there was just direction to staff, so there's nothing to ratify in open council.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we are going to 14, motions for consideration. So 14.1, Councillor Newestag has a motion. Did you want to address this, Councillor?
Sure. So the motion is, whereas in 2025, a bust of famous Filipino Jose Rizal was erected near the brink of the falls in Niagara Falls, and whereas the statue recognizes the story of Jose Rizal, who had an historically significant connection to Niagara Falls, and whereas Rizal's famous visit in 1888 set the course for a long-standing meaningful connection between the Filipino community and the city of Niagara Falls, and whereas the dedicated Filipino community in Niagara Falls is engaged, highly active and growing, and whereas the community is ongoing dedication to bettering and being engaged in our city should be acknowledged with mutual respect and should be celebrated. Therefore, it be resolved that City Council declare June 19th the city's annual official Filipino Day in recognition of Dr. Rizal. It's his
Okay,
birthday.
seconded by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo, or, oh my God, Patel.
I just have a question. Now, will we have a formal process for the communities to come and apply for recognition?
Well, usually they send us a correspondence to the clerk, and then it comes to council here.
Okay.
Typically, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Then 14.2, Councilor Lococo has a motion regarding a neighborhood watch program.
Thank you. Last month, I had the opportunity to speak to a few business owners on Main Street, and they were very frustrated and overwhelmed with the crime and the violence and what it was doing to their businesses. One owner had a window broken 9 times in less than a year. I was happy to say that when I spoke to Chris Gallagher, our new bylaw officer, he's already arranged for some additional presence and is working with the business owners. In speaking further, I mentioned to him about my motion last year about some sort of safety committee or something to address some of these concerns. And he said that he's worked with the Lundy's Lane BIA and they presented a SEPTED workshop for their members. It was about best practices, tips, opportunities to talk about issues, share solutions. That was part of my vision when I brought up the committee. It didn't have to be a committee, it was just to start the discussion. But anyway, so I did bring that motion, and I thought that something like this would be helpful. Chris is going to follow up with them to see if he can present it to other BIAs as well, but I think we need to do more. I think we need to listen to our residents and our businesses. There's a lot of people that are feeling very unsafe, and what can we do? Last month, the Ontario Big City Mayors passed a motion urgently requesting that the provincial government declare a state of emergency to address homelessness caused by addiction and mental health that has created a community safety and humanitarian crisis across the province. And in the Lundy's Lane stakeholder meeting agenda item, they talked about safety as well. So finally, there was a Niagara Falls Review article on December 6, 2025, and it was the Niagara Regional Police was hoping to reinvigorate neighborhood watch programs across the province. So our residents want to feel safe and heard, and my motion is that we follow up with the Niagara Regional Police and our bylaw department about a neighborhood watch program, about providing resources to our residents and businesses to address safety concerns.
Now, what do we mean by follow up with? That's pretty.
Yeah, the article was this is what the article says. Niagara Regional Police Deputy Chief Mario, I don't know how to say the last name. Lagrataria is hoping reinvigorated neighborhood watch programs will be running across the peninsula by the end of winter. A plan to facilitate programs run by community volunteers with police support was approved last week by members of the board. A report to members said several informal neighborhood watch programs are running in some communities, often based in social media groups. And it goes on from there. So I would just like to follow up with them to find out, could we do something in Niagara Falls? Do they have plans already for putting something in Niagara Falls? And work with our bylaw.
So why don't we just get a report back from bylaw regarding neighborhood watch programs?
Doesn't Mike Britton already do one?
Mike Britton does the Neighborhood Watch program, doesn't he?
Who?
That's Crime Stoppers. That is different. This was December 6th, that was in the newspaper, and it was the Niagara Regional Police, but I haven't heard anything in Niagara Falls. When I spoke to Chris, we didn't talk about that either. So I would just like to, we can leave it with Chris, that if he wants to follow up with the police and see how we can implement some of these neighborhood.
But why don't we, because rather than directing him, we don't even know what we're directing him, why don't we ask him to meet with the police? Because
Sure.
you got 35 years, right? as
It was
a
just
police
a follow-up, yeah.
But to do a report and report back to council.
Yes, that's what
Is
I'm.
that, are you comfortable with that?
Yep.
Counselor Dabrowski, to this point?
Yeah, I would second that, and I want to add too, I hear from parents all the time that speak about neighborhood safety as well, and there used to be a block parent program within the region in Niagara Falls, and I'm wondering if maybe on top of that, we can have staff look at why that program was phased out locally, if there's a way we can bring back a contemporary version of the block parent program, or what it might look like. It might be a regional initiative, but I'll support the motion and hoping that we can add something in there just about the block parent program and to see why it was phased out, if we could look at bringing it back or why we couldn't bring it back, and to see if it would be feasible. But I hear
So
from
are you
residents.
comfortable with adding that?
Sure,
Neighborhood
yes.
Watch and block program? So neighborhood.
Just to start a discussion.
Yeah, and then
with
we'll
options.
ask our manager of bylaw to report back to us. I think what's gonna be helpful too now is our zero tolerance policy with the police. Before, the open drug use was tolerated, and it's no longer. And already they're saying we're having less problems, less crime already just with that.
With that.
I think, and now you see the Canadian chiefs of police have reversed their position on safe injection drug sites. They're now opposed to them, which I always felt that was a mistake. I'm glad we've gone the opposite way because it failed. So we got that motion, seconded by Councilor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, we're good. All right, thank you. Notices of motion. Do we have any other notices of motion? Okay, new business. Okay, Councilor Strange, Councilor Coco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next Thursday, which is January 29th, Heaters Heroes is having their first teddy bear toss, which is the junior C game between Niagara Riverhawks and the Dunnville Mudcats. And how it works is everyone brings a teddy bear. They get into the game with a $5 donation to the Riverhawks. And the first goal that the Niagara Riverhawks score, they throw the teddy bears on the ice. And we bring all the teddy bears to Ronald McDonald House for the children and families there that are at the house, as well as the McMaster Childhood Emergency Clinic. So when a child comes in, right away they get a bear that kind of takes away their anxiety, get to hug onto it. So, which is a great thing. It's going to be awesome. We're hoping to get it to go viral. Especially when they throw the bears out. And we'd like to invite all of council and the mayor to at the puck drop at 7:30. And we have a couple of our Heaters Heroes there that are going to drop the puck with you guys. And it's going to be, no, it's at Gale Center.
At the Gale Center. Oh,
At
nice.
the Gale Center. So we appreciate it. I know the legal department is actually taking collection of teddy bears too. So if any other departments would like to kind of chain on to that and get some teddy bears.
Bring our own teddy bear?
It has to be a brand new tag teddy bear, and then we're gonna bring some clear
Are
bags.
they selling them is what?
No, I'm not saying, we may have some selling, but. No, sorry, we don't want your ones that you sleep in bed. They have to be clean, tagged, no germs, and we're gonna put them in a plastic clear bag and toss them out after the first goal that the Riverhawks will score. So, January 29th, Thursday, Gale Center, 7:30 puck drop. So.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Terrific.
And if maybe your CHCH fans would like to come down and do a big video, we would.
Anything else? I have to skip the first part of the regional meeting to be there.
Oh, wow, it's worth it. It's worth it.
It's worth it. Okay, good. So thank you for that information. Any other new business? Oh, yeah, Councilor Coco I've got, sorry, and then Councilor.
Thank you. Two things. First one's very quick. Our website has been updated. Great job. A lot of great things that are working. I had quite a few people contact me about cookies. There is no options to not use them or use partial or reject all of them. So I talked with Shelley Darlington, and she said she was going to talk with them to see if they could do that, but that was the feedback I was
Wait,
getting.
do they automatically make you accept them?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
There's no other choice. You have to
Okay.
accept them all. And when you go on anything else, it's partial, reject all, accept all.
Yeah.
There's no option but accept them.
Okay.
So that was the first one.
Sometimes the reject all doesn't reject that.
But you feel better. That was the first one. The second one is about snow operations. There's been a lot of complaints regarding our snowplow operations, but there's also been a lot of great comments about what's been happening. The complaints have been coming mostly from residential neighborhoods, and last week I spoke to Eric Nickel about the different classifications. I had two specific people that were on Class 5 designated roads, and we have certain guidelines about when it gets plowed. So I worked with Eric, and he gave me a whole bunch of figures. But here's what's interesting. This Class 5, which is 63% of our roads are Class 5. That's 385,000 meters. They don't get plowed until 8 centimeters. So if there's 7 centimeters out there, they're not getting plowed, and that's the bulk of where people live. The regulation is actually 10 centimeters, so we're doing better. We're doing 8. And when I was speaking with Eric, he said they were working on an infographic to try to make it very easy for people to understand when we're going to clean the roads, how deep it needs to be, how many hours after. So he's working on that. I looked at it, it was really good. And Eric also did say that it would be a good time for us to look at our snowplow operations because the winter maintenance guidelines or plan is due to be looked at. So he said this would be a good time. They could bring it back to council and we could look at how quickly are we plowing, how thick is the snow before we get out there. There's sidewalks, there's roads, just a great time to review it.
Also, I understand too, how far off were you from GPS reporting on our snow routes? Where you could actually see in real time where the plow is when it's getting near your house?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. We're just about finished deploying all the technology, all the devices, so we're in debugging mode for that. What we would like to do is take a look at some of the best practices elsewhere. What we find is helpful is not necessarily where to plow, because that means nothing to people if they don't know when it's coming or where it's been, but it's time since plowed. So if it's 4 hours since plowed or 6 hours or 8 hours, gives an indication of where it's been and where it's going. And we match that up with our service levels. So it would say this should be plowed in 8 hours. It took us 3 or 4 or maybe 12 or whatever it is. So we're trying to find the best mapping that gives residents an actual tool with a whole goal in mind of, avoiding having to pick up the phone or send an email to council or staff.
It'd be so nice when because people try to time the shoveling of their driveway, and it seems I shovel just before the plow comes and I have to start over again. So I'm sure a lot of people would appreciate knowing. What's that? Yeah.
And I think part of that is too understanding that we don't go out and plow until the snow finishes, because if we're out for hours and hours and it's snowing and snowing, the drivers can only stay out for so long. So we tend to go out once it's finished, and then there's a 24-hour period of us getting out to certain areas to plow. So people are thinking, where's the plows? Where's the plows? But that's our guidelines right now. So that's why Eric thought it would be a good idea to review them.
Yep, good.
Thank you.
All right, great. Councilor?
Just to that.
I got Councilor.
Sorry. Just to that point, but go ahead.
Okay. I'm sure there used to be bricks and bouquets in the review, but I thought municipal staff did a phenomenal job. And I know we got dumped a ton of snow, and then a day went by and we thought it was gone and we got dumped on again, but residents did a phenomenal job on sidewalks. I drove around the city. I probably shouldn't be on the roads at the time I was, but the roads, they were plowed at a really good time, and I didn't hear any complaints. I only heard positive this time around, to be quite frank. I got a couple of positive emails, and those are the nice ones to get, but kudos to staff. They did a good job.
Yeah, I did too. There's a few minor things, but they rectified them. Overall, it was good.
Just to clarify, I did get positive ones too, but I did get a lot of negative ones.
Most people don't call to compliment us, right? They just call, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We got crushed for 2 days, right? And so they did a fantastic job. And I got tons of emails saying what a fantastic job they're doing. The other thing is we had a visit on a Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. The one girl who works for the school board is in charge of the snow buddies. And I think they're doing a report, and they're going to bring it back to you. It's from the region. And they're going to come to council and try to help out with sidewalks and anyone else that like to to get some help with our elderly and maybe with people with a disability to help them clean their driveways and sidewalks. So we appreciate that. It was a great report. Mr. Nickel, I'm not sure if she called you or you're able to talk to her yet?
Through the mayor, we're working with Beth Engel and the Rec and Culture team to make all those coordinations. So it's all in the works right now.
Perfect.
I think we have something booked in the next 2 weeks, or at least for the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and
Just to that point,
yeah.
there was a post yesterday or today from MIAC saying if you needed hours, you could help out with snow buddies, and there was an email address, so that's already out there.
Okay, super, awesome. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. I have two quick items. First of all, the Environmental Action Committee has an open seat. We had someone that had to leave the term, and we want to have Leslie Lawn officially on our committee. So I think Jeff Garashi reached out to it might have been Ms. Corbett, and her recommendation was simply just to bring it up at council. So if I can, Your Worship, I just want to make a motion that we appoint Leslie Lawn to the Environmental Action Committee. Everyone knows Leslie. She's the one that used to come here in the audience when you had that environmental challenge with Mayor Cisco and you had to identify different plants. She's the one that identified 90% of your entries.
She won it for the city.
Yeah, she won it for you. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I'd like to make a motion, Your Worship, that we appoint her to the committee, and then I have one more item after that.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Newestag. Any discussion of that motion? All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Excellent.
Yeah, and just very quickly, Your Worship, I know I've asked for a report on, I guess, third-party operations in the Parks Commission, and I don't want to keep asking, Your Worship. I just kind of want a deadline of when the report's actually going to come.
Third-party operations?
Yeah, so, I mean, like, we have the hotel that's going to be going in there. I mean, have we received confirmation that they're going to be paying TCs, they're going to be paying permit fees, they're going to be paying taxes? What happens to third-party operations in the Niagara Parks Commission? I know we have a pill with the parks. My understanding was always that anything that the parks owns and operates is exempt from all of the items that I just simply mentioned. But if it's a third party, Your Worship, that comes in and owns and operates those businesses, then I think they should be paying TCs, permit fees, and taxes. So I just wanted a report that would show in black and white who the third parties are in the parks, and whether or not they're paying taxes and whether they've paid TCs and permit fees. That's it. And then we can go from there. So I know I've asked a number of times. I hope it's coming.
Yeah, we have a draft. It was postponed because of the budget, so we haven't finished the draft yet, but it's in progress. So I would say it's post-budget, and February would be when it should come.
Yep. Any other new business? Yes, I'm sorry. No, I got to do bylaws still. Any other new business? Councillor Peter Angelo? Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Strange, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Newesteg, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See you next Tuesday for the budget, operating budget.